It's a slightly earlier date than normal, but it's time to go racing. Welcome to the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. It's round 3 of Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup. It's also round 3 of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli. It's the 75th running of this fantastic event. 70 cars set to do battle, drivers from 14 nations about to go toe-to-toe in what promises to be an absolutely superb race. It is absolutely wide open. Picking a winner is well nigh impossible, and the weather is inevitably going to play a part in what turns out to be always a thrilling race. It's the biggest and best GT3 race in the world. GT3 racing is a global phenomenon. There is the American Championship within Fanatec GT World Challenge, powered by AWS. There's also the European Series, there is Australia, and there is Asia as well. And as far as Europe is concerned, the Endurance Cup began at Monza and has since been to Paul Ricard. After Spa, there is the Nürburgring, and we also have Barcelona before the end of the season. Earlier on in the week, the cars took part in the traditional parade into the town, and this was an opportunity for, unusually, race cars to be on the road, but perhaps more importantly, a chance for the fans, young and old, to see their favourite cars and their favourite drivers. GT3 and GT4 cars making their way into town, and the fans had come out in big numbers to cheer them to the echo. They were led from the circuit down to the town. That was where the drivers' briefing took place, but there was also plenty of time for autographs, for posters to be signed, and for the drivers to enjoy themselves on the road, with lots of enthusiastic fans lining the route. All part and parcel of the atmosphere and the build-up to the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, something that makes this race unique.
It's incredible. There are so many people. I think a record-breaking crowd this weekend is expected. It's so cool just to drive a GT3 car into a town. I mean, it's every time a very cool experience.
You feel the vibe, you feel how excited everyone is for this race. It's once in a year where everyone comes here, and yeah, it's the best drivers, best teams in the world. I'm so excited, so yeah, can't wait to get going.
I think it's the 7th or 8th time already that I'm doing this, and it's an amazing feeling to be back at Spa, to meet the fans that will come and cheer for us later on in the week. For sure, it's a special feeling to be here, it's a special race, and we're all looking forward to go racing for 24 hours.
Over 7 kilometres long, the Spa-Francorchamps circuit is one of the best. The cars will start near the endurance pits and dive downhill through Eau Rouge, climb up Radion towards Les Combes, and then tip over the brow into Bruxelles, plunge downhill towards Pont, speed building before the little chicane at Piff Paff, the double right through Campus and the Cours Paul Frère up towards Blanchimont, and then stand on the brakes for the chicane. More acceleration, first gear for Lassour's hairpin, and that is a lap of Spa. It is a very busy grid looking down then on the circuit here at Spa-Francorchamps, ready for the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Welcome everybody to what promises to be, as ever, an enthralling race. We have got a 70-car grid. We have an entry list dripping with absolute star names, no question about it. And this promises to be another absolutely outstanding race. The 75th running of the 24 Hours of Spa, and the field will be starting behind the safety car due to the fact that we've had an awful lot of rain over the course of the morning, and so, as I say, the cars are going to be released from behind the safety car. The race will begin at 4:30, and we'll be on the grid very shortly to hear from some of the drivers, some of the personalities before the race gets underway here now in the sunshine. Now, a little earlier, there was a minute's silence on the grid in memory of Delano Van Hoff, who was killed earlier today in the Formula Regional race. And the teams gathered and the fans gathered as well to respect him, to pay their condolences, and to respect a minute's silence in memory of Delano Van Hoff. So the grid is now formed, and you can see just how busy it is down there. Everybody milling around the cars in this 45-degree formation. Then they'll slot into line once the cars are released. Gemma Scott and Amanda Busick are going to be on the grid and patrolling the pits. And up in the booth, David Addison and John Watson. And John, you can tell it's your moment because the sun is shining and it's going to shine on the righteous.
Well, how appropriate is it after a morning of just virtually non-stop rain? The sun is actually coming out for a race that's going to get underway in around about 25 or so minutes. And while the racetrack is still wet, if the sun remains out, it'll not take very long before we get back to dry running conditions. So I'm assuming that everybody who did their exploratory laps would have done them on a set of wet weather tyres. Whether they'll run those tyres when this race goes green, don't know, but certainly it's going to be a close call.
People don't know what to wear at the moment, whether to wear shorts or waterproofs. The weather is becoming very fickle indeed. But here at Spa, we are looking forward to a fantastic race. With 70 cars set to do battle, there is going to be action across all of the classes. Let's start in Pro, where any grade of driver is eligible to fight for the win overall. Last year's victors were Mercedes drivers, Danny Jonquidea, Jules Gounon and Raffaele Marciello. Jonquidea splits to a different team, but still a Mercedes driver for this year. So Jules Gounon and Raffaele Marciello team up with Timur Bogoslawski as they try to repeat their win.
It's always nice to be back in Spa. Last year we did, really well after a few years of being close to win the race. Last year we finally made it. I don't know if someone in the past won twice in a row, so we know it's not easy, but we will try our best and we'll see.
BMW as a brand has a really good record in the 24 hours of Spa, and in Fanatec GT it was this Rover Racing BMW that won the opening race at Monza and comes here as the Endurance Cup Championship leader. Philippe Eng is confident.
I think we're actually leading the Endurance Cup, so that's a good sign that we did a decent job in the first two races. Together with the team, I think we did very good steps in winter testing. We prepared really well. It's a nice moment, but the season is still long and the biggest race is ahead of us.
12 months on from his Spa 24 Hours debut, it is a different Valentino Rossi. He's a more confident driver, he's a more accomplished driver, having had that podium at Brands Hatch in the Sprint Cup earlier on in the season. He's in the BMW, not the Audi, and he's looking for a good result.
This weekend and this race is special, is the big one, is the most important of the season. And it's incredible because you have more than 70 cars in the track, and also because the track is fantastic, is for sure the best track for race with cars in the world. So we try to be ready because this weekend the weather is a little bit up and down, so we hope that we can have as much as possible of a dry race, and we see.
Lamborghini always seems to come here with good pace, but go away without the results. They're always really short on luck. For this year, it's the new version of the Huracan, and let's see whether that changes the brand's fortunes. Mirko Bortolotti hopes so.
It's the first time we come with the Evo 2. Obviously, from outside, if you look at the car, it looks quite similar to the previous one, but it's a completely different car, and we're looking forward to do the first time the 24 hours with the Evo 2. Statistically, Spa has never been great for us in terms of race results. The pace has always been there, so I hope that we can show that pace for 24 hours and be up there at the end.
Ferrari won the Le Mans 24 hours. Ferrari won the Nürburgring 24 hours. What price the triple by winning the CrowdStrike 24 hours of Spa as well? Antonio Fuoco then, third last year, has high hopes for this season in the new 296.
Last year was a really tough race, but at the end we finished P3, so we were quite happy with the podium last year. Now coming from this race again with the new car 296, we hope for a better result. We know it's going to be tough, but we try to do our best.
You can never rule out Porsche in a 24-hour race, and of course Porsche here, like many of the other brands, not only for Fanatec GT points, but IGTC points as well. For Manthey Racing, Lawrence Van Voor, home hero, is one of the three drivers pitching for a win.
It's always great to come back here. For Kevin and me, we have to adapt a bit, coming from LMDH the whole season. It's quite a step back to this. But besides that, I think we have a very good chance. Imam Manthey is always there, it's a very professional team. We have a good lineup. I think Porsche looks to be competitive, so everything's there to have success.
Audi is here with a bigger presence than we've seen for a number of seasons, and the brand is eager to recapture honours in the 24 hours of Spa. Calvin van der Linde, for example, is not just here to make up the numbers.
I wouldn't come here if I didn't have a realistic chance to do something. So when Share Sport called me, obviously with a great lineup, I was definitely interested. So looking forward to it. I think we come in as the underdogs, which is always, I think, kind of an advantage because nobody really has us on their radar. You know, obviously it's the season campaigners that are on everyone's radar, and maybe we can sneak under the radar, and hopefully the last 2 hours we can pop up a surprise or two.
The classes, such as Pro-Am, Gold, Silver and Bronze, all offer fascinating driver combinations. In Pro-Am, you can have a Platinum and 2 Bronzes. And one of the drivers to watch is the event sponsor, CrowdStrike CEO George Kurtz, who comes here off the back of being the Pro-Am winner in LMP2 in the 24 Hours of Le Mans. He's looking to continue what has been already a fantastic season for him.
We're excited to be back. Obviously, we're the feature sponsor this year. Couldn't be more excited. It's such a prestigious event, and it really is the creme de la creme of GT racing. Like any endurance race, you got to be there at the end. You got to just make laps and stay out of trouble, and I think we got a pretty good team, so hopefully we'll be able to fight for the win at the end of the race.
In the Gold Cup, you can have 2 gold-graded drivers and 1 silver amongst your 4, and it is here that you could have a real dark horse, especially under the wave-by regulation that we'll discuss later within this year's event. What about the Boots and VDS Audi then? It's been a very competitive car all season so far, and in Aurélien Panis, the team has a really quick young driver.
Yeah, I feel good, to be honest. Yeah, it's a home race for the team also with Boots and VDS, so really looking forward for this race. It will be really hard, but we are ready. We have a really good lineup, really good team, so I hope we will be able to fight for the victory in Gold Cup, but we'll push hard for that.
In the Silver Cup, it is silver-graded drivers to the fore, the young guns, the stars of the future of international GT racing. And here, again, there is a very large and very competitive entry. It's good to see Bullet Racing back, and good to see the Aston Martin brand represented on the grid. And the star driver in number 33 is going to be the Canadian Jeff Kingsley.
Been here last year, obviously, in a different car, but this year with the Bullet Racing team in Aston Martin Vantage GT3 cars. So hopefully I can bring some of my experience to the table here, especially night driving as well. It's unfamiliar territory for my teammates, so it's our hope that we make it to the end here and have good pace as well. Consistency is key, and we just got to stay out of trouble too, and hopefully we can bring it to the other brands and get an Aston Martin up front.
And you can expect a great fight in the Bronze Cup as well, where you can have platinum and silver graded drivers, but you must have, of course, 1 bronze. Honours last time out at Paul Ricard went to the Haupt Racing team, and player manager Hubert Haupt is not only looking for another victory within the season, but using all of his experience over many decades of international racing.
Well, as you get points, 6 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours, the biggest goal is to finish the race and to collect points at the end. If we win, would be fantastic, but if we come top 3 and if we manage not to crash the car, it would be a really nice result.
We're getting closer then to start time. We're about 15 minutes away from the start of the race. There'll be no formation lap. The race will start when the cars move away from the endurance pits. The start line there for ceremonial purposes. The end of the race will be at the Formula 1 pits, but also they will then continue around La Source to take another checkered flag for historical purposes coming down the hill. It's a fascinating qualifying into Superpole, and Matteo Cairoli's Porsche is on pole position. Matteo Cairoli is with Amanda Busick.
Let the record book show there is a bronze on pole for the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, and it was set by that guy, Matteo Cairoli. And when you think of the sense of pride within this team of having this honor, talk about the level of that within these guys.
Well, first of all, it was totally unexpected to be on overall pole position for the 24 Hours of Spa, but somehow we made it. So it's a great to be starting from the first position. So it's going to be probably a nightmare because, I mean, with the weather conditions, with 70 plus more cars fighting against us, it's not going to be easy, but for sure I have full trust in my team, in my teammates. We have a strong package, and I'm pretty sure we can go for a good result in the end.
Good luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, that car is graded bronze. Matteo Cairoli is a very accomplished Porsche racer. Part of the story is that the 4-part qualifying session began in the dry, and then it got wet, and the pro cars with only 3 drivers go out in Q2, 3 and 4, and therefore they missed the chance to have a dry running. And that's given us this very, very jumbled 20 that went into Superpole that was slugged out yesterday, and in turn that was a shuffled order again. Mauro Engel, he's always a dark horse when it comes to a race win in anything, sprint or endurance, and he's going to be a man to watch over the course of 24 hours, where keeping out of trouble and avoiding penalties as well is going to be all part and parcel of the car. Now, let's go back to the grid. Gemma has managed to find the Iron Dames winners last year.
Sarah, it was a fantastic qualifying for you guys with Iron Dames.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's the first time we start so high on the grid. We take it, as I say. I mean, we've been a bit lucky in quali, but we were there, you know, like we did a good job. And then Dory did fantastic in the Super Pole, and starting so close from Eau Rouge is actually a bit different from last year where we started all the way back there. It's going to be a tough race anyway. I mean, the quali we know will not have an influence on the final result, but the morale is in the positive, let's say.
Have a great one. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot.
Now, we're getting news from the grid that certainly the top three, and probably many, many more after that, are going slicks. Even though it's been a wet road, then a greasy road, then a damp road, we're nearly dry, and if they can get the warmth into the tyres, then they'll still cut through that damp sheen on the surface, John.
Well, if anybody wants to run on a set of slicks, they're going to have to be very tentative on that first race lap. And those that may be behind and have chosen to run on wets will have the advantage. So it's going to be, I think, a very tense opening, maybe 5 or 10 minutes to this 24-hour race. And let's hope, I've said every race, please remember, you don't win it on the opening lap or into Eau Rouge Radio on that first run up the hill.
It is going to be very busy indeed. Another of the drivers to watch over this first stint, Alessio Rivera. He is starting second on the grid in the new Ferrari 296. Alessio Rivera is with Amanda.
The 51 Ferrari behind us won the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa in 2021. Alessio, you're looking for your first Spa victory. You're going to kick off this stint for this team. When you look at the conditions that we've had, what do you expect out there?
Yeah, of course, I'm really excited to start from the front row, especially in this condition when you have some spray. But yeah, now the gamble is to choose the right tires, and then the race is super long, so we'll see.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, the Ferrari 296, of course, the car that superseded the Ferrari 488, which was that winning model all those seasons ago. We've also this weekend enjoyed many of the GT1 hypercars, if you like. Not ideal conditions for them, but they've made a great spectacle and a great sound in their sessions over the course of the day and indeed of the weekend. Right, the grid is starting to thin as the VIPs and the sponsors and the guests make their way from the grid back to the paddock. Drivers getting strapped into cars. And we are therefore getting set, ready for the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Lawrence Vanthoor, a man to watch in the Manthey EMA Porsche in that Grello colour scheme, Grello for green and yellow. Let's go back to the grid because Gilles Magnus is another driver that we ought to catch up on. He drives for the Audi Sport Team Come To You squad. Gilles Magnus with Christopher Hauser and Fred Verviche, and Gilles is with Gemma.
Jill, we were just talking just now and you were saying how actually you guys were quicker in the wet and would prefer a bit more wet, but it's certainly drying up rather quickly here and everybody's switching onto slicks.
Exactly, but it's still kind of mixed conditions, and I don't think there's any other driver who has more experience in mixed conditions around Spa than Fred Verviche, so I'm fully confident.
Well, he did a fantastic job in the Super Pole and he'll be taking the start, right?
Exactly, we're in a good position. Let's try to stay out of trouble, and I'm confident we can do something great.
Have a good 24 hours. Thanks a lot, Gilles.
Thank you very much.
Gilles Magnus, 2018 Belgian endurance champion, real star in touring cars as well as GT cars over the last few seasons. Lucas Legeret is about to fold himself in half, I think, to get on board the Audi, the very tall Swiss driver, another of the Come To You racing drivers. And a wave to the camera as he gets set, ready to go. And the number of people you can see that were on the grid now trying to funnel their way back into the paddock, into the spectator areas, so the grid can be cleared, ready for the start of the race. Another of the stars of Superpole, until he made a tiny mistake, was Klaus Bachler. His car's going to start third on the grid. Klaus with Amanda Busick.
There are 5 different manufacturers represented in the front 3 rows, and Klaus Bachler has the joy of racing the Porsche around this track. And when you think of all the turns around this place, where does the Porsche really fit?
Honestly, this track is fitting really good our car. There's for sure tracks which are worse, but this is one of the best tracks for our car. So, I mean, I like all corners. I like Spa, but I would say favorite corner is behind us. It's Eau Rouge. It's for everybody, every driver. I would say the best corner. When you go down there, up the hill, it's so much adrenaline. I really enjoy it.
Klaus Bachler, talking to Amanda Busick, he's going to be not the start driver, but his car will start from third on the grid, and he's another very, very accomplished Porsche racer, is Klaus Bachler, as the grid now starts to thin from all the guests, and just the last engineers ready to fire up the engines. And then at 16:30, the safety car will lead them away, not for a rolling start, but into the start of the race because of the wet track. Even though actually, John, over the half an hour or so since that decision was made, it has dried a little bit. The road is still wet enough for the officials to want to start from behind the safety car. Kevin Estre is another spectacular driver and always one to watch in the Manthey Porsche. Let's hear from Kevin.
Kevin, I kind of feel like the atmosphere is really building now as we're getting closer and closer to the race.
Yeah, well, the grid walk is here quite intense always. There's a lot of people, and the weather, you know, big rain before, wet track, and now the sun was out, so everybody hoped for a fast dry out, put the slicks. Now the clouds are covering again, and it's a big race, so it's one of the biggest in the year, so we all at least I think now we're all ready to, we want to start the race and have fun out there.
You certainly showed you've got a fantastic pace in quali.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we are good in pretty much all conditions. Difficult to know exactly in the dry because we didn't have so much dry running. But I think we feel ready. We did our best, and let's see, it's a long one.
Good luck. Thank you.
John, quick word, track surface, much better now.
Well, it's changing because the cloud has just come back over the racetrack. There are bits of the racetrack which I would say probably you get away with a pair of slick tires. There will be other bits of the racetrack, but if that cloud that's just come across the start-finish line in the last 2 or 3 minutes then decides to deposit further rain, those that have taken the punt and going onto a set of dry weather slicks might be ruining that decision. It's a tough decision for everybody to make. Instinct would be with the pro drivers to go with the slick tire. They've got the experience to know how to deal with it. But for others around, maybe the safe choice, and it might be the smart choice, is to go on stay on the wets.
You've just seen the silver class pole position car of Fabrizio Crestani. He was a real star in Q1 back on Thursday night. Sandy Mitchell, British GT champion, is standing with Amanda. And for the K-Pax Racing Lamborghini Huracan team, he's a man to watch.
The K-Pax Lamborghini finished 11th last year, and Sandy Mitchell's going to try to change that this season. You said you're going to be driving at night, and part of that stint, how difficult is Spa at night?
Yeah, it's super difficult. I mean, we don't have any floodlights. There's a little bit of ambient light at this part of the track, but once you get up into the forest, it's extremely dark. So, yeah, a couple of the corners you're turning in before you can even see them, and yeah, once you get into the rhythm, it's really nice, but it's difficult when you have to wake up in the middle of the night and jump in a race car. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Normally go well in the night, so yeah, excited for that.
Sandy Mitchell gets ready then for the Lamborghini. A car to watch.
Yeah, it's just interesting. Sandy said, when you wake up in the middle of the night, he indicates that he's going to go to bed. Now, I don't know how many stints he will do before it gets into the heart of the night time. But you know, the fact that a racing driver can maybe have an hour or two of sleep before he has to get back into the car, an interesting comment from Sandy Mitchell.
Now, what about a home win? WRT, of course, this year running BMWs, and Charles Wirtz is in one of the leading cars. Let's hear from him.
Charles, we've just walked up the grid a little bit together, and it's really nice to see how everybody's encouraging each other, all the drivers shaking hands.
Exactly. I mean, at the end of the day, we are all a big family, especially in our team. So yeah, it's the meeting of the year for us. We really want to make sure we are up there. So we are all highly motivated, and yeah, we only have one goal, and it's pretty clear: it's the win.
Well, qualifying was difficult, but as you say, the race is long.
Exactly. I mean, 2 years ago we started 54th and finished second. Now we are starting 22nd, so it's already 30 places more in the front. So you know, everything is possible. I believe we have a good package, good car, good lineup. Great team, so yeah, for sure we have all the things we need to make a good result.
I wish you the best of luck. Have a great 24 hours.
Cheers, thank you.
Thanks, Charles.
So Charles Wirtz along with Dries van Thor, and as the third driver, Sheldon van der Linde in the BMW. Again, one of this long list of potential winners. It really is a wide open race.
I mean, you look through the field and try and put the tail on the donkey. Well, I've done that, but I haven't got a clue. So what I've done is look down the list and think, instinct, intuition, whatever, and I do fancy a three-driver lineup: Ricardo Feller, Matteo Drudi, Dennis Marshall in an Audi run by Audi Sport Tresor Orange 1. You know, it's not the obvious choice, but this is a race this year which I think will be even more unpredictable than we've had over previous.
We know that keeping out of trouble is part and parcel of this. We know that avoiding penalties and therefore avoiding pit lane penalties and drive-throughs and so forth, because that's so much more time wasted, and therefore it's the team that will keep out of the pits for the longest time that's going to have the very best chance. You've just seen the Maxime Martin, Valentino Rossi, and for this year, the third driver with them is Augusto Farfus, BMW factory driver, so he's going to be the third part of that team. And that car, again, coming into this race with a good chance. We have had the much improved, if you like, Valentino Rossi. Far more lessons learnt from last year. He's had more mileage, and he seems to be adapting very nicely to this BMW. There's the sister car, number 32, which is Sheldon van der Linde, who is going to go first. And the last engineers now stand with the cars in readiness for the signal to be given, for the engines to fire, and then we will be ready to go for the 2023 CrowdStrike 24 hours of Spa. The engineers are ready, drivers are in the cars, tension mounts here at Spa-Francorchamps. It is very nearly time to go racing.
It is the inaugural CrowdStrike 24 hours of Spa, and with the honor of the words that every racing driver wants to hear is the president of CrowdStrike, Michael Sintonis.
Drivers, start your engines.
And engines will fire, and then the safety car will lead them away. You notice there is one car in the pit lane, which is the number 75 Sun Energy One Racing Mercedes, and Martin Conrad, Adam Osika, Nick Katzberg and Chaz Mostert thereby hangs a tail. Kenny Habul had an accident with that car on Thursday. He was taken to hospital, he broke a vertebrae, he's had surgery, he's up and moving about already. He bought a brand new car from the hospital bed. That is it that will start from the pit lane. They've had to do a shuffle of drivers. The story goes on and on and on, and we've got plenty of time to come back to it during the course of the race, but that is the car that you can see at pit out, ready to join in at the very back of the queue when the cars are released, and that is imminent. We are about a minute or so away from the cars being released, ready to get this year's event underway. It really is, I know I keep saying it, but it really is absolutely wide open. Predictions are impossible, and you'll only look silly in making some, I think, but who's going to come out on top? Well, stay with us, because we'll be on air all the way through the 24 hours, and with so much going on, so much to keep on top of, there's going to be an awful lot to discuss. There is the number 75 Mercedes, Martin Conrad at the wheel of that car, that new car, and ready to start from the pit lane. So there, the front of the grid, as we are almost ready to go. So engines are fired. We are ready now here at Spa with the safety car midway through Eau Rouge up towards Radion. On instruction, that will move away, and the race cars will go and catch it, and as they move away, the clock will start, and 24 hours of the biggest and best GT3 race in the world will be underway, and it's going to be Porsche that will lead them away. Matteo Cairoli at the very front of the grid. Ferrari, Alessio Rivera second. Porsche, Joel Stern will go third. Lamborghini, Franck Pereira fourth. McLaren, Charlie Fagg at the wheel, fifth. Sixth, Audi, Matteo Drudi. Seventh, Lamborghini, Fabrizio Crestani. Eighth, Porsche, Stephen Palette. Ninth, Audi, Kelvin van der Linde. 10th, Audi, Alberto Di Folco. That's the way they will set off as the cars now leave the start line. Stefan Rattel, with a big smile on his face, witnesses the start of yet another great race, no doubt, here at Spa-Francorchamps. This is it. The CrowdStrike 24 hours of Spa is underway. We start behind the safety car. The clock is ticking. The race is on.
Well, all the tension that's been felt in the build-up to this very moment for the drivers, certainly now they're in the cockpit, strapped in, some cases visors up, sometimes visors down. Their focus now is on this 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, and it's starting under a slightly mixed track conditions. As we look, David, there is the field once again.
So let's just walk down this grid, as it were. Matteo Cairoli starts alongside the Ferrari of Alessio Rovera. Third on the grid is going to be Joel Stern, and Franck Pereira is going to be fourth on the grid. Charlie Fagg starts fifth, and then lining up sixth is Matteo Drudi, ahead of Fabrizio Crestani, and then Stephen Palette. Then you will have Kelvin van der Linde and Alberto Di Folco in his Boots and VDS Audi, as the cars then come now over the brow down from Les Camps towards Bruxelles. Now this car, 23rd on the grid because of the dramas in qualifying. Raffaele Marciello, Jules Gounon, and not Danny Juncadella, who they won the race with last year, but Timo Bogoslavski. They are in for a difficult first couple of hours to get up through the field, mired as they are in the body of the pack.
Well, it's not what we anticipated this car qualifying, but that was largely down to the circumstances in those 4 qualifying segments when it rained more and more and more through segments 2, 3, and then in that final segment 4. So expect to see the 88 making a charge to try and claw back as many of the positions that they would have felt rightly should have been theirs as early as possible. They don't want the front row cars, particularly the Herber Motorsport Porsche and the AF Corse Ferrari, to get a run and get away and build up that little cushion, which might take them more than one stint to run down.
Now let's carry on looking down the grid. We got as far as Charlie Fagg and Matthew Drudy, Fabrizio Crestani and Stephen Palette behind, and then Kelvin van der Linde and Alberto Di Folco. That will be the top 10. After that, Lucas Legeret is going to start from 11th on the grid, and 12th, Michel Gatting in that Iron Dames Lamborghini. Last year they were the Gold Cup winners, I should say, for Ferrari, but Iron Lynx and Iron Dames switching allegiance for this year. Fred Verveech comes next, Laurens van Thor, another Belgian driver alongside him, ahead of Kay van Berlo, and then Mauro Engel on the 8th row as well. Anton de Pasquale, supercar star from Australia, and Arjun Maini are ahead of Dennis Lind and Baptiste Moulin. Then you've got Maxime Martin and Sheldon van der Linde. Raffaele Marciello next from Rui Muirhouse and Dan Harper, with Marco Wittmann, Lucas Stoltz, Enrique Chavez, Christopher Mies and Thomas Preining all lined up behind to round out the first 15 rows of the grid. Then you've got the Carrera Cup GB champion, Kian Jewis in the Team Parker Racing Porsche alongside Matt Hofer. Next comes Simon Mann and Louis Machiel's Ferraris both. Nico Menzel is next with Dylan Pereira alongside. Then you've got Christian Engelhardt and Maxi Goetz ahead of Lewis Williamson and Isaac Tutumlu Lopez with another of the Ferraris. Marvin Kirchhofer has alongside him Rodrigo Baptista, Marius Zug and Matt Bell next from Nicholas Cruton and Chris Froggatt. Daniel Serra and Thomas Neubauer are ahead of Alex Arca, and then Glenn van Berlo, who is going to be on the outside of row 25 of the grid. Row 26 is Arthur Rougier and Philip Ellis for Winwood Racing alongside him. Then you've got Yannick Mettler and Michele Beretta. Christopher Zerkling has the car of Gregoire de Moustier alongside him. Then it's Lewis Proctor and Daniele Diamato. Leonardo Gorini and Romain Leroux on row 30. Row 31 is Adderley Fong and Jordan Pepper, a long, long way back after an incident and damage for that Iron Lynx Lamborghini in qualifying. Ezekiel Perez Compank on row 32 alongside Gerhard Watzinger, then Ian James and John Shen. Frederick Schandorf and Patrick Assenheimer come next ahead of Kyle Washington, and Martin Conrad, starting from the pit lane, joins at the back of the queue. That is the 70-strong field now in the sunshine that are now at the end of lap 1. For the purposes of the timing line, it is coming out of the chicane. So the first lap is always much, much shorter than subsequent laps because you start down there and you finish up here, as it were. So the control line, the timing line, is where the Formula One pits are, but the traditional ceremonial start is down the hill. There you can see it from the drone going into Eau Rouge. So track drying out all the time, and we're going to have at least one more lap here behind the safety car. Laurens van Thor here, John, exploring the conditions.
Yes, I mean, whether he needs his wiper or not, it indicates maybe there is still a sufficient amount of moisture on the track that's been picked up and kicked into the screen of the Porsche from Laurens van Thor. And again, you have to think that the majority of drivers, particularly the pro cars and the pro drivers, will be looking at running the slick tar, living with it, maybe a bit of a tricky handful until the circuit gets that little bit drier, and they can then switch on the full dry weather slick tar, and then that's where the race for them will begin. But there we see the second place Ferrari in the grid just making its way, and this is the climb up Eau Rouge. Now we had that drone shot. It virtually flattens out.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
The view, and the reality is if you stand down at the very bottom of Eau Rouge, you can't see what you call the clipping point for radio, but it's almost like a 40-degree incline.
It is very steep indeed, I promise you. So there it is. As John says, it almost looks flat there, like a little S, but it's a real plunge. And as soon as you get to the bottom, it's a very steep climb. That is it. That is steep, in case you were wondering. And John's point is, as you go round the corner, you can't see over the brow until you get there.
No, the apex is blind. You aim. I mean, probably in the past, somebody would have said, well, the third tree to the right, the one, the very tall one, the pine, that's the one you aim for. that was probably 20 years ago. Now there's about 5 tall pine trees that your eye line will pick up. So it's a corner where it's all about experience and knowledge and also confidence, because if you aren't confident going into Eau Rouge fully committed, it's not going to be a nice experience.
Now there, down the pit lane, is this because they started on wets and now want to go on to slicks? Number 216 Porsche, which had an off earlier on in the week. Francis Tiger, John Shen, Benny Simonson, Matthias Besch's car. So that's going to sacrifice a place. Also in has come number 3, Patrick Assenheimer. I think this is as simple as they went out on wets and they want slicks.
Yes, and I think it was a sensible thing at the point they made that decision to do the wet start, but they realised on this now second lap before behind the safety car, that track conditions are drying so quickly. The sun has yet again broken over the commentary booth. The wind likewise is picking up, and with 70 cars on the racetrack all following. Well, now there you see ambient temperature 18.3, track 26, but the humidity factor 96. That indicates that there's a lot of wet weather in the general vicinity of the circuit, and there's an example of what happens coming out of the pit lane, arguably.
Yeah, John Shen we've just seen in the pits, and he's come out the other side and had a moment by the look of it.
And he would have been on a wet set of dry weather slicks.
Yeah.
I would imagine. I don't want to be, overdoing it at this point, but one would assume that that was a slick shod car. So everybody will be on waiting to see, because it is, again, just at that difficult part of the exit of Rédillon. There he's got going.
Okay, so the car does get going again. John Shen at the wheel of it. So there you can see how much time he's lost. He's almost a lap down now. He needs to get a wriggle on to catch the back of the queue, because the safety car is going to release the pack relatively shortly here at Spa. Into Les Combes. Race leader, Matteo Cairoli. It's Alessio Rovera second. Joel Sturm runs third. Font Pereira fourth. This is effectively grid order. The only shuffles are a spin like that or cars that have been into the pit lane. And they are Patrick Assenheimer's Mercedes and John Shen's Porsche. Modena Motorsports is John Shen's team. You might expect it to be a Ferrari that it runs, but although he used to race Ferraris, and his business partner Francis Tiger the same, they've now elected to run the Porsche. So the fans eagerly, like us up here, waiting for green flag conditions, and that's coming. Safety car in this lap.
And important, no spray coming from the rear of any of these cars, so indicates again track conditions are drying very, very quickly. So those that made the choice to start on slicks in the first place called it right, and they've had the best part of 2 and a bit laps. A modicum of temperature into the tyres. They'll not be up to full race tyre temperature, but they will get there pretty quickly. They just need to be aware there are patches of the racetrack which will be damper than other bits. So you need to be observant and look at the colour of the tarmac, because the darker patches are going to be the damp patches.
So with warmth in the tyres, the race director, Alain Adon, is happy to let them go, or maybe not, because that is exactly what he did not need, and that's a car that I fear is going to be out of the race already. Carl Washington has taken the front right corner off that. The safety car's going to have to stay out because we've got an accident even before we've gone green.
Now, did that happen as a consequence of doing a pit stop to go on to slicks? And as we saw with the other Porsche, when you come out and you nail the throttle, you haven't got the grip, you haven't got the tyre temperature. And I don't know where on the racetrack that is, but I suspect was in the exit of the pit lane.
It's the top of Rédillon, but he's not made a pit stop. He's not been
he
in.
hasn't made a pit stop?
No, he's not made a pit stop.
Well, that's interesting.
So it might be on slicks anyway, but it hasn't come out of the pits. So that's just at safety car pace, and he's been off the road. The safety car, therefore, remains on the track. So the start of the race, well, the start of the green flag part of the race, is going to be further delayed because Carl Washington's car has got some damage. And that's the car that was shared by James Safronas, Pat Long and Jeroen Bleekemolen. So you've got 2 real gun drivers in that. But my fear is we're not going to see it again because of the damage to that front corner. It's going to have to be retrieved. It won't drive back.
Oh, no, that car, I mean, there's serious front-end damage to it, whether it's repairable or not.
So big hit. And number 132 needs to be retrieved before we can go racing. So the cars then come over the line. Confirmation of car 132 hitting the tyre barrier at turn 4. So that car needing to be removed. I can't believe this race is going to be over even before we've had a green flag, but you never know. I mean, it did look like there's a fair amount of damage on that right front.
Yes, I mean, it's not so much the damage that we can see, it's the damage that when the team get that car back into the garage that they will discover. So being a Porsche, first of all, the front of the car, there's vulnerability with the water cooling radiators, but then likewise behind that, then you've got the suspension. Was that another Porsche? It's the same car.
That car's out of the race.
Yes.
For good. That's done, I'm afraid. Carl Washington is okay, as you see, but that car is far from okay. And that's it. All that effort, and even before a green flag has been shown, it's got big damage and it's out of the race.
Where we watch and see what's happening. This is a replay, and wait. And yeah, he used the curb at the top of radio, and there you can see the right front into the, is that concrete? I don't think there's any Tech Pro barrier that far around the exit of radio, and that was a similar part of the racetrack that Kenny Habul had his accident on Thursday. And Kenny Habul watching in his hospital bed. Good luck, Kenny, get better soon. We know you've been out walking around, but just shows you how simple it is to get caught out by a damp curb, and that was what that curbing was. It was wetter than the actual tarmac macadam, the track surface itself.
Well, Carl Washington, who's done quite a bit of GT4 as well as GT3 and Sports Club America events in the States. That car here for IGTC points, the GMG Racing by Car Collection Porsche, and it is out of the race, even before, as I say, we've had that first green racing lap. This is Raffaele Marciello that you are riding with, and he makes his way out of Le Camp, and it's only really about now that for the first time since Eau Rouge, the road drops downhill, and it's a sigh of relief almost, as finally you start to come back down to a sensible level.
Yes, you run up one side of the valley, then you transverse it by dropping down to the lowest part of the racetrack at the corner known as Campus, because I think there's a small university there. And then the climb begins at the entry into the Paul Frere Cove, and that's then the other side of the valley where you return back up to the finish line or start line? Finish line.
Finish line for this, yes. Most circuits these days, or a fair number, have a start and finish line in a different place. Not quite like Spa, where for this event the start line is round the corner. It's quite a chunk of circuit, really, all the way down to La Source, back down the hill before you get to the line. But that's for ceremonial purposes, really. So we are currently on lap 4, and everybody weaving around. The road is getting drier all the time. Drivers eager to get on with the programme here. And as the cars now turn down towards the Piff Paff, you can see Porsche, you can see Audi, you can see Ferrari, you can see Mercedes AMG, there's McLaren in the background there. And thinking of McLaren, this is the view on board the Charlie Fagg starting car.
Charlie Fagg, a very impressive run in his qualifying stint. But David, you know, we're 15 minutes into this race. We're a quarter way through the first hour, and we haven't had a race yet.
Not for the want of trying on the officials' part, because they were all ready to go, but yeah, it's a shame, isn't it, that we are not yet racing. But the cars now will have a far, far drier circuit on which they can be released. Their drivers edging left and right, also occasionally just giving the brakes a little stamp to try and get some of that warmth from the brakes into the rubber. And all of them now eager to get on with this third round of Fanatec GT Europe and also third round of IGTC. Number 46, Maxime Martin, heads towards the chicane, and with the car needing to be removed and the debris needing to be swept, it is going to be another 2 or 3 laps, I would have thought.
Possibly will be. It depends whether the damage to the barrier will need attention, or whether it withstood the impact because the car bounced off it, and that would have mitigated the degree of kinetic energy involved in that impact. Nevertheless, David, I think probably another couple of laps might get the job done. Pretty efficient marshalling and stewarding here at Spa-Francorchamps. It's a permanent racetrack these days, and everybody who's involved in ensuring that the race gets underway safely, they know and they execute pretty quickly to clear a racetrack.
You just seen Jordan Pepper, there he is, going through. Now that car was involved in an incident in qualifying, and therefore is way down the grid. 61st it is. It won't stay there for long when we go green, I promise you, but Jordan Pepper will have a fight on his hands over the early laps, and they've got to play the long game here, they being Jordan Pepper, Mirko Bortolotti and Andrea Caldarelli. It's the Iron Lynx Lamborghini that they drive.
And of course, Jordan Pepper, as any pro driver who is effectively what I would suggest, out of natural position. When they're going to carve their way through the field, they'll be coming up against bronze, silver, drivers of varying experience, varying ages. They will need to be careful, because if they want to do a little, look at the marshal, they're telling everybody to get way, way over to the right. We're trying to clear this car. And still picking up bits and pieces of bodywork shed from the Porsche on impact, and there is that Maro Engel in.
It is.
Surely not.
It is Maro Engel, and it's going to have a new tyre. Maybe he's run over a bit of debris, or is it a new set, in fact, they're going to do? It's a new set, isn't it?
That's now that is unexpected.
And also coming in is going to be Jordan Pepper, and also in is Daniel Serra.
So, a lot of people started with a set of wet tyres and realised that actually this incident at the top of Radiant has, well, that's clearly a strategic move by these teams, and there is fuel going in as well. So they've used, as I mentioned, we were a quarter way through this event. Now, they weren't running at race pace, so the amount of fuel they will have used is a fraction of what they've used under full throttle conditions. Nevertheless, is it a good call?
We'll find out, won't we? Because it drops them down the order. It means that they can therefore carry on a little bit longer and be out of sequence at the end of the first stint. So they give away track position that they can easily buy back when we go green. It's going to be interesting to see how that pans out. So Jordan Pepper was one of them. Also Thomas Neubauer, also Chris Froggatt, also Dylan Pereira. Quite a few have had a stop. Let's just ponder strategy. Well, let's think about 999. Mikhail Grenier, one of the drivers, he can explain it all to Amanda.
Strategy is already starting here down on pit lane. It was fuel and 4 slicks for the 999. And Mikhail, you guys said that you guys are going to get after it early. Why do you think that's going to benefit this team?
Well, there's a long safety car period going now. There was already around 15 minutes done. So we did a full stop, fuel and tires, tried to offset the strategies. I have full trust in my team, so I know they're taking the right decision. Obviously, we're here to win, so we're willing to take some risk, but let's see if it pays out.
Now, there goes Jordan Pepper, and presumably, therefore, if they have now lost a lap, they will be able to get that back. No, they won't, will they? Because they're pro-class cars. It's only the subsidiary classes that are allowed the wave bike. So if they've dropped off the lead lap, they're going to have to get that back when others pit. But if the class cars had made a stop and lost a lap, they'd be able to get waved by. There's more about this as we go through the race. It's going to be a new feature of the race this year, this wave by. You can see the damage on the Porsche. That's Ian James, by the way, who also made a pit stop in the CrowdStrike Racing by Riley Mercedes, the car that he shares with George Kurtz, the CrowdStrike boss, and Colin Braun and Felipe Fraga.
Well, Felipe Fraga certainly is a very useful addition to that particular car, but as we ride back again on the McLaren coming down the hill in 4th gear, cuts over to the right to go up the hill, and there you got your apex.
Safety car in this lap.
Just heard the voice of the race director, Alain Adon, who after 20 minutes is able to say safety car in this lap, and we are ready to go racing.
I thought he was about to say it just before we called the Porsche heading into the barriers, and hopefully now everybody is primed that by the time they come across start-finish line, this race will be a green race. It's been under green conditions, but we've been under safety car rules at the same time. So now, people, you can see the pace is beginning to pick up. Still the pace of the Audi dictating ultimately, but he can pick up a little bit of pace as well to give everybody behind the opportunity to start getting a modicum of tire temperature, get brake temperatures up as well.
So down to Bruxelles they come, and now everybody starts to sort of get on their toes, don't they? There's a little bit more urgency in this lap. It's a much, much drier road. Wouldn't believe how wet it had been at one stage this morning, but now, although there are damp patches to catch out the unwary, as we've seen into the pit lane. Also now comes 56, the Yacht Raponge, Adrien Delina, Ternat Safran Tirancourt, Daniele Diamato Porsche. Diamato at the wheel of it. That makes its first stop, so that's going to drop it out of sequence. But that car is also one of the Silver Cup cars, so technically eligible for a wave by. But the safety car is going to be in this lap. Kian Jewis is also in the Parker Porsche. The bronze cars. Right, this is Charlie Fagg's view. Road getting drier and drier all the time. Matteo Cairoli then in that French tricolor liveried Porsche starts to back up the pace now. The Huber Motorsport car that he shares with Antares Au, with Tim Heinemann, with Janis Fitje, and we are set to go racing. They've got this long run up through Blanchimont, which is a corner that seems to go on forever, and then up to the chicane.
Well, Blanchimont was really made up of two parts. The early part is nothing more than a gentle curve. The real challenge is the second part, and you'll see a lot of drivers running wide, putting two wheels off the racetrack to give them the maximum amount of angle to get through. There it is, there's the apex of Blanchimont. It is flat, certainly in low fuel qualifying context situations. What it'll be like now, because this racetrack has been wet for pretty much all of today.
Yeah.
So again, a lot of the rubber that would have gone down when the track was drier will have been washed away. So watch and see. The 20 Porsche comes up and it's going to try and get the jump of the Ferrari.
So the green flag will be shown from the marshal's post on this timing line, the control line, as we go racing then in the 24 hours of Spa. There's the green flag, and Matteo Cairoli blasts away, looking for the dry patches on the road, finds the line up towards La Source, sets the car up, turns through with Alessio Rivera chasing after him. Joel Sturm there in the white Porsche is third. Fourth it is from Pereira, fifth is Charlie Fagg, and sixth is Mathieu Drudi as they dive downhill. It's green, we're racing at Spa.
A real test for this leading group of cars. They've not been through the sequence of corners in these conditions, and it's a big adventure. The Porsche, the white Porsche, looked to me like it's got a big wobbles that just got through Eau Rouge.
Climb the hill then now, and then accelerate up towards Les Combes. So there are one or two drivers on their toes to gain places, others just playing themselves in, being a bit more tentative. Understandably, there's a long, long way to go. So after just over 20 minutes, we are up and running, and Matteo Cairoli then starts to edge clear. Others going offline to overtake, including there, look, the Iron Dames, Lamborghini having a go at the Porsche, number 91, as they break for Les Combes there. Robert Renard fending off the Lamborghini 92 then on a big, big charge right now. That's the Manthey EMA Porsche, which is started by Lawrence Vanthorpe. And he's another of those people using the local knowledge. But the point he made pre-race, he and Kevin Estrom spent all season driving LMDH cars, now having to adapt back to GT3. Well, I think they played themselves in all right.
Oh yeah, they played themselves in, but of course in the 911, you know, the engine is behind the rear axle. Well, the prototypes he's been racing are pure race cars, so it's a small adaptation back, and Lawrence Vanthorpe has got all the years of experience in GT3 racing to know how to deal with it.
The field turning through the Piff Path then for the first time. This is Charlie Fagg's view, getting himself up onto the tail of the Pereira Lamborghini, looking for a way by, coming under attack from Mathieu Drudi in the Audi. Turn right, this is Campus. Very, very short straight, turn right again into the Cours Paul Frere.
They're being very careful on the throttle coming into curve Paul Frere. I mean, you could hear the McLaren just backing out of it. Normally that would not be a lift you'd be able to go through there flat out. So there's still concerns that tire temperatures are not yet up into the proper working zone, and therefore a little bit of prudence. And in the meantime, Matteo Cairoli, he had 3/4 of a second advantage over the second place Ferrari at the end of one lap ago. That has extended. It'll be over a second by the time they come. Watch the overtake. Good job up the inside. Has it made it stick? Porsche forced wide on the exit. That's the Hexus Porsche.
So that's Kelvin van der Linde in the Audi coming through. He's on a mission.
Kelvin's always on a mission. Rivera now 2 seconds behind Matteo Cairoli in the lead Porsche.
Right, now that Porsche, the Hexus Porsche number 44, is Stephen Palette, and that car is another of the bronze class cars, so therefore picking its battles, keeping out of trouble for the moment. Van der Linde then ahead of Palette, ahead of Alberto Di Folco in the Gold Cup Boots and VDS Audi as they climb the rise. You can see one or two of them now getting a bit braver and using more of the curve.
Yes, and look at the Audi behind. You could see the pace it carried through Radion, using that pace to try and get the slipstream up the Kemmel straight. Defence on the one hand, staying in the middle of the road, and the Porsche's been overtaken. And again, a good execution. That's how you make an overtake on using Kemmel straight, but it was the speed of the Audi coming up through Eau Rouge and Radion that really set that overtake up.
So Jordan Pepper has done the fastest lap of the race after his pit stop. 63rd he was, behind Maro Engel, behind Daniel Serra, who also came in early in number 71 Ferrari. It's another car to keep an eye to, but Cairoli right now is pulling away from the pack, isn't he?
Yes, he is, and it was 2 seconds when they came across the line to go on to their 8th lap. That lap of Jordan Pepper, 2 minutes 21, bearing in mind track conditions are not perfect, He's got a full load of fuel on, because we saw him reload the fuel. That's a pretty impressive lap in these track conditions. 32, likewise BMW looking to find a way to get up alongside us at the Iron Dames. It is the Iron Dames, so up taking the long way potentially around, coming into Fania or flip-flop. What do you call it? Fania flip-flop?
Piff-path.
Piff-path.
Yes.
Sounds like table tennis to me, but anyway, it's got a variety of names. There's have many corners here at Spa-Francorchamps. The Rover Racing BMW likewise trying to follow through. There's the 46, the car that will at some point this evening see Valentino Rossi behind the wheel.
We've had our first retirement confirmed. It was the Porsche with all the damage. They've had to retire the car. There, look, Maxime Martin comes up to get past the Iron Dames Lamborghini, and also going after him there is the Harper Verhagen Hesse BMW, another car on a mission. So the BMWs working their way forward.
And I think, in fact, Maxime Martin, the 46, is going to find the sister BMW threatening his position, because it looked to me as if it was quicker coming out of the Pau-Francourt and all the way up through Blanchimont.
Dan Harper at the wheel of the BMW. Over the timing line they come. Mercedes goes ahead. Mercedes about to get mugged, because up the inside line goes the BMW then. And Marco Wittmann in the Rover BMW brakes as late as he dares. Endurance Cup Championship leader, don't forget, tries to get alongside the Mercedes. Downhill now, plunges 96. This is the Rutronic Porsche. Thomas Preining, Laurin Heinrich and Dennis Olsen's car. That's the largely yellow and blue one. There, going through shot, being given a very hard time in turn by Enrique Chavez in the McLaren now.
So we've got a group of 5-6 cars, all more or less covered by the proverbial handkerchief up the Camel Straight. So you want to find the best position, which is on the left, coming up to get into the corner. And the Mercedes again manages just to squeeze the Porsche in the change of direction coming through Les Combes. And then the exit of Les Combes again, the curb. Don't overrun the curb, you'll get into trouble if you do.
That's Arjun Maini at the wheel of the Mercedes, and 24th and 25th is that battle pack up the inside line there. Look goes out in number 21. That is Nicholas Bart, Maxim Soule, Max Hoffer's car. Porsche gets run out wide there over the curb. Nico Menzel, and he tries to fight back. So you can see at the moment there's so much shuffling at stake, but also you've got to be careful, because to do the overtaking you find the damper part of the road.
Exactly, and the run down into Pujol, you could see if you went to the left of the racetrack, it is still visually damp there. So you don't want to go onto that part of the racetrack when you know you're going to make a major commitment coming into the two-part Pujol corner.
Right, Cairoli leading the way, 2.2 seconds to the good. You're riding with Thomas Preining at the moment in number 96 Porsche. This is the Rutronic car, and it's one of the IGTC registered squads. Rutronic Racing, Thomas Preining, the DTM Championship leader, in which he races a Porsche. Side by side there, the BMWs. 32, Sheldon van der Linde alongside Maxime Martin. They are not only brand mates, they're teammates. They're run out of WRT behind them. Look, you've got the car in the hands of Dan Harper out of the Rover Racing stable. Maxime Martin fends off Sheldon van der Linde, and they're looking for a way past Anton de Pasquale, the Australian supercar star. What a battle!
The three BMWs line astern, Maxime Martin leading them, Sheldon van der Linde, then Dan Harper. And further back, then you're another group of, what is it, a dozen or more, maybe even, I can't even begin to count.
So over the timing line they go. It's getting darker of others as well. The skies are looking a little bit more leaden. So all those people that are on slicks might yet be in for a bit of a drama, because the Spa weather thinks, let's just be a little bit more facetious here, and it's threatening to rain once more. Pasquale goes through then ahead of Martin with a great little fight. This 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, the three BMWs ganging up on the Porsche. Maxime Martin makes his move and goes ahead. Good pass, that.
Important pass, because he made it in a part of the racetrack. Sheldon van der Linde now trying to follow through, and look, Dan Harper stick the nose of his BMW up the inside of the Porsche, but the Porsche had to take the corner, and consequently that's have to lift off, so Dan Harper loses out, but he'll have another opportunity on the run down into Bruxelles, assuming he can get the nose up and alongside the Porsche. He shows The Porsche's run wide, given Dan Harper. No, Porsche runs the long way around. Harper's got to fall back into line.
Anton de Pasquale, to be fair to him, has raced at Spa in his early days. He came to race in Europe in Formula Renault 1.6 and then in Formula Renault 2 litre in the 1600 engine cars. He had a couple of second places at Spa. He's not been here for a while, but he does know which way the road goes. So if the GT regulars thought they were easily going to be able to get past this Aussie bloke, they've had a bit of a rude awakening. That said, Martin and Van der Linde, having cleared the Porsche, are getting away. The two Rover BMWs, though, are stuck behind.
Yeah, so the Rover BMW behind the sister car, Dan Harper, but you've got 4 BMWs within a group of 5 cars. So they're trying to make progress, but what they don't need to be doing is tripping over one another.
So that's coming out of the chicane. Race leader up to the timing line. That sky's getting ever more dark, isn't it?
It's getting prematurely dark. I mean, that comes across the racetrack. There's going to be somebody who's going to pull the string and it's going to dump all over the 7.004 kilometres of the Spa-Francorchamps circuit.
Right, Cairoli now 3.8 seconds to the good. We then have the cars turning their way now around La Source, and you're looking at Font Pereira and Charlie Fang. Lamborghini versus McLaren, 5th and 6th. 0.4 of a second between the two of them as they came over the timing line, and downhill they plunge there now with Pereira keeping Fang at bay. Charlie Fang in the McLaren right to the curb, rattles through the car, doesn't it? Now climbs the hill coming up out of Radion, and the McLaren now is about to make a move.
Yes, and you can see. So there is the view looking from Lake Coombe, but nothing that the McLaren is able to do. The Lamborghini had sufficient straight land advantage just to consolidate its position, as again we see a little bit of stick the nose up the inside and see if that's been given the ground as the Porsche now beginning slowly. Lawrence Van Voort behind the wheel to find how can he's being much more patient than maybe one would have assumed, but actually I think this is going to be a race where patience pays dividends.
Now we're getting purple sectors now. Look, Maxime Martin having been released, as it were, clear road ahead, suddenly the quickest man within the first sector. Lawrence Van Voort in number 92 Porsche there going down the hill, still trying to make progress, still edging his way forward, heading downhill now, running in 11th place that car. Fred Verviche just up the road ahead of him in the Audi, and Verviche in turn is glued to the back of Alberto Di Folco. Look at this, John, the two Audis absolutely tied together.
Come on, Freddie, we know you can do it. By the way, just the quickest race lap has gone to Matteo Cairoli, 2 minutes 19.5, which is a pretty special lap. He's got a 3.8 second lead over the Ferrari, but this is the battle which we're watching right now, and it's a usual story. We've seen it after so many years, where Audi upon Audi up through Paul Frère-Combes. Cars have got identical performance. The only difference will be in the preferential setup. Is our race leader comes through this chicane to lead on to the start-finish lap.
So that's the race leader. That's Matteo Cairoli, who comes through. In second place, Alessio Rivera's Ferrari in the background. It was 3.8 seconds last time. Let's see what it is this time across the stripe. Porsche leads the way. Ferrari in second, and that's 4.5 seconds now, that margin between the top two. Third is Joel Sturm. So that's second. Let's wait for third to emerge from La Source. There it is, the white Porsche in the background. And then for fourth, Mattia Drudi in the Audi. So Rivera heads down the hill onto lap number 12. You can see how much time he's pulled over Sturm, and then in fourth place is the Audi of Drudi. That's Joel Sturm leading the, second I should say, in bronze, because the leading car, believe it or not, is bronze. You put a bronze driver in with some pros, and it automatically puts the bronze categorisation. And their third and fourth is probably the closest fight of that leading quartet, because Mattia Drudi, that's John's dark horse for a win, isn't it? The Drudi Audi. There it is in fourth place.
Yeah, I mean, there was just, again, intuitiveness. I don't know whether it's going to be a good guess at the end of the day, but certainly Matteo Drudi, who we know is always a star in an Audi, is doing an excellent job, running only 1.3 seconds behind Joel Sturm in this third place Porsche.
That's fifth. That's Font Pereira, another of the Lamborghini factory drivers in the K-Pax racing car, the American team. And then sixth, Charlie Fang. You don't need to be told what the gap is there, you can see it. The two of them are virtually fifth equal, aren't they? Because Fang is that close at the back. More battles further down. You've got Nico Menzel in the Porsche heading up the hill there further back in 30th place. Christopher Mies, 54 Porsche in and amongst that as well. Christian Engelhardt just keeping number 66 of Dylan Pereira at bay, the Porsche Supercar champion Dylan Pereira. Moving to GT cars from one-make Porsches for this year. There he is, number 66, going down up through Bruxelles, the Luxembourg's driver. So out of Bruxelles, and making progress through this is very, very difficult at the moment. So evenly matched to the cars.
Well, I think what also I find actually impressive is that everybody appears to be not trying to win the race in the first hour or whatever. And a lot of those cars driven by pro drivers that were out of position due to the circumstances of qualifying are not ragging their car and not dive bombing. Well, having said that, there's the McLaren doing the very thing that I just described wasn't going to happen. But it was a clean overtake, and there was an opportunity down into Fagnes to make that move, and it's been able to stick.
So good pass made. Order now continues to shuffle around, because there you can see the number 159 McLaren. That is Marvin Kirchhofer, and he's on his toes because he's wriggled his way up past Maxi Goetz there in the white Mercedes. He's also got past the yellow Mercedes in the background of Lewis Williamson on this lap. Now, those are two very quick drivers. Maxi Goetz has won this event before. We've got 13 previous winners on the grid, by the way. Drama at the chicane, very nearly, because the sister car of Enrique Chavez comes under attack then, heading up towards the line. Look, so here to the stripe comes Chavez battling with Lucas Stoltz, and that McLaren has also, I think, gained a place on that lap, hasn't it? So Enrique Chavez, former single-seater gun, goes ahead of Lucas Stoltz. He's right onto the tail of Anton de Pasquale. And in our booth overlooking the F1 pit, it's like somebody's just turned off a light. Suddenly, it has got very much darker.
It is extremely dark. Even though we've got a dark, bit of vinyl on the top of the window, it's still pretty dark outside. A lot of the cars have not nearly, I'd say nearly all of them are now running with their lights on. I don't know if there's been an instruction from race director that these are now equivalent to nighttime running, but certainly a lot of cars running with headlights.
We're getting already driving standards flags for track limit offences. They come on the 4th offence. So the track limit situation, as expected, is going to become a factor as the race leaders here at Spa work lap number 13, and it's Porsche in the lead. Further back in the pack, McLaren. There is the Sky Tempesta racing car.
That car, I think there's a bit of front-end damage that's coming through. Looked like the radiator grille might have been damaged, maybe contact with another car.
Oh.
Well, there's a problem.
And a very frustrated Chris Froggatt, you could see there with his right hand sort of gesticulating in frustration. You're right about the damage. He's lost a whole load of places as well. So he's had a moment somehow, somewhere, hasn't he?
Well, we've not seen it, but look, there's 70 or so cars on the racetrack. You can't always pick up every single little incident. That wasn't a big incident in terms of major damage, but it might be sufficient. Look at Chris Froggatt having really to battle the car. So whether that, well, we're on board with Froggatt. This is live, and this is coming into the source. He might, oh, there's what happened. Is it? Well, I think that's the consequence. He'd already had the damage. That's what caused him to run so far wide. And then it's almost he went into get me home safe mode, just seemed to lose all motion, all drive forward.
If that number is the gear, it seems they got stuck in gear and he couldn't downshift to get the drive out of the corner. He might have been given a tap in the tail. It might be a gear shift problem, and he ran wide because he couldn't get the car slowed down because it wouldn't go down the box. Either way, 93 could be expected into the pit lane.
I think that's what I would call, that's a might-be problem.
Yes, that you...
Familiar. Lots of teams have might-be problems.
Indeed. So as the cars power their way up the hill, we'll keep an eye to number 93 McLaren. I do fear, though, that it's going to end up in the pit road at the end of this lap, and that's not good news in this first hour of the race. Another great little fight going on here. Look, we've got Charlie Fagg up to 5th at the expense of Franck Pereira, and now having a go at the Lamborghinis. Kelvin van der Linde, Audi through on the inside. Another place lost then for Pereira, and a place gained for Kelvin van der Linde, who is hustling forward. That's now 2 Audis in the top 6. 2 Audis in the top 6 here at Spa.
Then this is what I would say is an archetypical Kelvin van der Linde drive. He is what I call a racing driver, not a driver who drives racing cars.
Yeah.
And Kelvin and his brother Sheldon are both very, very adept racers, and Kelvin is putting that to full effect. He's in 7th place. You mentioned Charlie Fagg, you just saw that. He's popped up to 5th place ahead of Franck Pereira in the 6th place Lamborghini. Gap between 1st and 2nd continues to grow. It's now just under 5 seconds, and Joel Sturm is a further 3.3 seconds behind the Ferrari. Matteo Drudi only 1.8 seconds behind the Porsche in 3rd place. So keep an eye on my little hero Matteo Drudi to see whether he can run that down. We are now coming up to 40 minutes into this race, just over 40 minutes. So it will not be that long before we see the regular pit stoppers. Remember, some went off message, out of sequence, so they'll be staying out longer.
We're also hearing there are spots of rain in the endurance pits, so there are spots of rain falling. We're looking at the fight at the moment for 13th place. This is Stephen Palette and Raffaele Marciello, and Valentino Rossi thinks, is it going to be my turn next, and is it going to be wet when I get into the car? It's conceivable. So we are heading then towards the end of this first hour, and there is the Rossi BMW that at the moment is in 17th place in the hands of Maxime Martin. 18th is Sheldon van der Linden, 19th is Dan Harper.
Now, these three cars have been more or less glued to each other all the way through, and Maxime Martin has always had just sufficient in hand to keep Sheldon van der Linden behind him, and Dan Harper has been doing everything he can to get his BMW M4 up ahead of the two cars directly. And Valentino Rossi on the pit wall, engaged in a fairly energetic discussion, I would have thought, with the engineers, and his chance will come whether he'll be second or third in the car, or whether we might actually see Maxime Martin double stint.
So downhill they plunge as you look there at Maxime Martin. Now bear in mind, of course, that you score points in Fanatec GT at the 6-hour and the 12-hour mark, as well as at the end of the race, so they want to make sure they're in a good position, every team at those markers. And so 88 Raffaele Marciello goes ahead now of Stephen Palette right around the outside.
Oh,
Runs wide. He's got the job done, but it's a bit touch and go, and Palette's the one that gets elbowed out.
He certainly only lost not just one but two positions, might lose a third. So whether that will be considered to be a clean overtake, or will maybe the famous expression force majeure come into play. But anyway, I don't think that Porsche will have been overly happy to have been elbowed or hip and shouldered in the manner that Raffaele Marciello. I don't think he did it on purpose, did he? Did he?
Wouldn't have thought so. He's on a mission. He wants to get past. That was a chance. He took it. Hard racing, but it was a pro against a lower graded driver.
Yeah, he took it. He made it. Whether it'll be viewed slightly differently. So,
but there's evidence, if you like, of my point. They want to score points as well as they can at 6 and 12 hours. You may well find the teams playing the strategy here as well to use as little of their slower driver as possible within the first 12 hours, because if we don't get to the end of the race, then at least we'll have scored well at 6 and at 12. And that's what Akkodis ASP did a few years ago. They kept Timo Bogoslawski out of the car for quite a lot of the first 12 hours and banked the points for leading at 6 hours and at 12, and then they put him in the car.
I know the feeling very well. I mean, on occasions, I do feel like the third man in the commentary booth.
I'll let you get a word in before 6 hours are up, I promise.
Well, in between commercial breaks and whatever.
Over the line goes 216. That was the other car that spun behind the safety car. It's dropped a lap, and there's the car in second place, Alessio Rovera at the wheel of it. That's John Shen then in 216. 67th place, that car. But when we get another safety car period, and it's bound to come, because it's in one of the classes, it will be allowed on the wave by to get a lap back.
Actually, the Ferrari has closed down marginally on the lead Porsche. It was over 4 seconds. Now it's down to just literally a couple of thousandths under that. And Joel Sturm, third place, he's losing ground to Rivera, so that indicates that the Ferrari has picked up the pace. In fact, the last lap from Rivera was 2 minutes 20.6 against the last lap of the lead car, a 2:21.2. So over half a second a lap this car took out of the lead car. Proof that Rivera has picked up the pace.
One or two of the team's weather forecasts suggesting there is more rain on the way, but not that they need to worry about it just yet. Matteo Cairoli is still the race leader here at Spa by 4 seconds from the Ferrari of Rivera. Third place, Joel Sturm. Fourth place, Mattia Drudi. Fifth place, Charlie Fagg. Calvin van der Linde is in sixth. And it's still, remarkably, a bronze car leading, and a bronze car that has got the fastest lap, thanks to Matteo Cairoli, a 2 minutes 19.442. Now, admittedly, Cairoli is not a bronze-graded driver. He is a gold, but by being with a bronze, so the car is categorised as bronze. And a spin for number 70, Lamborghini, coming into the chicane by the look of it. It's gone around, and now there's the time taken for the engine to fire back up again, gets away. So the car of Gerhard Watzinger, that was in last place actually, and a spin has not helped him, but I think it's at least going to stay on the lead lap.
I think he may have lost the engine in that spin. That's why it took a little longer than one would expect. So watch and see just comes up and just the pendulum effect just took over. Finds himself facing backwards to the final part of the chicane. Just looking further down, the 188 McLaren, Chavez has done the fastest sector of anybody in Sector 1. That's a car running in 21st position. So it's very difficult to anticipate and predict where the genuine pace is coming from this entire 70-car field, or 69-car field as it is now.
Chris Froggatt did not come into the pit lane. We understand it was just a little scare in the gearbox, so he's okay and picking up the pace once more. We've still got a long, long way to go with 23 hours and 13 minutes of the race. BMW battle is still on. Maxime Martin, though, getting away from Sheldon van der Linde. And there, look, Dan Harper has now lost a place to Enrique Chavez then. So the Garage 59 McLaren gains one spot.
Yeah, that's the car I mentioned has made fastest sector time in Sector 1. That car has got real pace. We're now in Sector 1, so whether he can make any further progress on the 32 BMW directly ahead as we come over radio. But again, look at the BMW trying to pick up Dan Harper, using the slipstream and trying to position himself. Chavez going slightly defensive, going to the middle of the road, denying Harper the opportunity to go one way or the other into Les Coumrons. Slightly wide on the entry, and then Harper will take some faith and hope that that might be indicative of what actually the pace of the McLaren is genuinely all about.
Downhill comes this battle then, with Sheldon van der Linde in the BMW now being caught by Enrique Chavez then. Out of Brussels. Downhill they drop once again. We're on lap 17 here, and we are still 12 minutes or so away from the end of that first hour. So Cairoli leading the race. What about Dan Harper in the meantime? You're riding on board with him in the BMW, 18th. Just up the road ahead is this fight going on between Chavez and van der Linde. And the Rover BMW down towards pit path now. We're looking back from Sheldon van der Linde's BMW. Enrique Chavez is behind in the McLaren. He's close, John, but he's not quite close enough to make a move there.
No, and is that the 32 getting involved? It is. And that's with the Hexus Porsche. So I don't know why that is necessary, because that's the sort of damage that can inflict a pit stop upon you. So he turns in, and then the Porsche cuts across. So that's a misunderstanding between the two drivers. Was I right to make that move down the inside? Was I right to cut late in the case of the Porsche? And both drivers will feel that that was an avoidable incident. So there's the onboard view from Kelvin van der Linde as we look again at Chavez and the McLaren harrying van der Linde as they come up and across the start-finish line to go on to what will be their 18th lap.
I was hesitating because number 71 has attracted my attention. It was Daniel Serra that we put in the car. That's been given a driving standards flag for unsporting behaviour, which isn't a phrase that's often used.
Well, we need an explanation as to what unsporting behaviour in this instance refers to. But what something needs referring to is that the gap between first and second is now down to less than 3 seconds. Rivera continuing to reel in this car, the lead car, and now the gap is 2.7 seconds.
Overall leader, bronze leader, is Matteo Cairoli. I don't think when you look at the entry list, you'd expect that at the end of the first hour it will be a bronze car leading, especially from pole position. But anyway, such has been the quirk of the event so far. So there is Matteo Cairoli in this car shared by Janis Fittia with Tim Heinemann and with Antares out. Cairoli is very much the star turn in that, but Tim Heinemann is far from slow. DTM Trophy champion, German GT4 champion. So in terms of overall position, it'll be interesting, but certainly a bronze class win. Beckens, now that's a very, very crossed up Charlie Fagg. He is a class leader as well, because he currently is leading the Gold Cup. And I think we've said in the past about him rattling over the curb and how much that put through the car, but he's a spectacular man to watch as he leads the Alberto Di Folco Audi and then Max Hoffer's ComTU Audi winning gold.
Yes, that was a moment I didn't expect to see, because why would you have to work that hard at a part of the racetrack? It's not particularly quick through that right-left sequence of almost like it's like a grown-up chicane. But we saw Charlie Fagg having to do a lot of work behind the wheel to keep the car pointing in the correct direction.
That Lamborghini front Pereira has dropped quite a bit of time, hasn't it? Because it was ahead at one point in 4th place overall. It's now down to 7th in silver. It is here, Fabrizio Crestani leading the way, comes out of the chicane. He leads Lucas Leggeret and then Rui Mejohas, last year's GT4 European Series champion. So that's the silver leader. The leading overall class car, if there is such a thing as an overall class, is Alessio Rovera. The pros don't get a class as such, but were they to, that would be the leading one.
Yeah, well, Caroli is, by all defect, a pro driver.
Yeah, indeed.
And as a pro driver against a pro driver, gap down to 2.6 seconds.
Good little fight here. That's Raffaele Marciello coming up to have a go at the Audi ahead of him. So Marciello on the back of Fred Verviche now, and taking Leggeret with him. This is where all of that grunt of the Mercedes should kick in. Verviche just a little bit wider up the curb. Marciello in the wheel tracks now as they pound their way towards Les Cons. Marciello is closing, he's in the tow, is he going to be able to pull out at the last moment? Verviche stands his line. Marciello moves to the inside line and can't do it because Verviche brakes late but goes deep into the corner and Marciello does get by.
And he outbraked himself and in the process not loses one but two positions, and that was only because Fred Verviche knew that Marciello was on the inside. He had to go deep into the corner, but in the process he just ran out of braking power, and consequently in defence he lost not one but two positions.
Sheldon van der Linde also now being given an unsporting behaviour flag. Interesting, and we're getting one or two more for track limits.
All these track limits are at the exit of Blanchimont. I mean, you can look, we've got all this information on our timing and scoring screen, and there's only about four other incidents where track limits have been flagged up, and that's at the top of radio. I mean, everybody's just running wide on the exit of Blanchimont, and as a consequence, they're getting notifications.
And that's partly because of the fact that the road is drying out, and therefore the drivers are pushing that little bit harder. Raffaele Marciello there, up 11 places. Enrique Chavez has gained 11. Stephen Palette's dropped 13. We've seen him being roughed up a little bit. Thomas Preining has gained 7. Marvin Kirchhofer has gained 12, though. An amazing stint for number 159 McLaren.
Well, Marvin Kirchhofer, a very, very highly rated driver indeed, both when he was at Aston Martin and now at McLaren. So there's no big surprise running currently in 30th position. So excellent run by Kirchhofer.
And Frederick Schandorf has gained 23 places. How about that?
Well, I mean, that, I think we'd better write a letter to the Guinness Book of World Records and submit that as a potential. I mean, what can you do as we come up, but we're, what, 6 minutes away from the conclusion of first hour.
That's right, so we're almost there. This is Frederick Schandorf, former Lamborghini Super Trofeo Middle East champion. He's won the World Final in the past as well, and currently the McLaren hustling on with the Scandinavian behind the wheel. He was last year's gold champion in the Endurance Series. He was silver champion back in 2020. Danish Formula 4 champion as well, Frederick Schandorf. Staying on board the McLaren as he comes then on the tail look of the Rodrigo Baptista Mercedes, and now moves ahead of that car and gets onto the tail of...
Into the pit lane.
Yeah, Michel Gassing into the pit lane. That's interesting. The Iron Dames Lamborghini, that's been dropping away, hasn't it?
Yes.
Elevated qualifying position, but a relatively early stop. That gets the car out of the traffic.
Correct. That's a good call by Iron Dames, Iron Links that run the car, to bring that car in earlier than the mass of the field, so they'll be back on track roughly within the lap of when the remainder of the field are going to make their pit stop. Down the hill, Ferrari versus Lamborghini, well, it's a bit of a no-brainer on that one to see who had the straight line advantage.
That was Jordan Pepper going ahead of Isaac Tutano Lopez. That's Mario Engel that we saw also as an early pitter, and 48th that car is.
That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work indeed for the 999 Mercedes, but they understand what it's all about. This is a 24-hour endurance race, so yeah. Where they will be come 4:30 Sunday afternoon, I can almost, as long as the car is still running, guarantee you it will not be running in 48th position.
I think you're right about that. Mario Engel is already on his toes, isn't he, there? Look as he closes up onto the tail of the Porsche and very nearly gets up the inside of the Porsche coming out of Bruxelles. It's Christopher Zirkling, in fact, that he's fighting with. And that said, Zirkling is ahead of him now, and he wasn't at the start of the lap. There is the Iron Dames Lamborghini making its way back out of the pits. Bear in mind that there's no regulation pit stop time as such in this race, but there are two types of pit stop. There's a long and a short, and they refer to how long the fuel hose is connected. A short stop has to have the fuel hose coupled for 5 seconds or more, and a long stop, the fuel hose has to be coupled for 43 seconds with the fuel going in for that time. So it's not a case of sitting there, a time into a time out, but it's the time that the fuel hose is connected for. 63, Jordan Pepper goes through. Remember, that car made an early stop and therefore is now the highest placed of those few that did come in very early on. We'll see on the completion of that first round of stops where it feeds in.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough break for Jordan Pepper, making that very early pit stop and then realizing that it's going to take a long time for the 63 Lamborghini to get up into where they again would assume they should naturally be running, which would be certainly comfortably within the top 20 and probably in the case of the driver lineup that they've got inside the top 10.
Battle on here. This is for third and fourth. We've not really touched on Joel Sturm's pace. He's dropped away from Cairoli and Rovera, but he's not as high a graded driver, so you can understand that. Matteo Drudi, though, hasn't found a way past him, so Joel Sturm has done a very good job in this first stint. He's driven nicely, smoothly, consistently. He's kept the car up in contention, and we are heading towards the end of the first hour, so we'll anticipate pit stops. Quite often, teams will come in just a little bit earlier at the end of the first stint, just to see how much fuel they've got left, just to make sure that they've got one stint done. And then with that data, they might stretch it by a lap on the next round of pit stops, either to the very end, or maybe even one further on the third stint.
Yeah, I mean, all this is part of what teams are about. They're not all sitting in the pit lane, eating ice creams and swinging their legs and thinking, isn't it lovely to sit in the sun? When it comes out, of course, don't bet on it coming out too frequently. But, I mean, Matteo Drudi all over the rear of Joel Sturm as they come across the start-finish line. Sturm staying defensive, staying on the right-hand side of the track. Drudi makes that big dive to the left to try and make the undercut, as Sturm will run wider on the exit than the Audi will do. So no gain or loss to either driver in that situation. But there's been a gain, in fact, for the lead Porsche. It's pulled away again from the second place Ferrari. The gap's now up to just under 3.5 seconds.
So Sturm versus Drudi, third and fourth. Porsche versus Audi, bronze versus overall. Drudi here, I reckon he's close enough to make the move, isn't he now? He's getting into the wheel tracks of that white Porsche as they head up towards Les Combes. So the Audi inching ever closer. No gap on the inside. Drudi goes to the outside line. No way through there, I don't think. No, can't do it. Very close to the back of the Porsche, but 911 hangs on to the place.
Yeah, but what Drudi's trying to do is force the Porsche, Joel Sturm, to go defensive to enable him. Look, Dan Harper's got ahead of the sister car, which was Marcus Wittmann. So that's a pass that we didn't see, but there it is on screen. So now what will Dan Harper be able to do as he's been released, chasing down Sheldon van der Linde, and these four BMWs have been more or less nose to tail, give or take the odd occasion when another car's gotten between them through circumstance rather than a competitive battle. So four BMWs fighting it out in 17th through to 20th position.
Right, pit stops are coming now. You've got Alex Arca in, you've got Glenn Van Berlo, Philip Ellis in the Winward Mercedes, Christopher Zirkling in as well. Dan Harper you're riding with as he comes out of Brussels, being chased by his teammate Marco Wittmann. What's interesting here is that Maxime Martin has been caught again by Sheldon van der Linde, who's brought that train of BMWs along with him. Harper still can't find a way past him. Wittmann is there on the tail as well, but Maxime Martin at the front of that queue, still in 17th place, and in fact lost out a lap ago. Kay Van Berlo got past him, so the BMWs are struggling a bit.
Well, it'll be interesting. We've got two teams running the BMWs. There's the 55 Porsche in, to see which way the WRT and the Rover Racing team organise their pit stops. And I'm not sure where Rover Racing are on the high pits, the Formula One pits, or they're down on the other side of the pits where you've got a much steeper decline. But there will have to be a bit of assistance between those two teams to ensure that they don't end up tripping over one another.
So Martin blasts now through Blanchimont. Sheldon van der Linde still chasing him. So you've got Porsche, Ferrari, Porsche, Audi, McLaren, Audi, Lamborghini, Audi, Porsche within the top 10. Fastest lap, still that from lap 12 from Matteo Cairoli in the very early part of the racing element of the race. And there for the pit lane goes Wittmann.
Yes, I think probably a good move. He lost the position to Dan Harper. So ideal opportunity to come in and get out of that four-way train battle with the two BMW teams.
Yeah. Also in Dennis Lind, also in Fred Verviche. So now the order starts to shuffle.
So there is the 32 BMW, Sheldon van der Linde. The gap between he and Maxime Martin has stretched a little. So Sheldon van der Linde.
Car 52, 30-second time penalty for track limits to be taken at the next pit stop.
Well, car 52 is the Ferrari of Lilou Wadou, Louis Machiels, Jeff Machiels and Andrea Bertolini, and a penalty then is coming.
Well,
who's it behind the wheel? Because it's only been the one driver, therefore, that has committed the offence. That Ferrari number 52.
It's Louis Machiels.
Started by Louis Machiels. So 6 times a class winner here, local driver, but he's the man that's racked them all up.
Well, I'm assuming he's been doing it at the popular part of the racetrack. That's the exit of Blanchimont. But I mean, Louis Machiels is an extremely experienced endurance race driver, and I'm slightly surprised that he's been found guilty of this particular regulation.
Yeah, it is a surprise given his experience, although he's an AM, not a pro, a very experienced AM. Either way, the penalty has been issued by the race director. It's not actually come up on the timing screen yet. We've heard it, but it's not been issued. But a 30-second penalty then to be served at the next pit stop for 52. There's 998 then. That's Dan Harper, still in 18th place. And the other incidents that we've been picking up on from the pit lane, number 60, the Baptiste Moulin Lamborghini went to the wrong pit box, so confusion there for the VSR driver. Right, now of course the order is going to shuffle, and you see the lead car go by to put a lap on those 3, the Fred Verviche Audi, the Dennis Lind Lamborghini and the Marco Wittmann BMW, and of those we'll catch up in a moment as to whether any have had a driver change.
My instinct, and I'm going to second guess it, is that most of these teams are going to double stint, maybe in some cases do a triple stint, but certainly do a double stint to get into the race and allow the incumbent driver who's been on track in these conditions to use that to his advantage. Then when you make your driver change, there's a lot of information available to that new driver getting in.
Pit lane has become incredibly busy. The top 2 have stayed out, but just about everybody else has come in behind. Look at this, a whole line of cars coming down the pit lane here. The pit lane here at Spa is very busy indeed. There, Maxime Martin is in, and he's not the only one, because there are something like 21 out of the top 23 cars that have made a pit stop. Smoke there. Should we get concerned about that?
I don't know whether that's smoke or something has been, it's almost like an extinguisher has been released, but you can see it's coming from the Lamborghini that's just been returning to the field. I don't know where that would be coming from. It certainly was unusual to see that amount of whatever it was in the air.
There's the Grove Porsche. I think Stephen Grove ready to take over that car. Away goes the Lawrence Vanthoor Porsche. Away goes there. Enrique Chavez in the Garage 59 run McLaren. You see the teams with the boards waving the car in. So you look for your car controller, and they have different boards, so not everybody has the same thing. It's easily distinguishable. They'll have lights on them as well, so that in the nighttime section of the race you can easily identify where your car controller is as you come down the pit lane.
So watching, there's about 7 or 8 cars all coming down, interspersed between half a second between them. Back, sun is shining into the commentary booth as our race leader is in.
Indeed so. We saw Maxime Martin pit. He stayed behind the wheel of the so-called Rossi BMW. This is Matteo Cairoli who comes in. It makes sense, I guess, to keep him behind the wheel because he knows what the track condition is like. Alessio Rivera is in as well, out of second place. There he is, and you can see how busy it gets at AF Corsa. The cars, the 296s, those Ferraris queued up nose to tail.
Oh, fire in the back of the Ferrari. The number 50 of fires broke out round that right rear corner.
So drama there, that's the Simon Mann car, and all of this ahead, of course, of the car that came in second place. So they need to get that dealt with and get it out of the way, but it's very rare that you see a fire like that, and it's still having to be attended to.
Is that a fuel spillage when the fuel bowser was attached, or more likely when it was removed? So they're still concerned. They want to get that car away from the sister car because they're struggling to getting that into control.
So drama's there for AF Corsa. Very, very unusual to see. and it's happening ahead of number 51, so it could just lose a fraction of time when that car needs to restart.
David, that used to happen a lot in the good old days, you know, the good old days.
Well, there is 51 on its way. Number 20 Porsche has got to its pit box. You can just see there the pit stop is underway then. So Cairoli gets out, so there is a driver change there.
I'm surprised, but maybe the policy within the team is to rotate all the drivers at the earliest opportunity. And then when you go into the night time, or certainly the darker bit of the afternoon into night time, then we might see Cairoli doing a double stint, whereas all his other co-drivers might just do single 1 hour stints.
Now 63 Lamborghini here should take the race lead, because that car is on lap 25. There it goes, with Cairoli's car still in the pit lane. So Jordan Pepper, remember, who had pitted out of sequence earlier on, is now going to be the leader. Cairoli stays ahead of Rovera, or the Cairoli car. We'll confirm who took it over in a second when the transponder updates, and there away also now goes 51. Alessio Rovera leaves the pit lane as well. So the Lamborghini is going to be ahead, and there is 51 Ferrari back on track. So Jordan Pepper pitted out of sequence. For the moment, at least, the race comes to him, but it's going to ebb and flow now all the way to the very end.
And the second car in line, Mauro Engel, likewise a very early stopper, caught us off guard. We didn't expect to see that car coming in so early, but obviously they had a plan and they executed the plan. They're now, or effectively will be, in second place once everybody washes through, having made their pit stops.
Right, so Janis Fitcher has taken over the Porsche, and Jordan Pepper then leads the way. Mauro Engel and Daniel Serra, 999 Mercedes, 71 Ferrari, and the other cars to keep an eye on. And there's number 50 Ferrari in its pit box, with the fire having to be attended to. We're hearing that number 70 has had another spin as well, but this is, I think, is going to be a long stop for the Ferrari.
Well, they've taken the rear body section, they've removed it, and now they're working around the engine cover and work going on. So I think whatever they've found, they've been able to deal with, and try to get the car back ready to go on track.
Two Lamborghini-related elements. Here's your leader. This is Jordan Pepper. So up from 61st on the grid into the lead. Next Lamborghini point. I'm waiting for a cheer out of John here. Fastest lap of the race, Dennis Lind.
Yo!
So the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini has done the quickest lap of the race. Dennis stayed behind the wheel, and on new tyres, he's gone for it. 2:19.074 is away. Now goes number 50 Ferrari. Leaves 11s on the line as he blasts away. That was some exit.
It certainly was exciting. It's interesting that there's a theoretical best lap time. If you take all three sectors together, you would see a 2:18.343.
Dennis Lind, the fastest man at the moment, as there is Jordan Pepper then, race leader. 4.8 seconds ahead of Mauro Engel when they came over the line. So they stopped out of sequence. It's Lamborghini leading Mercedes right now. Right, Lamborghini up the hill then. So Jordan Pepper, Mauro Engel, and Daniel Serra in third place. That's the second place car. The yellow Mercedes then is second, and behind you're looking for the Ferrari in third spot of Daniel Serra, another out of the AF Corsa stable. Pepper's last lap was a where am I looking?
2:21.4.
Yes, and Engel a 2:21.3.
But more impressive was that of Daniel Serra, 2:21.1. So those three cars effectively running top three. It's the Ferrari was fractionally quicker. What we're looking to see is the 20 Porsche, now with Janis Fitcher behind the wheel. His outlap was a 4 minutes and 2. That included the in and out pit stop, by the way. So we need to wait for him to complete a flying lap to see the pace of what was the former race leader.
Also now, another car that stopped early, Cian Jewis for Stuart Parker's eponymous team, is up into 5th overall. So it's another bronze car, but Cian Jewis, Carrera Cup GB champion, pitted early, and it's now paying dividends. I know it's going to ebb and flow depending on when the next round of pit stops comes and so on and so forth, but for the moment, that car, the Team Parker Racing Porsche, are up to 5th.
Well, that car had a best lap of 2 minutes 20.5. Jewis's time is at 2:23.5, so he's driving himself back in.
Let's see if we can get to the bottom of that pit fire for the number 50 Ferrari. Amanda has been finding people from AF Corsa for us.
Well, the Ferrari was pulled into the garage. They had the door open so that Simon Mann could get a little air after that fire. And team representative with Ferrari, what can you tell me about the 50?
Just like fuel went out during the refueling and that went on fire. But we have checked the car is okay. Fortunately, the guys are okay. This is the most important thing, and the car is going.
And driver's okay?
The driver is okay.
Good news. So lost them some time, but it could have been a lot worse.
Oh yes, I mean, look, it's very unusual to see dry brake fuel connectors having a fuel spillage. And of course, brake discs and anything around the exhaust system, if a sniff of a fume of petrol gets near it, then that can explode, and that's what happened. But the fire was quickly dealt with. The concern would be any of the maybe oil lines or brake lines, if heat unexpectedly, that they got overheated by a flash fire. But they had a look at the car. They took the rear body section away. That's a quickly detachable modular part, and they put it back on again. They're satisfied that car's in a safe condition to go back out in the race course and go racing.
So, in terms of the fastest speed of anybody, it's good for McLaren, isn't it? Marvin Kirchhofer, Enrique Chavez, Frederick Schandorf, all being able to do 271, or in some cases 269 kilometres an hour. Interesting that the McLarens are the fastest cars thus far in terms of a top speed.
This car, 20, has just done on its first full flying lap a 2 minutes 20. That's a second quicker than everybody else directly ahead of him.
So Janis Fittja then going nicely in Porsche 20. You're looking at 71, Daniel Serra. He's in third. The car that he's chasing is absolutely directly ahead. That is the Mercedes now. Mauro Engel at the wheel of 999. So this is the battle starting to develop for second place. Enrique Chavez now in the McLaren has done the fastest lap of the race. He's gone quicker than Dennis Lind had, 2:18.5, as the road gets ever drier and ever quicker.
I mean, that is a very quick lap in race conditions. Okay, the car's been in, got fresh rubber, but it's got another load of fuel on board. But it just indicates how much the track is evolving now that it is effectively fully dry. There may be little patches way offline, but fresh rubber, a clear lap, and a focused driver results in a quick lap 2:18.5. I mean, that we were looking at those lap times thinking that would have probably got you midfield for your qualifying.
Engel's got a bit stuck in traffic here, hasn't he? Because the Bullet Racing Aston Martin is not yet getting out of the way, and Mauro Engel hasn't quite got that last couple of tenths of pace to be able to jump past it naturally, as it were. So he's a bit stuck.
I think maybe coming out of Blanchimont, he might have the benefit of a bit of a run up the hill, so he's looking to line himself up. Goes one way, and the Aston's trying to defend. Mauro Engel goes the long way, gets alongside, goes around the outside, but has he made it out? Oh, yes, he has made it stick. The Aston might try to come back, but the concern is that Rivera directly behind, and the Ferrari will be trying to pick up the pieces. And the Ferrari should be able to benefit out of this, but the Aston is still between these two cars.
Spen in the background, coming out of the chicane, look. Car facing the wrong way, so second and third go through. That, I think, is the third spin for Lamborghini number 70. Gerhard Watzinger's third spin, two of which have been at the chicane.
Consistent, you have to say that's consistency.
Bad news, though, because that car is hemorrhaging time now. So Watzinger is about 3 laps down, gets going again, but he's been good in Super Trofeo, Gerhard Watzinger, as a quick am, but a different type of beast altogether, a GT3 car, and it's caught him out. Time penalty now also for Nicholas Bourne, David Schumacher, Marius Zug's Mercedes for speeding in the pit lane.
First one of those we've had notified so far today. There is the third place Ferrari, Daniel Serra. That's a 51, I beg your pardon. That's Rivera in 5th place, trying to run down the original race leader, the number 20, Janis Fittja Porsche car, which is a very impressive pace, I have to say, for Fittja. Didn't anticipate his pace would be as the level it is.
Yeah, Janis Fittja, who's another of the drivers, and there are so many on this grid, that started off in single-seater racing, but went as far as GP3 before switching to Porsches. Drove in the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe last year. and doing a good job at the moment then, lapping in the 2:20s, quicker than those ahead. You're looking at number 62 there going through. That's the Parker Porsche. Cian Jewis at the wheel of it. This car shared by Derek Pearce, Xavier Malzahn and Andy Merrick, the man that heads up the British Racing Drivers Club Superstars programme, of which Cian Jewis is one of the 2 representatives on the grid, the other being Charlie Fagg, and the Superstars programme by the BRDC aimed at bringing on young British talent.
And of course Andy Merrick, who was a promising young footballer before he saw the light and took up motor racing.
And his dad was a very successful racer as well, Peter Merrick, going back a long, long time. And then he came back to Race Historics a little while ago as well. So there you've got the bronze battle. It is, at the moment, the Janus Fitcher from Cian Jewis, from Marco Seefried. Now, you think Marco Seefried, bronze, never. But like Klaus Bachler, like Joel Stern, like Matteo Cairoli, because of other drivers' grading that he has as co-drivers, the car is eligible for that bronze category.
David, just interesting, if I made a comeback as a race driver, what category would I go into? It would have to be a very base metal. I don't think there is one currently.
Tin.
Tin.
You're tin.
Tin.
The Tin Man, John. That's
tin,
what you are.
tin.
You're the tin. When you get to a given age, you instantly become bronze. So however many Grand Prix you won, you would be bronze. 56 now. This is another of the Porsches being given a time penalty. The Reponge de Lina Safran Diamato Porsche for track limits, number 56. So penalties are racking up, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, it's inevitable. We're into the second hour. Why not get a few more penalties? Gives us something more to discuss as we're on board with the McLaren all the way down into Rouge, and then the cut back over the top of Radio. Every time you do it, it's almost like it knocks the wind out of you as you go into the compression, then you get released as you come up over the top of Radio. Wow, another lap. You're going to do this for 24 hours.
Spinner. Drama. It's Vatzinger again. Gerhard Vatzinger at La Source. I think that was with a bit of help, but poor old Gerhard Vatzinger has had a horrible time in this first stint. And can he drive himself out of the gravel? Yes, he can. That's the good news. Get up the hill where the tarmac is and spin turn the car around if you can to be out of everybody's way. Well done, Gerhard Vatzinger. How did he get there? I think there was contact.
No.
Well, there was there.
Yes.
And whoa, Maxime Martin, oh, so nearly.
And the bodywork came off the BMW. Yeah. A little bit of bodywork was caught.
It was Dennis Lindy hit on the inside, and Martin just missed him on the outside.
I think there was bodywork from the BMW. A flick of something came off. Anyway, he must feel like he's either punchboard or countersunk with the amount of damage and spins and whatever he's had so far.
Stick at it, Gerhard. Gerhard Vatzinger rejoins the race, but it's all getting a bit leery now. So very, very busy it has been in this first, what have we had, hour and a quarter? Nearly an hour and 20 minutes, that's all. But a lot's happened, and Jordan Pepper, the race leader, by 7.5 seconds. Then in silver, Sam Neary now, the very quick Brit, has taken over from Fabrizio Crestani. He leads Lucas Legere, and then third in the class is Daniele Diamato. But that third-place car now has a penalty, which is to be served at the next pit stop. These time penalties, they're not stop-goes. You add them to your next pit stop. So a 30-second time penalty for the Porsche third in class at the next stop.
Well, 30 seconds is a long time, but in the scheme of things over 24 hours, just get over it and get on with the job. Nevertheless, it's something that is avoidable. And when the driver comes in and goes through his down sort of loading of what went on, that's going to be pointed out. So we are back up into the chicane. So 58. It sounds a bit strange, the exhaust. Is that maybe just the way the microphone on the corner is placed?
Might just be the way
it's a bit flat.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Sam Neary has gone over the line, and the lap time that he did is a 2:20.9. That's good. It's quicker than those around him, actually.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just an effect from the microphone, his position, whatever.
Have a look who's working his way through that little train as well as they go downhill. Look down from the drone. Lawrence Van Poel stayed at the wheel of 92, that Grello Manthey Porsche, and he's working his way up the pack again now. Grello, you might ask. Green and yellow.
Yes.
That Grello.
I thought something like you might put over a nice dish of pasta. Anyway, that car is currently in 14th position, and he's, just a tenth of a second behind the Audi of Mateki. There's a Mateki, so there you can see we're back to 88. So that was the car that was being driven by Raffaele Marcello, and where has that car returned? So it's in 15th place, directly behind Lawrence Van Poel, just under a second. So this gap, you can see what's going on. Little group of McLaren, Mercedes, Porsche, Audi, and then Sam Neary in the Lamborghini, along with Frank Pereira directly ahead of him.
So riding on board the Lamborghini now, coming out of Bruxelles, back onto the power.
You have to wait a long time at the exit of Bruxelles before you can get full throttle. It's an off-camber exit, and then the run down into Speaker's Corner. Likewise, it's easy to run wide and put a wheel on the gravel as the Barwell Lamborghini sails on serenely.
Dennis Lind then pressing on in the Pro-Am, leading Lamborghini ahead of Ian James, ahead of Nico Menzel. Dennis Lind, Patrick Kuyler, Rob Collard and Bashar Mardini, the drivers of that Pro-Am class leading Lambo. And Dennis Lind currently in 19th place there in the Lamborghini Huracan. Mauro Engel second in the pits, Daniel Serra third in the pits, so their next stops are again early and out of sequence.
Yeah, I mean, there we'll see the Ferrari back is at the cells to 71 in this time. As Mauro Engel comes up the top pits to go around the inside of La Source, then drop down to that car's pits box. And so Jordan Pepper leads, and it'll be Fitcher in the Porsche technically that will then pick up in third place. There is the Mercedes creeping down, and it feels interminably long as the 71 Ferrari sits there waiting.
So remember, it's down to how long the fuel hose is connected as to whether it's the long or the short stop. Well, it's clearly a long one, and therefore it's got to be connected for 43 seconds. Could be longer, but a minimum of 43. Engel arrives, away goes 71. Daniel Serra has been in that car since the start. Mauro Engel, by the look of it, is staying aboard the Grupper M 999 Mercedes.
And that's this car's second stop, because they came in early, and then... Is it second? It is the second.
Yes, absolutely right, yeah. But interestingly, the other car that came in early is the one that leads the race, Jordan Pepper, and that hasn't come in as yet, at least.
So creeping down at 50 kilometers per hour. At least it's the same for everybody.
Yep. Walking pace, it must feel like. But here, look, the Ferrari is going to try to get the place. It came in behind the Mercedes. The Mercedes needs to get going. It does, and hangs on to second spot then. So track position retained by Grupper M with the Mercedes AMG over the Ferrari.
Which more or less goes to prove there's no significant advantage whether you're in the high pits or the low pits as we go back into the conclusion of another lap, and Jordan Pepper is in.
So the leader is in this time, so lap 31 will be completed by the leader.
So Mauro Engel then assumes the lead, and he's got Daniel Serra behind him, and then Janusz Fritche will acquire third place. So in fact, yes, Pepper's in, but it looks like Fitch is going to be our leader from Rivera.
Yeah.
And then Matteo Drudi and Engel's in, and Serra's in. And then we've got Siegfried in the 911 Porsche.
So there's the Jordan Pepper pit stop. This, incidentally, one of a number of cars making its Spa 24-hour debut, the Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2. The others are the Ferrari 296, the McLaren 720S Evo, and Porsche debuting the 911 GT3R within this race. Not its first race, but its first Spa 24 hours, if you're with me.
Mauro Engel back out on the track, and he should have the Ferrari somewhere in his mirrors, but I think he's managed to stretch the advantage he had when he joined the track, or rejoined the track. As we watch the 63, just the mechanic did something on the left-hand side, then we cut back to this, so I couldn't quite see what he was doing. Car going in. I knew there was something that he came out and went to the left-hand side. Couldn't see what it was, and there we are. There's a problem for that 63 Lamborghini.
And that was in the lead when it came in. There was no suggestion of a problem, but big drama. Then number 63, the Iron Lynx Lamborghini, into its garage. Now, the regulations do say that at one part of the race you've got to make a 4-minute technical pit stop, but you can't do that until you've done 12 hours of the race. So it's not that. So it must be something more sinister. That's got a problem. It's in the garage.
Absolutely, and it wasn't apparent initially when the car came into the pit lane. Just caught the mechanic running around the left-hand side, and something in his hands, and then we cut to this car coming into view, the Mauro Engel Mercedes, and then we cut back to the pit lane, at which point the Lamborghini was being pushed back into the garage. So that's a bit of an opportunity for let's find out what's going on with the 63 Lamborghini. We're hoping to get somebody down there with a microphone. But usually what happens when teams have a problem, the shutters come down and, oh, we don't want to talk, we don't want to talk, do we?
Trying to work out what else it could be, but either way, they're hemorrhaging time. So now it is going to be Janis Fitcher who gets that lead back. Maro Engel there goes up the hill. So here is the team hard at work. They've got the bodywork off the front. They're taking the wheel off. I'm not getting an instant answer, but there's clearly big problems for the number 63 Lamborghini here as the mechanics go to work and furrowed brows all round that car.
Looks to me as if they're working on the brake master cylinders. They've got the wheel off on the left side. It's hard to judge what it is. It's dark in the garage. We're sitting looking at it on a TV screen from our commentary position. But whatever the issue is, it was an unexpected issue. And the team have had to go to work and try to recover as quickly as they possibly can.
Right, BMW's coming into the chicane. Dennis Lind under attack. Look back from the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini. And he is coming under attack from Marco Wittmann. This is 16th and 17th places as they come over the line. And there is a change because 51 Alessio Rivera goes ahead of Janis Fitcher. That is for the on-the-road lead. So Alessio Rivera takes over the lead from Janis Fitcher. And that puts the overall class Ferrari, the overall category Ferrari, ahead of the Porsche in bronze.
Yes, on that last lap, the Ferrari took nearly a second out of the advantage. So Lamborghini back on. That's what I saw the mechanic bring up, one of those dollies. So whatever the problem was, I think it was brake related. It looked like around the master cylinders. Hard to judge what it was, but there we are. There is race leader at Ferrari. There is second place for a Porsche. Gap now just about a second. We'll see what it is when they come across start-finish line. But for some reason, Fitcher lost the best part of a second to the Ferrari on that last lap.
That has cost the Lamborghini a lap, by the way. So Jordan Pepper, after all the hard work to get into the lead and the clever pit stop, can't wait to know what the problem is there because it just came out of nowhere.
Well, I mean, the car was going through the normal procedure to do wheels, fuel, and then all of a sudden, panic, and let's get the car in the garage and see what the problem is. Took the nose off and the bodywork off, and I suspect it'll be a master cylinder brake, fluid, whatever. But, you know, it's only second guessing from my quarterback's armchair.
Raffaele Marciello, 88 Mercedes, is chipping his way up the order, currently running in 10th place, but he's not gone carving his way through the pack, has he?
The Chavez is all over the back of him.
Yeah, that McLaren has got great pace. Enrique Chavez is another of those drivers that doesn't get the credit he deserves, but he was a very quick single-seater racer, and he always manages to remind people just how good he is. So out of the long right of the curb, Paul Frere. Staying with Marciello. Marciello is on the back of Sam Neary. Now, if you don't watch British GT, you might not know about Sam Neary, but he's another very quick driver, BRDC Rising Star, and keeping Marciello at bay. We're getting more time penalties, incidentally, as well now. Number 2, Mercedes, the Lance Bergstein, Andre Lewandowski, Aaron Walker, Lewis Williamson car. 30-second penalty for track limits. Here comes Neary, here comes Marciello, and here comes Chavez.
And Chavez is the one, really, who's trying to line up Marciello, because Marciello's trying to line up the Lamborghini directly ahead of him. Can't quite get the nose of the Mercedes sufficiently alongside the Lamborghini. And again, watch Chavez. He of these three is the one who's waiting, just waiting to pounce.
Chavez in the McLaren at the back of this battle pack has done the fastest lap of the race so far. And the fight you're looking at here is for 9th, 10th and 11th places overall, where there is a Silver Cup car ahead of an overall category car ahead of a bronze. And there, Marciello makes the move. The Mercedes almost level as they go into the corner, and he's got the job done and he's gained a place.
Yeah, I mean, again, all that was done from the exit of La Source down through Rouge Radio, gets the slipstream up the hill, and just had that additional momentum. And Sam Neary did the right thing. He didn't go aggressive and try to block, because these are two drivers and two different cars and effectively two different classes. Up the inside, Chavez tries, but not quite enough, and he has to back out of it. Sam Neary stands his ground and maintains the track position, but overall, watch now, down the inside into Pujol. Yes, Sam Neary again, intelligent driving. He's done what he had to do. He's fought hard, but he knew when to concede. And knowing when to concede in an endurance race is one of the most important aspects.
So Sam Neary, who represented the UK in the FIA Motorsport Games at Paul Ricard last year, turns his way through. Now there is Marcello coming up to try and negotiate Martin Conrad. That is the Mercedes that started from the pit lane. That was a brand new car, finished just in time yesterday evening for the warm-up session. There's been a fourth driver parachuted into the car, not quite literally, but almost. Adam Osika, the man that actually owns the Get Speed racing team, as the bronze. Kenny Harbel is, after a broken vertebrae, up and about, but watching from hospital rather than from the circuit. Liam Talbot was on his way to drive that car, got to Doha Airport and was told, you're not going to drive because you're not going to get to the circuit in time. So he said, well, I'll go home again. He still had a 12-hour layover in Doha. Marcello dives up the inside to put the lap on Martin Conrad. They need to keep the car in the race. They weren't going to scratch it, partly because of all the effort to get it here. But importantly, Kenny Harbel scores points in IGTC. He can't score them when he's not racing, I get that bit, but what they can do by having the car still in the race is take points away from the opposition to help Kenny Harbel when he is next able to go racing.
Indeed, so the Mercedes and McLaren are back at it. So Marcello has got a real fight in his hands because Chavez has got overall pace. He's also got the fastest single overall lap, 2 minutes 18.5. So theoretically, the McLaren is the quicker of these two cars. Yeah. But Raffaele Marcello, you have to say, is there any tougher competitor in the field?
Discuss.
Oh, I've said it all. That's not said it all. What more can you say about Marcello?
Well, it's interesting that the Mercedes is, at the moment, just not carving its way through the pack. His is the best placed Mercedes, but it's only in 9th position.
Well, there can be a variety of reasons for that. And again, we would be second-guessing as to what they are. So I think I've stopped second-guessing anymore. I'll just stick to the facts as we have them on screen. Marcello, again, just coming through Speaker's Corner, had a slight advantage over Chavez in the McLaren. And maybe ultimately it's the straight-line performance of the Mercedes that's not quite as good as that of the McLaren.
Maro Engel's last pit stop is under investigation for the refueling time. That car, and also Janis Fitcher's Porsche in 2nd place, they've been reported to the stewards for the refueling time. If they were under the 43 seconds of the fuel hose being connected, and that can be monitored, obviously, then there is the potential of a penalty. Enrique Chavez is the man with the CrowdStrike fastest lap of the race to his name, a 2:18.576, and that McLaren is going really strongly. A bit of a twitch from Marcello there, coming into the Cours Paul Frere. But we might be getting another shuffle of the order if there are penalties heading in the way of number 20 Porsche and 999 the Engel Mercedes.
Well, we can guarantee our audience one thing, David. We will give it to them as soon as we get it.
Absolutely right. So the stewards, of which there are 2 teams, busy already.
Chavez did have a sniff. He has a sniff. He goes again.
Whoa!
Marcello opened the door. And oh, he's coming in. No, he's not. He just suddenly, I don't know if he was unsighted with the position that Chavez was in, but all of a sudden he just found himself not going forward, waiting for those 2 cars ahead of him to determine what they're going to do. And look at the difference overtakes. That was a gift for Chavez. And Marcello isn't looking really, he's not attacking in his return to try and get back on terms with it. Maybe he's realized that this is all I got. I don't have enough performance to really deal with the McLaren and Enrique Chavez.
Just look at him go. I mean, having cleared the Mercedes, he is away.
Oh, absolutely. And no reason why he wouldn't be.
Yeah. They've just put a lap on the pseudonymed Japanese driver Rio in the purple Audi, number 16, in 60th place. Marcello goes by as well. Here's the move looking back from Marcello's car, down to the chicane, and it was a late decision by Chavez, but he went for it.
Yeah, but there's a gap. You could have driven a coach and horses through it. I mean, why did Marcello stay on the left side of the track? He just said, oh, Enrique, look, here's a position. Take it off me. I don't want any more.
Chavez said, thank you very much. Look at that in slow motion as he rides the curb. See that mirror wobbling on the side of the McLaren. Really spectacular stuff. But Chavez is through, Chavez is away, and he's up into 9th place now. McLaren goes ahead of Mercedes. So the cars come through the Cours Paul Frere. Let's look at another little squabble. And there is 51 Ferrari, Alessio Rovera. That's the race-leading car then, number 51, the red and yellow Ferrari on lap 36 at Spa. So through turns the Ferrari, working its way through the traffic. Janis Fitcher 2.6 seconds back, and Rovera sets the car up for the chicane. Fitcher there's got a bit stuck in traffic, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. He's got the Mercedes alongside. And look behind, Matteo Drudi has slipped through, and I mean, well, there's Drudi behind Feature, and I suspect that we're going to see an overtake before we get up or into La Source, because he's got the inside open to dive down. Feature just let him go, didn't even bother defending.
Pick your battles, though. Bronze versus overall, and so Matthew Drudi goes through. Janus Feature still leads his class from Marco Seefried, and then Enrique Chavez is the third in that bronze class right now.
And Chavez is presently, and he's making progress, he's presently about, well, he's about just under 4.5 seconds behind Laurens van Voor in 8th position. So that'll be a little race, a little gap to keep an eye on as well. Look at the group of cars. We've got maybe a dozen cars all packed together, trying to sort one another out and trying not to trip over each other in the same time.
One of the cars there getting run out wide is Stephen Grove, dad in number 23, the El Bamba run Porsche. Downhill goes Maxime Martin, still trying to chip his way forward in 17th place. Look back from Dennis Lind's car. Wittmann arrives on the scene. Right up behind him is Martin. He goes to the outside of Wittmann. He goes to the outside of Lind as well. Dennis doesn't know which way to go to defend. Moves across to block Wittmann, and here comes Martin.
Yeah, Martin's getting up alongside Wittmann, but Dennis Lind's got the straight line speed. 3 wide coming up into Lake Coombe, but Dennis Lind had the straight line performance to ensure that those two fighting BMWs weren't going to catch the aero drag up the hill, and he can breathe momentarily with this battle that's coming along behind him.
That was a fantastic view, wasn't it? Everywhere you looked, there was yet another BMW, it felt like, because you had Wittmann, you had Van der Linde, you had Harper. There was the traffic getting in and amongst that as well. Now, next question, what happened to Jordan Pepper's car? Where did that long stop drop them to? 65th place, cost them a lap.
Well, that's a hard knock to take, as, again, Maxime Martin, we're just watching. So this group of cars, Lind all the way down to Harper, Stevenson through to 19th position. There we see Maxime Martin, and coming up now to lap some of the back markers.
Right, so Dennis Lind working his way through traffic. Maxime Martin, Marco Wittmann, Sheldon van der Linde, and then Dan Harper in the 4 BMWs, all queued up behind, a little bit wide though there over the curve with Gilles Magnus, and Dennis Lind therefore closing a little bit on him.
Looked to me as if there was almost the lightest of contacts between Maxime Martin and Dennis Lind as they came through the first part. And look, BMW's run wide, but he's got track position coming up the hill, and likewise Wittmann's going to try and slip through as well. Dennis Lind's not going to give it up to Maxime Martin, and it's a real traffic jam as Lind sort of had to get out of the throttle, but he's got that straight line squirt off the chicane, and that's going to frustrate Wittmann. And look behind, is that Dan Harper trying to get up into the show as well?
It is, and Sheldon van der Linde to the outside of Wittmann then as they come across the line. Van der Linde tries the outside line, that doesn't work. The BMWs almost tripping over themselves. Dennis Lind, as you would anticipate, racing hard. British GT champion, SRO GT Asia champion a few seasons back as well. And was for a time, of course, a factory driver until he had his dramas here, caught out by the conditions, which haunted him a bit. But Dennis has put that behind him and bounced back, and is now, for the private teams, if you like, the go-to driver. And Mark Lemmer couldn't wait to sign him up for British GT, which he won with Leo Machitsky, and then for Spa. Through the traffic they go.
Yeah, but Lake Coombe, and the track really is not much more than a car width. In reality, the offline gets a load of rubber on it. So up the inside goes Wittmann, Sheldon van der Linde, likewise Dan Harper. The 3 BMWs lining up to see who can get into Bruxelles first. More importantly, who's going to get out of Bruxelles. Change position, Dan Harper right on the gearbox of Sheldon van der Linde, having cleared Kenny Haboul, Mercedes of Kenny Haboul, we mentioned not behind the wheel this weekend. That car is a brand new car brought in to replace, in effect, the chassis that Kenny Haboul had the accident in. It's pretty much for the Biffer bin, I hear. So down into Fagnes. So it's about being neat and tidy in the first part of it. Then you can release the car here. You can run pretty wide on the exit. Then you've got a short squirt down into campus. Again, you run the curb on the inside. It's the exit curb you've got to be careful of, because if you go over that green exit, then you'll hit the gravel, and that's not a very good solution. So up the hill through that long Paul Frere comb. And here we are back again where we were one lap ago. This time it's Marcus Wittmann all over the back of Dennis Lind.
Out of Blanchimont they come then, heading towards the chicane once more. Down through the gears, BMW arrives right onto the tail there. Wriggle their way out of the chicane. Dennis Lind has got himself up through the traffic and moved himself past that Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini, which I think is the Fabrizio Crestani Sam Neri car, and it is. So Neri has dropped back, Lind has gained a place, Martin has gained a place, Wittmann up the inside to gain a place, and Van der Linde tries to follow him through on the corner on the inside. Couldn't quite do it.
No. I mean, it was nip and tuck coming through La Source. There's a little funny kind of little dip in the middle, which if you can hook your car into it, it gives you good performance, but if you're trying to run around the outside, but look at Sheldon van der Linde all over the back of the Lamborghini, getting the draft in the perfect position to try and make that slingshot as they come up. The Camel straight goes to the right, gradually getting alongside the Lamborghini. He's going to be in position A to take to certainly make the overtake, and Dan Harper likewise trying to find a way to make sure he doesn't get a car between himself and Sheldon van der Linde. The worst thing for Dan Harper is he loses that immediacy, the contact with the 32 down the inside. Good pass, clean overtake, and good driving indeed to allow that, because Sam Neri is not in this race. He's got his own category he's fighting in. So again, good use of the mirrors and good track etiquette.
Absolutely, and Dennis Lind still has to fight off, doesn't he, the challenge here of Marco Wittmann. So they've worked themselves up into 15th, 16th places. Maxime Martin just up the road ahead as they sweep once more down towards the Pif-Paf. Good little fight that they're enjoying. Still up front, Alessio Rivera, and he's now 5 seconds ahead of Matteo Drudi. So Ferrari leads, Audi leads Porsche. And also, let's not forget, Charlie Fagg is still doing a really good job in that McLaren in 4th place.
He's hanging in there good, man. He's hanging in there good. But another McLaren that's really charging is that of Enrique Chavez, who's now less than a second behind Lawrence Van Thor in the 92 Porsche. So having then cleared, we saw how he got around Marcello. He's made big progress in climbing up the field in currently 8th position.
Enrique Chavez still the man with that fastest lap of the race, to his credit, as this battle comes to the bus stop now. To the inside line there dives Gilles Magnus. Kelvin van der Linde's Audi, though, now up into 4th place at the expense of Charlie Fagg, and Van Thor into the top 6 at the expense of Marco Seefried. There is Seefried. He's going to get attacked pretty shortly by Enrique Chavez, who's been another absolute standout of this first couple of hours.
Yeah, it's been great to see Chavez, but more importantly, to see a McLaren that's been running at pace. We've seen Charlie Fagg do it, we're seeing Chavez doing it as well. So we've got McLaren's presently in 5th place, Chavez running in 8th. Up at the top of the hill, into Lecum, number 6, Frank Pereira, Lamborghini on board with Raffaele Marcello running in 10th place, running, well, that was shed 1 point. So down the inside, can he make it stick? He has. So another position for the McLaren, and is that the Ferrari running behind as well, looking to find a way through.
So down through Paul, sweeps the McLaren yet again in 5th place. We're looking at the pro cars here, squabbling, and in and amongst them you've got the car of from Pereira and Raffaele Marciello here on the tail of Pereira. That car that has dropped away a little bit from Pereira's Lamborghini from where it was on the grid. Marciello's sort of gone forward. They meet in the middle here, and they're running nose to tail right now.
Well, I don't think I'm seeing a sort of the archetypical Raffaele Marcello race. This is a really what I would call measured drive from the Mercedes-AMG GT3 driver, and maybe they realise that we can't win this race on out-and-out pace, but we can win it by not making mistakes, not unforced errors in terms of penalties in the pit lane, speeding in the pit lane, track limit abuses. So Marcello currently running 10th in the top 10, up the inside, sticks the Mercedes. Oh, up at the top, what's going on there? One of the Mercedes had way off the racetrack as they came through radio. That was a scary moment. And watch again what's happening. Look at this. 3 abreast up into Lake Coombe.
Brave stuff on the inside.
This is where it gets scary up the hill, I tell you. That's the DK engineering. With James Collingham's going to be behind the wheel of that car. The Mercedes goes way off track. Look, watch out. Wow. Wow. Sign that guy up for England, this wicketkeeper. He did a brilliant job in catching the Mercedes.
That was quite something. That was Matt Bell, Rob Bell's younger brother in the DK Mercedes, who managed to save that. That was quite something. We're on lap 41 then. Race leader is still Alessio Rovera, ahead of Matteo Drudi. Here is the recovering number 50 Ferrari. Remember, that car had its pit lane fire, so it's fallen down the order quite a bit, but it's fighting back. It's Nico Veroni at the wheel, but from 67th place now, that car, with a lot of work to do. It lost effectively 2 laps.
So yet again, Raffaele Marcello riding on board, then looking down as he runs through Speaker's Corner. And Marcello has got Frank Pereira directly behind him in the Lamborghini, just 0.2 of a second. So potentially, this position that Marcello's in now, 9th, he's just made up that position. But Frank Pereira might feel that I want to take it back off Marcello.
Still intrigued to know what happened to Jordan Pepper in that pit stop. So 65th the car is, a lap down, but he'll be fighting, and with relatively few people having had problems at the moment, making progress depends on your pace, not on others' travails. Again, looking at that graphic, you can see how many places people have made up. 21 places gained by Enrique Chavez now, and others like Ollie Milroy, 31 places the Inception McLaren has gained. He's taken that car over from Frederick Schandorf. 31 places is pretty remarkable.
So we keep watching the progress from the McLaren, and it is, I mean, a stellar stint from Chavez in 7th place. On the run now up into La Source. You've got the Van Thor Porsche directly ahead. That's the, what do you call it, Jello or
Grello?
Grello.
The answer to Jordan Pepper is it was a brake problem, we gather from the pits. So you were right, your armchair quarterback theory was right.
I'll take a compliment any day of the week.
Enrique Chavez, 249 kilometers an hour through Eau Rouge in that McLaren. Marco Wittmann, equally brave in the BMW, 249 clicks through Eau Rouge. Right, so the brake drama sorted for Jordan Pepper. 65th, he's got to make up a lap, but it could happen. It's not easy, but it could happen.
It's just on looking at the BMWs, the Dennis Lind Lamborghini has lost to the 3 charging BMWs as we watch again. It's a stellar drive by Chavez.
And there he puts a lap, picks a place up on the Audi that's running in 56, the 888 car. That's Owen Creed, Jean Gloria, Casper Stevenson and Arthur Rougier. Maxime Martin hustles on, and there Marco Wittmann up the inside, gets his nose chopped off though by Gilles Magnus, who sticks out his elbows. Martin has gained a place, and Magnus is determined not to lose another.
Yeah, Martin's got up to 13th position, but Gilles Magnus, watch, coming down into Puyon. And that was almost side by side with the Porsche and the Mercedes, but wisely sorted it out before they got into the critical part of the corner.
Big flash of the lights there from Pereira, who wants to get up and past Marco Seefried. So the K-Pax Lamborghini wriggles its way now out of the piff-paff. To the inside goes Pereira, lines up, tries to make a move, he's up the curb. Can't do it there, but I think I was going to say he'll get up the inside into the curb. Paul Frere, the Porsche, just had the edge out of the corner.
Yeah, just taking that very tight line as the Lamborghini did. He couldn't get on the throttle early enough, whereas the Porsche had the wider exit, the softer exit, so he was able to get the throttle open that little bit earlier, that little bit harder, and that's why we have got what happened. The Lamborghini looking to make a move again if he can get sufficient, but the Ferrari behind, keep an eye on that red Ferrari as these two, the Porsche and Lamborghini, are battling amongst themselves.
Right, so here's Seefried, Pereira, and then the lapped Nico Veroni Ferrari. And let's have a look at Marciello trying to make his move on the inside. Contact with Marco Seefried. I am coming through, says Lello, and he's done it. Up the inside line. What would you call that? Ruthless? Forceful? Well, it worked.
Making a point.
Making a point, OK. Through he has gone. So Raffaele Marciello gains the place. There, number 20, now third, Janus Fitcher. Fourth and closing is Kelvin van der Linde. In fifth place is Charlie Fagg, and he's under attack. Look from Lawrence Van Thor. So Van Thor there in the Porsche, taking the lapped Mercedes with him. Lewis Williamson at the wheel of that car now. That's had a time penalty applied to it. And just up the road ahead also, you can see another slightly delayed car, 93, the Sky Tempesta McLaren. Chris Froggatt had his gearbox dramas with earlier on. There is Mathieu Drudy, and he runs second, and he's closing on Rovera. Lead gap is just over a second, and it's happened, in fact, we've lost the place. That's what's going on. So Mathieu Drudy is through, he's gone by. So Alessio Rovera was 11 tenths up, and Drudy has caught and passed. That Ferrari's got a problem, hasn't it? It's losing pace.
Oh, yeah.
Hand over fist.
I'm going to say, arguably, maybe he's got a tyre has been cut down, because you can see the car. Look, that's the left rear. I was going to say, yeah. I thought it was a tyre, and there you can see the car yawing all over the racetrack, and he's going to lose further. He just can't. Look at the rear. Look how low the rear of the car is. Almost the diffusers are scraping on the ground. That's what's causing the blue smoke. But he's far enough around the lap. He can continue, but now it's getting worse and worse and worse. He needs to be careful that he doesn't run too wide, and he has, coming through Blanchimont. That was caused by a tyre.
But the real drama is if it lets go and he spins off the racetrack. He's come back very, very quickly. Alessio Rovera is lucky that he's been able to complete the lap at the pace he has. Sideways, as just no steering at all off that corner. Into the pits he comes. So, puncture for the car that was in the lead.
Yep, and that just goes to show you cannot anticipate, predict, or whatever. No, he'll bring the car into the pits, what the team will do when they take that wheel off. And we're coming up, we're not a million miles away from the second round of pit stops. Whether the team will then use this opportunity to give it a full service, 4 wheels, tyres, maybe a driver change, and get it back out again, because it's marginal. But he's only going off message in terms of coming in and doing that by about maybe 1 and a bit, maybe 2 laps at most.
Well, big drama, and though it was some time lost. Number 20, there it is, second on the road, a 15-second penalty for a short refueling. 15 seconds to be added to the Porsche on the next pit stop. Kelvin van der Linde through on the inside line. That puts him into second place. Van der Linde into second spot now. Kelvin van der Linde in the Audi, now second. Third, behind him, the red, white and blue Porsche, Janus Fitcher, who will serve an extra 15 seconds in the pits next time.
To car 2, track limits infringement, 12 times.
Wow, number 2, 12 infringements.
And getting into double figures, I tell you what, again, an outstanding record, one that I would probably doubt we'll see equaled. There is that tyre from the Ferrari, and that's been cut down, whether it's been debris on the racetrack, whether he's run a curb at the wrong angle and just caught a tyre at some of the sharper edges. So it's always been an issue about running curbs around any racetrack. And so you drop a wheel off as the edge of the... They've been here, for example, running wide, coming out of Lake Coombe, running very wide, drop a wheel off, that's where you can get yourself a cut-down tyre.
Just to go back to that track limits offence, they are awarded to the car, not individual drivers, so you and your teammates can accrue them between you. When it's your 6th offence, you get a 30-second time penalty at your next pit stop, and then it resets to 0. But on your second set of 6, if you like, that 6th isn't a 30-second penalty, it is a drive-through. Everybody's resets at 6 hours and at 12 and at 18, but key to all of this, do not exceed track limits.
I mean, what can I say? I bang on about it all the time. But what I'm going to bang on about, and I've just lost the... So yes, 51 has now got Robert Schwartzman behind. Okay. So Robert Schwartzman impressed me on Thursday in that pre-qualifying session, and then in qualifying itself. And it's again a young single-seater star of the future, spending time racing here in GT3 and learning that these cars are not like a low, lightweight single-seater with tons of downforce. These cars have got a load of downforce, believe me, but they're almost double the weight of up the inside. There we go, sweet as a nut.
That was Gilles Magnus through the traffic, taking Van der Linde, taking Harper, and then another one that's sort of chipping away. Look in the background, that white Mercedes of Lukas Stolz over the timing line. Maro Engel's Mercedes, by the way, has also been given a 15-second time penalty for short refuelling.
He'll not do that again.
Well, it's down to the team to connect the hose, but it's another lesson learned. But you think, you know, they're operating at a really high level, many of these teams. That sort of stuff, it's a surprise that it happens.
I mean, look, I don't know what to say. I mean, the team could say it better than me, put it that way.
Yeah, true enough. Right, you're on board now in the Rover BMW. This is the car that Dan Harper is driving, and he's chasing on in behind Sheldon van der Linde, who is also trying to get himself up through the traffic. Van der Linde goes to the outside. Comes up then to level with Gilles Magnus, and he's got the job done. Nice pass, that by Sheldon van der Linde, up into 14th spot.
Yeah, had to work hard to make that pass. Gilles Magnus, I've again this year seen him race, and I think he's another young star in this series of the future. So now, what's Dan Harper going to do? He's going to want to find a way through. He doesn't, again, I keep saying it, what Harper needs to do is not let anybody get between his BMW and that red one, number 32, just up ahead. If you lose that momentum and lose the gap, it'll be hard to run it back down again once he finds a... And look, Gilles Magnus ain't going to be a walk in the park, make no mistake.
Number 25, Audi, Simon Gachet, 32nd place, shares the car with Christopher Mies and Patrick Niederhauser, so it's a surprise, it's a long way back. Also 30 seconds for track limit penalties. There is Alessio Rovera's Ferrari. It is back up and running. It is now down where? In about 42nd place. It's Robert Schwarzman at the wheel. Alessio Rovera is with Gemma.
Alessio, a fantastic first in from you, but difficult there with the puncture at the end. What caused it?
Maybe some debris, because everything was okay till the moment. And last 2 laps I had some problems with the rear. I didn't know what was, because first of all, I was thinking about the toe, because I didn't have any alarm about the pressure. And then, yeah, we had this puncture that I didn't see the classification now, but cost us some laps.
And of course, it looked very difficult to bring the car in. The handling was crazy, right?
Yeah, the beginning was really difficult, was damp. I'd have to say I had a good pace. I tried to create a bit of space between me and Matteo Cairoli and Buckler on the rear, so car was okay, a bit difficult to drive in this condition, but still really long.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's still on the lead lap, which is a real save, so 51 Ferrari, it's a long way around the lap, but it is on the lead lap. So a safety car will, of course, bring them back into the mix. But for the moment, they're having to play catch-up. As you look there at Enrique Chavez, still the fastest man in the race thus far, running in 5th place overall and 2nd in class. Correction, he's not 2nd in class anymore, because while we were hearing from Alessio Rovera, he got past there, look, Janis Fitchi. So now, Enrique Chavez leads bronze. Lawrence Vanthoor has jumped the pair of them as well, hasn't he? So Vanthoor now is running 3rd. So that Manthey Porsche has been another one, John, just quietly getting on with the job.
Yes, I mean, I think this is going to be a race of that style of driving. So Vanthoor running behind the Ferrari, that's on the car, not in his race, but Enrique Chavez is going to try and see if he can reclaim that position. And the Porsche's straight line performance up the hill vis-a-vis the Ferrari looks to be the quicker of the two, but where is the gap going to be? Is he going to go the long way around the outside? Whoa. Wow, that's a brave move. Yeah, that's my hero so far of the race. A pass around the outside in Blanchimont. And look, Chavez likewise is getting up alongside the Ferrari into the braking, into the chicane.
Gets it done then, so they both put a lap on number 52, which was penalised earlier, wasn't it? The Machiels family car. This is the battle for 3rd place on the road then as they come through. It is now Laurent Vanthoor in that green and yellow Porsche ahead of Enrique Chavez, and the margin between the two of them is 7/10 of a second as they come across the line. So 0.7 of a second between them. This was how the pass happened. Up the inside went Chavez on Fitcher, through on the inside line.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think Janos Fitcher, he saw what was happening. He knew that Chavez was on a charge, and it's sometimes just simpler and more sensible than try to fight it out, you know, nose to nose, bodywork to bodywork. So he did the right thing and let Chavez go.
So now we need to see what Vanthoor can do about Calvin van der Linde. He is now 1.9 seconds back. So Van Thor lapping in the 221s, about a second a lap quicker last time around than Kelvin van der Linde. You're looking for an Audi, which is coming into Brussels, and the number 17 Audi rounds the corner, the Shearer Sport PHX car. And then Laurens Van Thor is almost with him. This is Enrique Chavez in fourth, trying to play catch-up, so let's see whether we can catch them there. Look up the road, that's Van Thor in the Porsche, and there, just going behind the timing tower, is the car that Van Thor is chasing, that of Kelvin van der Linde. So, second, third, and fourth getting themselves together. It is Chavez leading in bronze from Janus Vittia, from Marco Seefried. So Kelvin van der Linde comes towards us then, with Van Thor bearing down on him. They go into the pit-path, and Chavez staying with them, clearing the traffic there.
Yeah, that was easier for Van Thor. That pass, Chavez had to go the longer way around, but he got the pass done coming into Fania. So, all eyes on the Porsche, and Laurens Van Thor just under 2 seconds behind. Kelvin van der Linde in second. Matteo Drudi is a further 10 seconds up the road from second place Kelvin van der Linde.
Battle is on for second place. Kelvin van der Linde in that Audi. Laurens Van Thor in the bright green Porsche. Enrique Chavez in the Gulf liveried McLaren behind. They are 10 seconds adrift of Matteo Drudi, but it is game on for second, third, fourth, and there's traffic ahead. And actually the big mover, well, it's partly Van Thor for catching, but look at the way that Chavez has caught both of them. Riding the curb, looking for a gap. 1, 2, 3, 4 back markers to negotiate as they come up towards the timing line. Now, break the beam. Who's got the run in a straight line?
Well, Kelvin van der Linde is going to be the one that's most worried, because he's got 4 cars ahead of him who are going to interfere. And Laurens Van Thor, yes, up the inside. Oh! Spin, and the Ferrari has been rotated. Is that the Samantha Tan car?
It's number 38, isn't it? So that's the... It is the Tan car, you're right. John Miller is up to Tumlu, Leonard Weiss. My fear there is if it was contact with a pro against a category car, a penalty might come.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see it again to see whether there was contact before the car spun, or did the car spin and then contact. Yeah. So, you know, that's an issue that the stewards will certainly look at, and they'll judge it once they've had a good opportunity.
Well, right now,
look at Chavez all over the back of Van Thor.
Yeah, and Van Thor's got stuck in the traffic, so for the moment Van der Linde has got a bit of breathing space. But Van Thor on a mission. That car really has come alive in this second hour of the race. But so is Chavez, who goes to the outside line there.
But he's blocked.
He is. Van Thor, though, needs to get across, because otherwise Chavez will have the line on the inside, and Van Thor does get across. So Van der Linde second, escaping now. And as the Porsche and the McLaren run nose to tail, this is what happened at La Source. Look for Van Thor on the inside line. I think that was a touch.
There was contact, but, you know, I mean, okay, if you want to be blatant about it, if that's a pro hitting an iron, then that's what happened. But it was the way that the Ferrari cut. Van Thor, for me, had the ground, and then the Ferrari cut across it. But it's not for me to judge it. That's up to the stewards, and they'll make their judgment. And I will not criticise their final assessment and judgment of that issue.
Isaac Tutumlu Lopez was the man behind the wheel of the spinning Ferrari, however it spun. What is it Jean-Marie Balès said? My decision is the best decision, or something like that.
Well, he made a lot of foolish comments.
But always the best decision, because he said so.
Yes.
Van Thor on a mission. He's got Chavez right up behind him. And Van der Linde, having had these two breathing down his neck a lap and a bit ago, has just been able to buy himself some clear space as he comes up on the inside of the number 64 Hout Mercedes, and he goes through. But Van Thor has traffic to clear as well.
Yeah, and what Kelvin van der Linde has been fortunate the way the traffic has fallen in his favour, and he's been able to use that traffic to give himself that additional breathing space. And I mean, Chavez has got to be careful, because he's done a Mercedes up alongside him, okay, has fallen back behind the McLaren. So when you get a situation with 5 cars trying to get into the space of really where one can only get through cleanly, somebody's going to lose out. And in this instance, momentarily, it's been Chavez. But down the inside into Eau Rouge, be patient, Laurens Van Thor. Set yourself up to make that pass on the exit. That's the idea. You got it, Laurens. But again, Chavez back at the races.
Matt Bell in the yellow Mercedes that came oh so close to disaster early on at Eau Rouge lets Van Thor go on the inside, and Van Thor takes Enrique Chavez with him, who couldn't quite think about a move. They need to work together really to catch Van der Linde, see if they can jump ahead of the Audi and then squabble.
Yeah, Laurens Van Thor got a little bit wide in the first part of Les Combes. as a consequence of having to the run up into that sequence of corners. So back to as a status quo. We've got the Porsche leading the McLaren in this battle over third place. Up front, Matteo Drudi is pulling away from Kelvin van der Linde. It's now 13.5 seconds. So Drudi running on his own, nobody within a country mile of him, is using that effective clear air. In fact, van der Linde's last lap traffic related, as was the case of Van Thor, was a 2:24 against race leader Matteo Drudi's of a 2:22. So that shows you how much time can be lost when you come into a group of cars, particularly in summer like the chicane.
Now in this battle pack, Raffaele Marciello you're looking at 7th, and he's made progress actually, hasn't he? Because he's cleared Janis Fitcher. I think he's also got himself up past Charlie Fagg in the McLaren. So now Marciello is going to be 5th, I would offer you. 6th is Charlie Fagg, and Janis Fitcher fading a little bit as this stint wears on, although maybe you could say that the car's now at a proper Fitcher pace. It was slightly exalted when Cairoli drove it with his greater Porsche experience early on. This is Charlie Fagg's view.
Yeah, I think in the case of Fitcher, what he had was he got caught up in that melee of cars, so he was a 2:25 last lap, and that's down to traffic. Once he clears that, he'll be back to his normal race pace. For the McLaren, Charlie Fagg had to back out of it. He's not flat out through theirs. One would expect coming up to the end of another stint.
So to the timing line goes Van Thor and Enrique Chavez behind him. That is the fight still on for 3rd place. They're catching Kelvin van der Linde, and van der Linde is 12.9 seconds back from Matteo Drudi, who actually on his last lap, and it might be traffic, wasn't as quick as van der Linde, but Drudi has still got a really good lead. I once again point out that the number 40 leading Audi was John's prediction for the winning car.
Right, look, oh, spin, who's gone off? It's backed into Pouhon. So is that car going to be, the rear wing is slightly deranged, can't quite work out.
I want to say it's Audi shaped, but I might be wrong.
I wouldn't want to say what it was, but whatever it is, it's backed into the Tech Pro barriers. So we're going to have a quick look and see.
It's Mercedes
shaped. It is a Mercedes. Wow, now why did that occur? Totally unexpected, and barely kissed the Tech Pro barrier. So although they have 4 very flat spotted tyres, and would be, I suspect, a visit to the pit lane to get those changed.
That was 57, the Russell Ward, Indy Dodger, Philip Ellis car. So Charlie Fagg has pitted, Marco Wittmann has pitted, Marvin Kirchhofer has pitted, Gilles Magnus is in, Thomas Preining in the Rutronic Porsche that's not really sparkled as yet, that's come in. And 57, just trying to see, as the order changes, who it was that put that into the gravel bed. But the car is, for the moment, stuck. Indy Dodger is the answer. He put it in the gravel.
To me, that looked as if it wasn't a driver issue. There may have been another potential. We've seen one tyre being cut down in the Rivera Ferrari, or having a puncture picking up debris, whichever way around it is. And that could have been the case with Indy Dodger, with the Mercedes coming into Pouhon, because it was just a big pendulum effect. Yeah. And he was sitting there as a passenger and unable to do. The best thing he did was avoid making any heavy contact with the Tech Pro barrier.
We're going to go full course yellow. The race director is calling for a full course yellow to get that car out of harm's way, and therefore you can anticipate a whole flurry of pit stops. And here comes the leader. Matteo Drudi times it bang on. In he comes. Full course yellow is on now.
Well, that was opportune, let's say, for the lead Audi just to be in the position on track. So the Mercedes needs a vehicle to retrieve it. I don't know why.
I think it's got gravel, hasn't it?
Well, that's all tarmac there.
But there's a gravel bit round the outside of it, isn't there?
I don't know. I can't see.
Yeah, I think there is. But anyway, it needs to be dragged out of there. Full course yellow then. That slows the cars down to the 80 kilometres an hour. And then the race director may well put the safety car out, depending on how long it takes to move that car. But I would anticipate safety car ready for the restart.
Looking skyward, there's no major change in the cloud pattern above us. It's a bit fluffy and dark, but no big indication we're going to see any further rain for the moment.
So down the pit lane come cars here. Full course yellow here at Spa-Francorchamps. We have Indy Dodger's Mercedes off at Pouhon, and so that car can be retrieved. Full course yellow. Everybody slows to 80 kilometres an hour. Pit lane remains open, so many of them are coming in to take on fuel, tyres, and a driver change. That's the lead car. Number 40, Matteo Drudi, has brought it in. But once the Mercedes is out of the gravel, you can anticipate the safety car will be deployed in order to get the race back underway. And also there will be wave by. So now people from gold, silver, bronze and Pro-Am that have lost a lap to the overall race leader can get their lap or get a lap back. If they've lost more than one, they can only get one. So as the pit lane gets ever busier, some in, some out. Chavez there has jumped ahead of Vanthor, you'll notice, so that's been a change of place. And down the pit road now goes number 40. Mattia Drudi brought that car in. We'll see who he's given it over to in a moment, because he's got Dennis Marshall or Ricardo Feller to take over. The incident between 92, which is now Kevin Estre, and number 38, Isaac Lopez, has been noted by race control. And now that we've got the cars under full course yellow, this is why Indy Doncia at the wheel of the Mercedes.
Yeah, I mean, as I said initially, that looks as if there was something, I would say, beyond the control of Indy. That did not look to me to be a driver error. Maybe there was something on the racetrack we didn't see. It didn't look like it. So all I can assume is that maybe there was a deflating right rear tire. And once the car began to rotate, then the pendulum effect is known in the trade, just took over. He was more or less powerless to stop it until the car stopped at its own natural pace.
But we don't often have cars going off there, you're quite right, and it was the suddenness with which it went as well, which is quirky. So, full course yellow, you don't overtake, you stay at this delta speed and anticipate once the Mercedes is out of the way, we will go safety car, it'll pick up the leader, you'll get them in a line, and then wave by will happen to allow the lapped class cars to get a lap back on their class rivals. But the pit lane at the moment is absolutely chocker.
Yeah, we're just over 2 hours into this race. Before the race began, you, David, asked me how many safety cars did I imagine we might have over 24 hours. And I came up with a number. So my number, the number I chose, is now down by 1.
Indeed.
Can't tell our audience because I don't want to, put any sort of hex on anybody else in the race. But anyway, pit lane, as you say, look at it, into everybody.
Now there is number 999. Now bear in mind that the Mercedes has another 15 seconds to serve on this pit stop because of its earlier time penalty. So this will be a long stop for that yellow Mercedes coming now down to the Grupper MT. Maro Engel is going to have a long stop once he comes to a halt. So the Maro Engel time penalty was for short refueling, wasn't it? That was the reason he was given the 15 seconds. So it'll be a full pit stop for that car, plus 15 seconds. So 999 is going to drop down on this pit stop. It was going to, whether it was a full course yellow stop or not, because of the extra time that is there as a penalty, but number 999 is in and has to sit and wait for quite a while.
Just looking up and down, and we've got different color codes which represent different categories. The lead silver car, the number 12 Audi, the Come To You Racing, Finlay Hutchinson's taken over that car from Laurent Legeret. So that car way ahead of its fellow competitors in terms, okay, we're going through pit stops, and that might sort of flush itself out once we get back at racing speed.
Well, look at this great line of cars here. Alex Malikin, Finlay Hutchison, Valentino Rossi, Dries Van Thor, Max Hesse, in now 12th and 13th, Fabian Schiller behind him. You can anticipate, even though they're nose to tail, they will catch up to the traffic ahead once we inevitably go safety car. And there, now the fuel finishes, but the 15 seconds extra have to be served in this stop. Could do it first and then get the stop under the way, could get the stop done, then do it at the end. But either way, plus 15 for this pit stop.
So the hose is out now as we cut back to Valentino. So they must have done it prior to the stop because the hose came out. Then you can release the car down off its jacks and then you can move. And we had a quick glimpse of the 46, Valentino Rossi, behind the wheel. So he's in. I'm assuming, as was the case of Maxime Martin, he will do a double stint. And then we'll see Augusto Farfus go in about 2 hours from now, which will be coming up to 9 o'clock-ish. And then, well, with the look at the cloud that we've got and the light that we've got, it's probably going to be relatively getting into darkness by 9 o'clock.
Bear in mind as well, just thinking about pit stops, that many of the cars these days have a system where when you pull the airline out to drop the car down off the jack, that also restarts the engine. So it's not down to somebody pressing a button. It's all done with the airline coming out, and that restarts the engine ready to go when it drops down.
You kept that a secret from me for a long time, didn't you?
Oh, it's a relatively recent learn.
Oh, I tell you, I didn't know that.
Good, isn't it, though?
That's a blinder. I think you get a lot of points on a game of, what do you call that? Oh, a lot of board games. You get a lot of points on that one.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Right. Well, it's one at least I've got. Dennis Marshall took over the leading number 40 Audi. Nicky Tim took over from Kelvin van der Linde. We haven't really touched on that car much, other than to say Kelvin van der Linde in the first stint. But Nicky Tim and then TCR hero Luca Engschler. Good driver combination. Now, for third place, I think I might have to stand up again. Kevin Estre has taken over number 92, and we know just how good Kevin Estre is. So once we go racing again, that's going to be a car well worth watching, especially as he's got 4 seconds to make up on Nicky Tim. And there is Nicky Tim. But actually, I'll tell you a lie, he's lost that place in the pits, hasn't he? So Miguel Ramos in 188 jumped ahead. We did see that in the pit lane, forgive me, I'd forgotten that. But Estre should be able to get ahead of Ramos because he is a quick am rather than a pro. So there's a lot to look forward to when we get back to green flag conditions. You'll see there, the safety car joins the racetrack. Lights not on. We're not yet at safety car conditions, but that car will now let people go until it finds the leader. And once the 78 Barwell Lamborghini is gone, then it's got the leading car behind. So 78, Patrick Kujala goes through, and there the safety car will now pick up the leader. So Kujala can, on instruction, go. Can't speed up yet because we're under full course yellow. When the safety car puts its lights on instruction from the race director, then the Patrick Kujala Lamborghini there, the black car ahead, can speed up and everybody else can go around and catch the trail at the very end of the pack.
I mean, it seems to me to be... there's an awful lot more contemporary drivers are having to consider, think about, and give an instruction from the pit lane. You know, in the good old days, we didn't have any of this.
No, you just drove.
You just put the visor down and drove.
So you've got the full course yellow. It'll inevitably be a safety car. If you can throw a full course yellow, let's say for a bit of debris, and a marshal can quickly get that out of the way in a few seconds, so the tyres haven't lost much temperature, you could go straight back to green. But inevitably here, when you've had the full course yellow for a lap or two, you've got to get the safety car out to quicken the pace for the restart.
So the light, I think, I was going to say, they looked like everybody was picking up pace in La Source, but they weren't. That was just an illusion. So everybody creeping along, behaving correctly. Just waiting still for the safety car to switch on its lights. And it's the first time we have seen this new concept, I think, is of whether it's an assist to cars by keeping them back in the overall lead lap, or certainly at this phase there's not too many cars are more than 1 lap down. You've got to go all the way down to 54th to see anybody who's more than 1 lap down.
And it's the cars out of the classes, not the overall cars, that are able to do this. There's Valentino Rossi, who is behind the wheel of the 10th placed BMW, and he sits at the regulation 80 kilometers an hour, waiting for safety car conditions. So there is number 188. That is Miguel Ramos at the wheel. Now Enrique Chavez was the driver in that first stint, and is running now in 3rd place overall.
Enrique, as you got out of the car, I said to you, you were flying, and you said, well, that's what I'm meant to do. Did you enjoy that stint?
Well, hell yeah, I did enjoy it. I mean, the car was good. Team did a mega job preparing. I did myself mega job preparing for this race. In the end, I did what the team required me to do, try to bring the car to the best place possible without committing to risks. Of course, I did some not risky moves, but a little bit. You have to at some point, but yeah, I did enjoy it a lot.
That overtake on Lello was quite something.
Well, I did a many. To be honest, I don't remember that overtake, but it was awesome. I mean, the car is good. I hope we keep without problems. Paul Ricard last race, we had an issue.
Safety car procedure, safety car procedure. Pit entry is closed.
2 hours
Pit
now in the
entry
race.
closed.
We still have 22 to go, so let's keep it calm and keep the good work.
Let's hope that smile stays there. Thanks a lot, Enrique.
Thank you.
So there we heard the instruction from race director Alain Nadin. So the lights are on now, and the safety car pit lane is closed. So everyone has more or less, I think, had their second round of pit stops. In some cases it'll be 3, but for most people it's been 2. And this is the phase of David. I think you explain it more concisely than me, so would you like to go through it again?
I'll try. Yawn with your mouth closed, please, everybody. It is a bit convoluted, I know. The pit lane is closed now, but what happens is that the race now is under safety car conditions, and you'll see that everyone's going faster than they were under full course yellow. Once everybody is in a line, so it does make this process a bit longer, the wave-by situation will come, and that is for the cars that are a lap down in gold, silver, bronze and Pro-Am to get a lap back on their class rivals. They'll go past the top pits, they'll go past these pits, and then up the Camel Straight, which is that long straight that you can see up there. That's where wave-by will happen, but we can't get to that until everybody has joined the queue, and it's now up to the teams to identify their car and to make that call to bring the car to a separate line. It'll happen here, in fact, at this part of the circuit, and then wave-by will, as I say, give those cars a lap back, and we'll see how that works for the first time at the end of this safety car system.
I mean, I understand the reasons why, but this is a long lap. If you were at Brands Hatch on a 2.5-mile circuit, it would take half the time it's going to take here.
Yeah.
So how long could we anticipate this is going to take in terms of the overall scheme of things in this individual stint? Is going to be 3 minutes, 5 minutes or longer?
I would think longer, actually, because, you know, you've got, at the moment, with only one retirement, you've got to get 69 cars all in a queue. And then you've got to get them to the part of the circuit where the teams can see it, and then to the part of the circuit where wave-by happens, and then you've got to give them a chance to come round to the back of the train. So I would think it is going to add a good couple of laps to each process. We'll see. I mean, as the field shrinks, and it will, as the race goes on, it will perhaps become easier, but it's new this year. It may work, it may not work, it might be reviewed. Let's see how it goes.
Seems to me an ideal time to throw one of our highlight packages in.
Well, I know you enjoy them, John, and a lot's happened.
I love them to bits. I know you do.
That was John Watson, everybody. So we're on lap 53. We have had the first couple of hours, effectively, of what's been a dramatic race. 2 hours and 19 minutes we've had so far. We are behind the safety car, so we started behind the safety car, and it stayed out after, quite remarkably, Kyle Washington retired from the race before a green flag had flown after crashing behind the safety car and doing so much damage to the Porsche that it was out of the race. It had done 2 laps, neither of which were racing laps. Huge disappointment for the team, and that was that car done. So it was an elongated first overall safety car process, and it's our first one in the race, if you like.
Yeah, so we've got another, well, 21 and a half hours of this race to go, and I mean, in fact, the figure that I put on safety car interventions, if that number is achieved, and this new process is going to take, you know, a significant amount of time, and you multiply that by my number, it's going to be almost like a full stint.
Yeah, it's going to be long, for sure. We'll get an idea of how it all works now, and our tracker map is showing us that the cars are closing. You see here, the safety car, in a sense, needs to go a bit slower to scoop everybody up, which is almost happening now. But then, although that in turn slightly goes against the purpose of the safety car, to go quickly to let them get the temperature in the tyres. Anyway,
let's
see how it goes.
It might need fine-tuning, but we're in first episode of this new approach, and it'll be an interesting experiment, and hopefully it will provide ultimately, at the end of the day, more entertaining motor racing for both our viewers and the public that have come to Spa-Francorchamps to enjoy this event.
So there is Kevin Estrup bouncing through the chicane. So you see on the windscreen, some cars have 3 letters, some have a number. The number is the overall position in which they are, so 7th, 47th, 8th, and the letters, the short code for the driver's name, and that Lumirank display alternates between the position of the car and the short code for the driver. So fans trackside, because I'm led to believe not everybody sits here and does a lap chart. So it's a way for the fans to know who is where and indeed who is driving the car.
Well, most of them will be now cracking up the old Barbie and maybe smashing a few Belgian beer.
Well, can't blame them. Can't blame him, he says jealously. But as they come now down through Eau Rouge, we're on lap number 54. We've almost got everybody in a line, so I would anticipate that on this lap, the wave-by will begin, and that will be, the command will be given round about Blanchimont, as I understand it, so that when they go past the pits, the teams are on their toes, they can have a look. So this time, or this part of the circuit on the next lap, my theory is we'll do wave-by. Let's see.
Well, I think the cars that are staying behind the safety car are staying on the left of the track up the Kemmel Straight. Those that are going to be wave-by are going to go on the right-hand side. So there is, in effect, what it looks like they're coming to a standstill.
Well, I think I've not heard the wave-by call be given, but I think this is where it would happen. So the teams are identifying their cars that can unlap themselves. But as I say, I haven't heard the call of wave-by, but it has happened seemingly.
The left lane coming up the hill virtually comes to a standstill to let those wave-by cars get ahead.
Start wave-by, safety car, green lights on.
I think the teams rather jumped ahead there, but anyway, green lights on the safety car, so wave-by. Well, it's happened. I'm not sure it should have happened. Anyway, it had happened before we heard the voice of the race director. But anyway, that's happened now. So we've got the wave-by having taken place, and so double check with race control, but I think actually all is good. Alain Ardon giving the instruction to the teams and then gave it to us, as it were.
Yeah, but obviously there's a gap now between the lead wave-by cars, so that they're not the group of lead-by cars haven't gone as a group together. Wipers going on Dennis Marshall.
Interesting.
Oh, is that going to be another little sort of roll of the dice? A little joker play by nature?
I think so. You just had a round of pit stops, and now the weather conditions might change against what tyres they're on. Of course, what has also served here, here come more wave-bys. So through they come. I was going to say, what is happening is that with people getting out of the queue, so the lap traffic unlaps, what that does, of course, is bring together all those lead lap cars once more. So instead of having 4 back markers between you and your opponent, the 2 cars are together.
And the one who's really lost out most will be Dennis Marshall, who had a 6.6 second advantage over Nicky Team, and he's now got 0 advantage.
But sometimes you have time advantage and a traffic advantage. You've got neither.
Absolutely. I mean, that's that car, that 40 Audi has been absolutely stellar all the way through. Matteo Drudi fulfilled my expectations of him, and Dennis Marshall unquestionably will be able to match what Matteo Drudi did.
Dennis Marshall, very honest driver as well. He was doing a grand job in the IGTC round in Abu Dhabi at the end of last year in the Attempto Audi. Dropped it and fessed up, came and faced the media and said, my fault, really sorry, but he didn't hide away, didn't sulk, didn't invent a reason, held his hands up, and I think he gained quite a lot of respect for the way that he handled himself.
And he didn't have a PR person alongside him, with a prepared script to say exactly what he was told to say.
Does that happen in some categories?
I wouldn't know. I'm out of motor racing these days. It's been a long time since I've had anybody stand beside me and tell me what to say.
Pit lane open, pit lane open.
Right, the wave-by is done. That means
safety
the pit
car,
lane
green lights off,
opens.
yellow lights on.
Green lights off the safety car. So we are now under natural safety car conditions. Pit lane is back open, and in comes one of the Ferraris, and we will have at least one more lap of safety car lap. Over the timing line they come. So the race leaders coming over the line, 1 or 2 heading for the pit lane. So the cars then making their way, still behind the safety car. And this now lap 55, and the field at a quicker pace now, getting ready for that restart. And down through Eau Rouge, the pack turns. So this is the car leading the race right now. It is Dennis Marshall at the wheel, and Mattia Drudi having done a great job behind the wheel of that car. This is where we stand then, with just about 2.5 hours done of the Spa 24 hours. Audi number 40 leads the way, Dennis Marshall at the wheel. The race is going to carry on, of course, all the way to this time tomorrow, but for now, to our CBS viewers, it's goodbye. Join us again tomorrow. Bye for now. Safety car on track here at Spa. Team manager of the Modena Motorsports Porsche to the race director. We're not far off, I don't think. Lottie getting a green flag again.
Hopefully, I think in fairness, this new method has worked actually first time, not badly. It's a matter of just now how quickly those wave-by cars are able to close up. And I think they're not a million miles away. So, yeah. I mean, it was easy to be skeptical about something that was quite different. And, well, why would you want to do that? But if it works and it produces good motor racing and entertaining motor racing, well, it served the purpose it was intended.
Yeah, in fairness, we were thinking, why are they overtaking? Well, we've not heard the voice of the race director. He's got one button to the teams, one button to broadcast to us, and to make sure it was all done properly, he was concentrating on the button to the team. So it was all done properly, and then Alain pressed the button again so that we could also be given that information. From the pits, Gemma Scott has been talking to Andrew Piccodi and discovered that rain is due in 40 minutes, so there you go. If anybody from Scotland knows about rain in the vicinity of Knockhill, then I'll take their opinion, and I guarantee it'll be right. So, Andrew Piccodi, yeah.
Is that rain or that old Strakes?
I think that's just
of the
muck,
32.
isn't it?
And that's that was the Sheldon van der Linde,
yeah,
who's behind the wheel now. Dries van Voor.
Yeah, I don't think it's rain yet. I think that's just grime.
Well, yeah, but if that had been a recent pit stop, they should have cleaned the windscreen. Well, we don't know. When Andrew Piccodi has given us a 40-minute period before he reckons the rain is coming. So Andrew, an avid fly fisherman, would certainly have a good weather eye for anything that might be coming in.
Safety car in this lap, safety car in this lap.
So the cars then will go racing at the end of this lap. On board with 93, Chris Froggatt started that car, and down now into the chicane comes Eddie Cheever, ready to go racing then. Kevin Estre is going to be one to watch in the Porsche in fourth. Nicky Timms second against Dennis Marshall. Rub your hands together. This restart's going to be really lively, and the safety car is coming up to Les Combes. But at the end of this lap, we'll go racing again.
Interesting, David, that the 88 Mercedes have put Timo Boguslawski in after Raffaele Marcello, where over previous seasons they ran with Marcello and Jules Gounon for, in effect, the first 12 hours or so of the race. And then Timo took over for some of the shifts in the night time. But he's now fully engaged this year behind the wheel of the 88 Mercedes AMG GT3.
Right, Calvin van der Linde in second place then, hustling on in pursuit of Dennis Marshall, and we'll go back racing then at the end of this lap. If you ever watch the British Touring Car Championship, you might hear the commentator for that talk about safety cars breeding safety cars. It used to happen quite a lot. Whether we get more drama with everyone bunched up, we will wait and see. What we do, of course, though, have, John, now are all the pros effectively in a line up at the front with their driving standards, if you like, pretty much the same.
Yeah, it's interesting because Miguel Ramos has taken over from Enrique Chavez in the 188 McLaren, but he's got Rev and Kevin Estre waiting for this safety car light to go out and for the safety car to return to the pit lane. And I suspect at the earliest opportunity he will want to punch, because he will want to get onto the tail of Nicky Thiem, who will be a much bigger challenge to find a way around.
So in the Silver Cup, it is the ComTU Racing Audi that leads the way. Finlay Hutchison has taken over that car from Lucas Legeret, who did the first stint. So Finlay Hutchison is the class leader. and is in 9th overall, and 29th overall is the second place car in the class of Fabrizio Crestani.
I can't believe it. I noted that a little earlier.
And green
the
flag,
gap
green
between first
flag.
and second in the silver category was massive.
So Finlay Hutchison then aiming to try and stretch that margin yet further. He's got Valentino Rossi tucked up behind him in the overall order. But let's go racing again, because here they come out of the chicane. It is Audi, McLaren, Porsche. And we have a green flag on the start line. So we are back racing then, as getting his tyres up to temperature is the ever-fiery Nicky Team. 1 and 2 doing likewise further back in the pack, like Timur Boguslavski, who has taken over from Raffaele Marciello. And there is Kevin Estre. Can we get Estre into the lead of the race by the next pit stop?
I think it'd be difficult, but he's going to try and get himself up into 3rd position, but finding a way around Nicky Team or Dennis Marshall to take the lead. Even Kevin Estre knows ultimately he can only do so much with what he's been given to race with. That sky is looking more leadened, and looking there, that's the other view looking in the opposite direction, not looking brilliant either.
No, it's not, and the teams will be looking at this. If you want to earn money, invent the ultimate weather app for Spa, because you make a fortune here. There is Kevin Estre then. He's up into 3rd place. He's got ahead of Miguel Ramos, which, in fairness, he should do. Pro against an AM Plus, if you like. And then Timur Boguslavski is also going great guns behind. That Mercedes, look, in 5th place. That is back at the races, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and Boguslavski will likewise try and find a way around Ramos sooner than later, because the longer he stays behind the McLaren, the more difficult it will become. You want to build your momentum, you want to use that momentum to help you sweep past the car. So Boguslavski running about a second and a little bit more maybe behind the 3rd place number 188 McLaren as we go through Pouhon. And just keep an eye on these cars, but particularly in regard to their wipers, because that will be the first sign we're going to get that there is rain around certain parts of the racetrack. Right now the track is dry, but we had the note from the Garage 59 crew, Andrew Cacoldi, saying he reckoned it was going to be 40 minutes away. I think maybe it might not be as long as that, but my weather vane ain't pointing in the right direction.
Number 11, the Gilles Magnus Audi, has not only lost a lot of time, it's also being given a 30-second time penalty for track limits. Now, that car was well up the order early on, and I'm struggling to find it now. 23rd it's fallen back to, and it's got this Damocletian penalty as well.
And that's down to Gilles Magnus, I would assume, because the car's only been handed over. And, well, look, that's ultimately the penalty you get as we ride on board Dries van Voor in the 32 BMW. There you can see it, and it's got the 46 Valentino Rossi. These BMWs have been stuck together like you know what, to a proverbial bed sheet.
Do you remember a little while ago when Vantor L hit the Isaac Lopez Ferrari? Well, it was noted. It's now being under investigation. Robert Schwarzman in the delayed Ferrari after the puncture, 25th as the field comes down towards La Source, and a big dive up the inside. That was Finlay Hutchison going through on the inside ahead of Valentino Rossi, or back ahead of Valentino Rossi, because they briefly traded places over the line. But Finlay Hutchison retakes 8th place under braking for La Source.
That was a good pass. Got down the inside, got clean, got alongside the BMW, and executed the pass, got ahead of Valentino Rossi. I think Valentino might have been a little bit, didn't expect that one quite so quickly, but there we are. There is the position, respective positions. So we got Rossi down to 9th, Hutchinson up into 8th.
Going really nicely, and Alex Malikin dropping down the order in 9-11, the bronze-graded driver. There is 20 Porsche, which is now Tim Heinemann. Valentino Rossi out of Le Camp. He is taking Dries van Voor with him. And Finlay Hutchison doing a grand job keeping them both at bay here into Bruxelles.
Yeah, I suspect that Dries van Voor is going to find a way around Rossi relatively quickly. Valentino had the car sliding around, coming through Les Combes, and I don't think he'll be particularly happy with that kind of characteristic. But now down the hill into Pouhon, of course, the longer the cars are going, tire temperature is going back to the operating temperature that they're designed to work in, and all those laps behind the safety car. So is Hutchinson going to be under attack from the Italian Valentino, the doctor, as he's been christened after so many wonderful achievements on his, or within his two-wheel career, and he's looking to build on that in his four-wheel career?
Short answer is Finlay Hutchison is under pressure, yes, but he's repelling it, and Rossi has a bit of a twitch there, so the car up the curb coming out of campus. This is Dries van Voor running behind them in 10th place. The WRT BMW hasn't, if you like, this car, one that you might have expected to be up at the front, hasn't come alive. That's another IGTC point scorer as well. I mean, one in Kyle Army, don't forget. Through they turn. Carl's now over the timing line. This is the lead battle, and Estra is up with team.
Yep, he is. So 1, 2, 3, and the gap between second and third is less than the gap between first and second. So Nicky Team, I remember him racing in an Audi here, goodness, 5-6 years ago. Sunday morning, he was absolutely scintillating.
Yeah. He's always been a fiery, feisty driver, not short of opinions, not short of bravery. Do you remember last year when he had a big tank slapper with some contact coming up through a rouge? When I think it was Amanda went to talk to him, he said, "Well, I'm really glad to see you because it means I'm still here." It was quite a moment.
Well, I think he's got all the makings of being a great TV commentator with all those characteristics you just described, David.
Well, right now, he has got to be a very defensive race car driver because he's got Van Thor right behind him. But equally, Dennis Marshall is not getting away, is he? That gap now, 6 tenths between the leaders, 4 tenths second to third. And we gather it's raining as well now from the pit lane. And don't forget it's a long pit lane, but the rain is starting to fall, and let's see how heavy it becomes.
Now, which pit lane was being referred to? We didn't get told it was the upper pit lane or the lower pit lane. Looking out the window to see if I could see.
I think it's the bottom pit.
I think it must be the bottom one. Yes,
yeah.
Probably is the bottom one.
So it is light rain, but the rain is coming. Light rain at Spa tends not to stay light for very long. Anyway, right now you're riding on board number 96. This is the Rutronic
Car
Porsche.
92, 10-second time penalty to be taken at the next pit stop for causing a collision.
And 92 is Kevin Estra's car, so he cops the 10 seconds on that next pit stop because it was Lawrence Van Thor that hit 38, so they're third on the road, but a penalty comes. And there, way down, 25th, Laurin Heinrich, second in the esports race last night. He's hustling on here, looked in pursuit of the Robert Schwarzman Ferrari. Good fight, this.
So Schwarzman having the beginning of a stint, which will no doubt be a double stint, so we're coming through Fagnes. So looking at the rear of the Ferrari from the seat of the Porsche into Campus, classic line for the Ferrari.
Now this is why 92 has got the penalty. It was for that contact on Isu Tutumlo Lopez. We saw it at the time at La Source, and the stewards say, yeah, it's your fault, and a penalty comes at the next pit stop.
Yeah, I mean, in effect, it was the Porsche put its nose into a closing gap. Now, had that closing gap been a pro driver, I suspect there wouldn't have been any penalty.
Yeah. Well, 10 seconds ain't good, but you are serving it within your pit stop, so it could be worse.
At the end of the day, you say, well, whatever. Don't dwell on it, move on, just get on with the program.
And
don't
again,
harbour a grudge, that's what I would say.
The pro drivers are of the opinion that you're a team, you win as a team, you lose as a team, you work together. So, okay, one driver cops it, but it could happen to them on other occasions, so you just have to roll with it. Finlay Hutchison now in traffic, coming up to negotiate number 31 BMW there, which he will go to the inside line to do. And up the inside, goes past. And Valentino Rossi not quite able there to put a move on number 31 of Adam Carroll.
And I think that was, so Rossi wants to get through, but was apprehensive. He wasn't sure that the gap was going to be there. He wasn't sure Adam was, now he's pulled over to the side, and he's going to let Dries Van Thor go through as well. So good team, or inter-teamwork from the BMW drivers. So on board with Dries Van Thor as he looks to the rear of Valentino Rossi's, and still got that red Audi leading this group of cars. Hutchinson in 8th position and running, what, third? Yeah, well, he's 1.5 seconds behind the number 20 Porsche, but he's got his mirrors full of BMWs.
Finlay Hutchison then hangs on to that 8th place. Now Tim Heinemann in number 20 Porsche is the next target. The margin between them is, or it was 1.4 seconds, but I think Finlay Hutchison may have just dropped a little bit of time on this lap. Let's see. I'm looking to see where the Heinemann car is up the road. It just feels like it has stretched a bit, that gap, as Heinemann has been charging along in the sectors. Yeah, he's pulled half a second or so in that middle sector, so the gap has stretched a little bit, but Heinemann then has got himself stuck in traffic up the road. This is Dries Van Thor chasing after Valentino Rossi, who can't get past Finlay Hutchison, who is hanging on to that place. And the Audi almost dwarfed by the BMW.
Yes, it is. Just obviously going to have a move up the inside. Well, I think he thought about it, but realised wasn't anywhere near close enough. Dries Van Thor is probably getting a bit frustrated with this. situation. He can't find a way around the sister car, and in turn, that's, you know, the Audi Hutchinson just ahead, doing enough, has got enough pace to keep both BMWs at bay.
So down they come to La Source, and there is treble 7, Fabian Schiller. That's another car on the lead lap trying to wriggle its way back into contention. It's going up the order. Max Hesse's BMW 998 is in that group as well, and so also is Patrick Niederhauser's Audi. That too is trying to fight back into the mix as Hutchison, Rossi, Vanthoor make the run up towards Le Con once more.
260, 270 maybe on a good run, 75 to 80 kilometers per hour up the hill and then onto the braking zone. So there is this battle that's continuing on over 8th position. Audi fighting 2 BMWs, in fact fighting 2 BMWs. Now Fabian Schiller ahead of Max Hesse, and then Thomas Drouet, who is 0.7 of a second behind Hesse.
I mentioned Patrick Niederhauser's Audi a moment ago. That's playing catch-up because it had a 30-second penalty on its last pit stop, so that's dropped quite a long way back. But here, Hutchison hangs on to the position still. 8th he is, 9th Rossi, 10th Vanthoor. Through Pouhon they go. And Finlay Hutchison, of course, as we've been saying, comfortably ahead within silver right now after good stints from him so far. Good first stint as well by Lucas Legeret. So the race leader works lap number 61. And actually, despite the order being shuffled through wave by, despite everybody bunching up, everybody's pretty much together. And the incident that you might have feared on the resumption of the race, thankfully, hasn't come.
So there we are, and look at the Porsche. Look at Kevin going absolutely on the edge, trying to find a way to catch these 2 Audis.
And way up the curve there bounces Nicky Team as he comes into the chicane. So launches himself out the other side. Behind over the timing line now comes Kevin Estre. And this is for the race lead. They are covered by 0.9 of a second as they start lap 62. They're pretty much together, and it's going to be Dennis Marshall under attack as they go downhill. And it's Kevin Estre just lagging back by a length or so. They're waiting to see what the Audis do. What he wants to do is get a good run, I suppose, downhill and make the move up the hill. He doesn't want to get caught out at the bottom here.
I mean, he doesn't want to get too close to the tail of Nicky Team in the second of the 2 Audis. He wants to have that run through that sequence of corners where he's got his own pace, his own momentum, and of course he's keeping an eye on this battle going on between Dennis Marshall and Nicky Team, and Nicky Team thinks maybe I could have got a move, but that was denied by Dennis Marshall. And as these 2 race each other, inevitably they're maybe going to forget that there's a Porsche lurking, and Kevin Estre will sit and watch, but I don't know how much patience Kevin Estre has, or is he going to maybe decide I'm going to have to split these 2 Audis if I want to get my Porsche into the lead of this race.
Downhill they come. This is Speaker's Corner, and the Manthey EMA entered car, EMA being an Australian team, Manthey being, if you like, the Works factory Porsche team, comes down now through Pouhon. And as we've said, this corner goes on and on.
It's a great corner. Well, it's a corner where you've got to be careful, especially in the rain, because you're picking up soon what's happening coming down the hill. And Dries Vanthoor's got through, but Dries Vanthoor's managed to get past. Down into Pouhon, that's not an easy place. Both drivers gave each other working room. Valentino Rossi now thinks, well, I want to fancy a bit of that overtake as well. But the defence from the Audi is fair and denies Rossi that opportunity.
Yeah, Vanthoor had jumped Rossi, and then he jumps ahead of the Audi of Finlay Hutchison. And now also, look there, you can see Fabian Schiller having a go on the inside of the BMW. That was very, very close to contact, if contact did not come.
I think there was light contact, but Schiller took a big punt. There was not a sufficient room. He wasn't far enough alongside the BMW for Rossi to have to concede the ground. And Rossi did the right thing, took his line, but that could have been 2 cars off the racetrack down at campus.
So the silver leading Audi down towards the chicane. As we've been saying, he's got this monster gap over everybody else because the car is in 8th overall and the second silver is 27th. So Finlay Hutchison, in a sense, can afford to let 1 or 2 of those cars go and not get delayed in a fight. Look at this for the race lead. 3 for the lead as they dive downhill. Lap 63. Change for the lead now. Nicky Tim has done it. He's ahead of Dennis Marshall. So Kevin Estre is on his toes. He needs that place, and this is the time to make that move. The Porsche on the back of the Audi as the new leader is Nicky Tim.
Nicky Tim made the pass. We didn't see it. We may get a replay of it. The man who's on the move is Kevin Estre, looking to see a way. Can he get up alongside into Lecombe? No, he can't do it. And it's Dennis Marshall. Dennis Marshall hasn't given up this race lead. It's just he's conceded it somewhere. And maybe in a minute or two we might... Oh, here we go. Watch and see what happens. Oh, brave move, Nicky Tim. Launched it down the inside, and more importantly, managed to get the car squared up on the exit of La Source, and that was a pretty stellar Nicky Tim move.
That was mega, wasn't it? Full send. Bit of smoke here from the Lamborghini, and that's the second Silver Cup car. Fabrizio Crestani, second in silver with smoke. Now, is that mechanical or is that bodywork and tyre? What do we think?
Hard to tell. I mean, just suddenly a big plume of blue smoke came from the left side. Up into Lecombe, I think Robert Schwartzman amongst others there, but a big plume of blue smoke came from that Lamborghini in the left front. It's hard to tell if it's bodywork or... I mean, it wouldn't have been a brake lockup because you don't really use the brakes that much these days coming. Oh, there's maybe a tyre problem as well.
Well, we saw a deflating tyre, didn't we, on the Ferrari of Rovera earlier on, but that car, well, the smoke has gone, interestingly enough, but it's starting to look a little bit more nervous or less compliant, depending on which way you want to call it, in the handling.
Yeah, no, certainly can't explain what was the reason coming into Eau Rouge. Here, look again. Oh, maybe there was contact with that right front.
This is on board with Valentino Rossi as he comes down to Speaker's Corner and has a right old tax lap when he goes off through the gravel, and that's how he lost places.
Yeah, lost 2 places, and he's lost 3 places now. 4.
4. Keep counting.
And, okay, well, he's into Pujol.
Yeah.
So that's going to take him a little bit of time. So
Estre's done it for second while we've been watching that. So Nicky Tim leads. Kevin Estre is now second, and the margin is 1.8 seconds. Audi, Porsche, Audi. And you're looking at Estre versus Marshall for second, but I think that gap is going to grow. Really, it's going to be Porsche versus Audi for the lead very shortly.
Yeah, I mean, now that Kevin Estre's found a way around what was the former leading Audi, Dennis Marshall, the number 40, Kevin Estre's clearly got his vision on the Audi directly up ahead of him with Nicky Tim behind the wheel, and he will have watched the pass Nicky Tim made on Dennis Marshall, so he will know that the Audi and Nicky Tim are not going to be any walk in the park when it comes to making a manoeuvre, especially up into somewhere like La Source or any corner where you've got a big braking moment.
There, BMW 31 getting out of the way. That's Adam Carroll letting the traffic go, but Adam a long way back, and I just wonder whether that car is 100% healthy. Behind him, incidentally, is the 98 BMW. Now, the team manager of that car has been summoned to the stewards about the last refueling pit stop. So there's something in the system for that Rover BMW as well. More replays of drama. And this is how Estre got second place. Dennis Marshall made a mess of the chicane, and at the inside for second place went the Porsche. A bit of a rub as he went through, but he was committed to the line.
Yeah, that was a gimme. I mean, Dennis Marshall just got it wrong, and Kevin Estre didn't need to be advantaged. No, it's not Dan Harper's Hasse.
Yeah,
Max Hasse in the rather sort of trendy. Adam Carroll. Was that a cloud or was that just a driver error? Whatever it was, causing a scattering of cars as they come up behind him.
Well, that explains why he was slow off the corner, and it was also Valentino Rossi who was behind him. I'm not suggesting Valentino was in contact with him, but it was close. So, race lead battle now. Team versus Estre in Sector 1. Estre was quicker. In Sector 2, Team was quicker.
And nothing much Dennis Marshall has been able to do to keep in contact to the Porsche, disappearing up the road and lasering into the back of Nicky Tim's Audi. The gap previously when they came around was 1.8 seconds. Probably going to be within that ballpark, one would imagine. And they come up to complete lap 64.
So the lead gap was 1.8. The lead gap now, as they break the beam, is 1.5 seconds. There, with the headlights are flashing, is Dries Van Thor. He's got himself onto the back of the number 20 Porsche of Tim Heinemann, the DTM Trophy champion, twice over. That's for GT4 machinery rather than GT3, but he's racing in the DTM this year, Tim Heinemann. So again, comparable car. He knows what he's doing, comes over the line. But Van Thor, I think he's about to have a stand up the inside line, dives to the inside, looks for it, gets it. He's going to go through on the inside, is he? Yes, yes. Let's see, out of the corner, still side by side, and no is the answer. Porsche gets the drive off the corner, and Tim Heinemann is still ahead of Dries van Thor.
The longer way around La Source, we've seen on previous occasions, can sometimes be the better line. Dries van Thor would have been trying to get traction at the earliest opportunity, but the Porsche was that little bit shallower angle on the exit, gave him the extra speed, and that's why he could consolidate his position. And Dries van Thor is going to be, well, up the inside this time, gets it done.
Yeah.
So he's now secured that position up into 7th place, and Heinemann did a good job, but eventually it was going to happen.
Now, Dries van Thor is behind the green Mercedes there of Ralph Aaron, and that allows me to mention that his younger brother was a winner in FIA Formula 3 earlier on today at the Red Bull Ring. So it's been a good weekend thus far for the Aarons, as they're in 15th and 16th places now. Alex Malikin is coming under attack from Antonio Fuoco. Now, 71 Ferrari, don't forget, made an early pit stop. It was one of those that broke rank, as it were, right at the start under that safety car period that stretched at the start of the race. And Daniel Serra has given over to Antonio Fuoco, and that's another car chipping its way back into the mix.
And Fuoco, make no mistake, is mighty quick.
Yeah.
So he'll be looking to try and make short work of the Porsche. You can see the headlights flashing.
Incident between car 46 and car 31 in turn 18 noted.
So that's Valentino Rossi and Adam Carroll. There was contact therefore, and it has been noted, that dread word. Now, another one we need to just keep an eye on is the recovering number 63 Lamborghini. Mirko Bortolotti has clearly had more problems with that car because it's now had 3 pit stops, but Bortolotti is 68th and is effectively 5 laps down. We've not really seen it in the pits, but that's as good as out of it.
You have to think you're going to rack up 5 laps. Okay, we've got another, 21 hours and 3 minutes of this race remaining.
To the inside goes 71, Antonio Fuoco jumps ahead of Porsche, and so 9-11 then of the bronze-graded Alex Malikin loses 15th to Antonio Fuoco. Right, over the timing line, that train goes. Let's have another look at Adam Carroll and Valentino Rossi. Of course, they're different liveries, but they're still run by the same team of WRT, and there's a little bit of contact going through the chicane. So that was one look at it. Now, this is how Valentino saw the drama. He went to the inside, and
he was nowhere near far enough up alongside, so I'm afraid in that case it's a bit of a slam dunk that contact was caused by the 46.
So drama for number 31 BMW, Adam Carroll at the wheel, 54th, and that's another of the cars eligible for IGTC points. 9th you're looking at there coming in towards us, that's Fabian Schiller, and there is Valentino Rossi still pounding along.
So down the hill into Brussels, so just enjoying that battle. So Rossi did eventually get around the number 12 silver category leading Audi of Finlay Hutchinson, and he's got Thomas Drouet now breathing down his neck in the number 87 Mercedes, some just 3/4 of a second behind the Audi.
So the field then currently working lap 66. There is Valentino Rossi in 11th place, but with his Damocletian noted over him. So the Rossi fans are happy that their man is doing a good job. Dries van Thor, however, is up into 7th place, and the lead gap has gone up, hasn't it? Getting all excited initially about Kevin Estre catching Nicky Thiem. Well, that gap has stretched a little bit as we were at 2.4 seconds last time. Plus, of course, we've still got that time penalty to be served for Kevin Estre on the next pit stop that it takes for Laurens van Thor causing that collision. So, Nicky Thiem, Audi number 17, rounds La Source, sets off down the hill. Kevin Estre chases along behind him in 2nd spot. Dennis Marshall runs 3rd. Miguel Ramos is going to be 4th in the 188. McLaren Timo Bogoslavski 5th, and then 6th Marco Mappelli, who at the moment is upholding Lamborghini honours. Remember as well, I know we're a long way off it, but you do get points at the 6-hour mark in the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup. And then at 12 hours as well. Whereas for Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli, just the 1 set of points that obviously come at the end of the race. Estra then up towards Lecombe. There is Dennis Marshall in 4th place. Miguel Ramos
Drive-through penalty
comfortably
to
ahead.
car 38, track limits infringement 12 times.
So 38 has already had a spin as well. He's up to Tumblr Lopez and now being given a drive-through for 12 track limit offences. Your first 6 get you a 30-second penalty on the pit stop. Your next 6 get you a drive-through, and then you tumble down the order accordingly. And therefore, that car, yes, it's not been going well after the spin, but make a note of the drive-through. It is going to throw the car even further down the order. Nicky Team then up towards the Piff Paff as he comes into the right and into the left, and 2.6 seconds to the good. In terms of the classes, bronze is still Miguel Ramos in 4th overall, 188. Silver is still Finlay Hutchison in number 12, and he's in 13th place. And Pro-Am has changed, actually, to the CrowdStrike car, Colin Braun at the wheel of it now. That's moved him ahead of the Barwell Lamborghini that seems to have lost a big chunk of time. Patrick Kujala has also fallen back and has been in the pits for a couple of laps. So let's have a look at what was happening early on in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. From a safety car start, the field was led away by the pole car of Matteo Cairoli, and by the time the rather longer than planned safety car start process had come to an end after Carl Washington crashed on the 3rd lap of the race, it was Matteo Cairoli who led the pack away, being chased early on by Alessio Rivera in the Ferrari, and then in 3rd place by the number 911, which had at the wheel of it Klaus Bachler. The cars accelerated their way up through Eau Rouge on a road that was drying all the time, and initial worries on the grid as to whether to go slicks were soon allayed. Slicks was definitely the way to go. There were 1 or 2 drivers that took the chance of a very early pit stop and broke rank and got out of the pack, and then we had a number of the drivers with the really good bravery stakes raised, carving way through the order. Raffaele Marciello was one. Kelvin van der Linde in that Audi you just saw was another. Marciello was eager to gain ground, coming up to have a go at Dennis Lind as well as the cars charged into the chicane. Number 6, Rob Pereira, squabbling with Mattia Drudi. The Audi staying ahead as the cars wriggle their way out of the chicane and up towards the timing line. In the Rover BMW, Dan Harper was hard at work, but he had a face full of number 32, Sheldon van der Linde in the WRT BM, repelled him, and Gerhard Batzinger had a 3rd spin, and this time it happened down at La Source, and around he went, and there was a bit of damage as cars tried to dart past him on either side. He was able to rejoin, but badly delayed. Batzinger's car fell down the order before he gave it to Brendan Leach. Into the pit in the lead came Jordan Pepper. A brake issue put the car in its garage, and it still had big problems ever since, and effectively now is out of contention, having lost something like 5 laps. Number 20 Porsche yo-yoed its way through the order once Janis Fitcher got behind the wheel, and eventually he was overtaken by Mattia Drudi on the inside line at La Source. Drudi pushing his way forward, Raffaele Marciello just pushing. He made his move on the inside line to go through at Pouan and gain 8th place away from the Porsche out of the bronze class. And then Lawrence Vanthor got into the back of Isaac Tutumlu Lopez, for which that car has 10 seconds hanging over it to serve at the next pit stop. Puncture for the 2nd place Ferrari. Alessio Rivera's tyre went down. He got the car to the pit lane, but lost a bit of time in the process, as Enrique Chavez in 188 was a real star of the first couple of hours. He set the fastest lap, but then we had the safety car, because this fell Indy Doccia down at Pouan, off into the barriers he went. Nicky Team grabbed the race lead going into La Source on the inside against Dennis Marshall. Kevin Estra in 3rd place as they battle their way downhill, and eventually the Porsche was able to move itself up past the Audi after Marshall made this little mistake at the chicane, sorted himself out, lost momentum, and Kevin Estra went through. There was a clash between them, but the Porsche was committed to the line, and through he went. More contact at the chicane involved teammates Valentino Rossi versus Adam Carroll, and Carroll came off worse. Around went the BMW of Adam Carroll. Valentino Rossi persevered and runs 11th on the road, as we've had now 3 hours after 24. So it's been a busy start to the race, and as you look at the race leader, Nicky Tim, we've had, what, safety cars, we've had full course yellows, we've had the threat of rain. Jake Sanson, there's been an awful lot happening, and that's without even thinking about places changing.
There certainly has. There's been so many crews battling for the victory, and if you think that in the first 3 hours we've had 4 manufacturers leading the way. We started with Porsche, yes. Then we went to Lamborghini, then we went to Ferrari, and now we're on Audi. So I have a feeling it might not be too long before we get McLaren involved in this. Mercedes are actually not that far away either with Boguslavski, so there's plenty of teams that still have a chance to run at the front of this.
Yeah, I mean, Boguslavski's, as you say, chipped away up into 5th place, doing a nice job there. 17 Audi, Nicky Tim makes his way through the pit path. Now, let's go back down to the pit lane. Amanda has been busy finding drivers for us.
Luca Engsler standing here watching the highlight of that overtake of his teammate Nicky Tim. It is his first Spa making your debut here. When you look at your teammates, they have a combined over 10 years of experience here at Spa. How instrumental have they been in getting you up to speed?
Well, obviously, those two are one of the quickest guys in this kind of cars. They helped me a lot. Obviously, it's my first time here, so a lot to learn. Still a long way to go, but there have been some good advisors, yeah.
How cool is it to see that Audi leading?
Yeah, it's cool, but as you know, it's still a long way to go. Right now, that doesn't mean anything yet. So, yeah, we keep the head down, keep working, and then we see tomorrow morning.
We'll start his first stint in about an hour.
So Luca Engsler, you were hearing from, who doesn't half remind me of his father when you look at him. Franz Engsler, great touring car veteran for many, many years, and Luca Engsler has been a real gun in TCR, hasn't he, for a number of seasons, with great strike rate, winning championships in all random places like TCR Malaysia or Asia or you name it, but championships that you kind of forget about, but he's mopped them up. We need to put another Porsche back in the lead, Jake, don't we? This is Kevin Estre, who's always a joy to watch, I reckon.
Yeah, he's very much got Porsche running through his bone marrow. If you snapped his leg in half, he would absolutely have it written through it like Blackpool Rock. He's become very much part of the DNA of the Porsche motorsport program over the last decade or so, and as it continues to grow legs and sprout new competitions and trophies, Kevin Estre is definitely going to be part of that. It doesn't matter what Porsche you put him in, doesn't matter what championship you put him in, Kevin Estre is always at the front, whether it's in the World Endurance Championship, whether it's in Porsche Super Cup, whether it's in Porsche Carrera Cup, or whether it's here in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. He is absolutely relentless. He just seems to know every single quarter panel, every single inch and millimeter of the component of the Porsche, and he is absolutely married to it. Symbiotic pace that he produces from this car every time.
And he is a really nice bloke to boot. Yes, occasionally there are moments, but that's what you get when you are at 11/10ths all the time. You know, he has one mode really, which is absolutely flat out, and data engineers that work with him always come back absolutely full of praise. This is the Pro-Am leading car now. I think I touched on the fact that the Barwell Lamborghini had problems. So Colin Braun now takes up the lead of the class, significantly, of course, given that this is the car that he shares with the CrowdStrike boss, George Kurtz, and Colin Braun with George, part of that LMP2 Pro-Am winning crew at Le Mans this year. So those two, plus Felipe Fraga, plus Ian James, the expat Brit, who won his class in the Daytona 24 Hours this year, they lack nothing in ability.
No, indeed, and this is a really serious entrant. They are absolutely determined to win this, none the least because, of course, it's the title sponsor of the race that's on the car as well. And CrowdStrike have actually been so passionate about trying to win this. They've come in this going, yes, we are... Oh, there's been a big off on the exit of Les Combes.
So smoke ahead of the Mercedes, and it's a Ferrari that's had a drama by the look of it. So that was Jeff Machiels recovering. So was that purely a spin, or was it a bit more sinister? The car, by the look of it, has got going again, if that was the delayed Ferrari. So hooked the curb, lost it. So Jeff Machiels, bearing in mind there's not a vast amount of runoff area on either side of the road, they got out of jail free, didn't he?
So easily done, because you ride the outside curb, as you can see the CrowdStrike Mercedes doing. The thing is, with these cars, you've got amount of power and you've got good rhythm in these cars to be able to catch it if you do run on the curbs. You really are flirting with the limit on the top of Les Combes. So it was just a quick 360-degree spin, bit of a pirouette. So we've obviously got Colin Braun in the Mercedes here. This is going to be a really interesting run as he comes up the hill. Let's listen in to the CrowdStrike Racing by Riley AMG. interesting to note the slightest of feathers as you come through the throttle on Blanchimont and at the top of Raidillon, just to give that car a little bit more of an opportunity to correct itself if the back gets a tiny bit twitchy. Really interesting to note it from the Mercedes-AMG in particular. A lot of the drivers refer to this as probably the most all-rounded of cars. It's good on straight line, it's got a good positive wheelbase, so you get good grip and good rhythm through the turns. So as one of the all-rounder cars, it's fascinating to watch it at speed, at the limit, on one of the fastest race circuits on the planet.
There's also that rather scary noise of the bottom of the car scraping on the ground. You heard it at Blanchimont, you heard it going up out of Eau Rouge, up through Raidillon. And that car, just to make the point again, was leading in the Pro-Am contest. This is the overall leader. Second in Pro-Am, just quickly to say, Casper Stevenson in the Audi 888. Former Mercedes driver himself, but anyway, Casper Stevenson chasing. This is the leading car. Last lap was a 2:20.4, the last lap of Estre a 2:20.5, so it's still advantage Audi within this stint. 5.9 seconds is the margin, and Kevin Estre with either Julian Andlau to take over or Kevin to stay behind the wheel. Either way, plus 10 seconds on that next pit stop for that contact that we've been discussing. And then in third place, Denis Marchal, number 40 Audi that led for a little while in that first couple of hours, now dropping back slightly, but he's running to a rhythm. And Miguel Ramos, who in turn has taken over the 188 McLaren that still has the fastest lap of the race against its number, courtesy of Enrique Chavez. He's being reeled in by Timur Bogoslavsky, and the change, I reckon, for fourth is going to happen pretty soon, because the gap was 1.7 seconds at the start of this lap, and 2 seconds a lap quicker was Bogoslavsky. So fourth and fifth is the next one to have a look for.
Yeah, not a big shock to see the Ikotis Mercedes-AMG coming forward. Obviously, Bogoslavsky going very well, and there shouldn't be too much resistance from Miguel Ramos. Yes, of course, they want to be as far up as possible, but they have got the lead in bronze at the moment, and they want to make sure that the Garage 59 McLaren stays there. They've got a good amount of distance between themselves and the Huber Porsche of Tim Heinemann, who is still there in the top 10, but they won't want to take too many risks with the Ikotis Mercedes. They've obviously got their own game plan. This is the wonderful section of a 24-hour where you really get to see the average between the 3 drivers, 4 drivers within a crew. This is where you really get to understand. You've got 1 or 2 really strong drivers within a crew, but it's the average where you really get to see who's put the best quartet or trio together.
Yeah, interestingly, they put Bogoslavsky in now rather than Jules Gounon, for example, because you get points at 6 hours, so you want to absolutely maximise that the car is up there. Ikotis clearly has the confidence in Bogoslavsky to keep the car as high up the order as possible. Points in class, therefore, so you take out the bronzes for the moment. So that gains the Mercedes 1 place back, were we to have this order at the end of 6 hours. But equally, they might get Gounon in for the last hour of the first 6, as an example. See what he can do once he's unleashed. The lead car, then, is on lap number 73. Now, more pit stops come, and Ramos to Bogoslavsky was down again, 1.3 seconds, but only a modest gain that time around, as into the pit lane has come Laurin Heinrich, into the pit lane has come Christopher Hase, Nikolai Schiergaard is in, and that is number 30 BMW, Jean-Baptiste Simonard, again for WRT, and I think Sam Dehaan has also come in this time for the Optimum McLaren team. He took over from Tom Gamble. Nicky Team, however, looking absolutely relentless at the moment. No suggestion that he's going to come in. He's just pounding along, doing what Nicky Team does, and that's to go flat out.
I'm interested by the WRT BMW strategy. It seems to be a bit of a slow burn at the moment, doesn't it? Dries Van Tor really starting to come back into it now that he's hot and ready in the top 10. 7th position for that car. Rossi's actually been incredibly admirable there in 11th position. He's only really made 1 mistake on his stint where he dropped that 3 or 4 places. And considering, you know, what he's used to doing, this is still only his 2nd full year at this level. And this is easily the hardest race probably he's ever had to do in motorsport. He's done other 24 hours before, but never has he had just 1 class of car, multiple classes of drivers, of course, but where there's 71 cars that can go for the outright victory. This is absolutely the toughest race probably he's ever had to do.
And anything he learnt last year is a reset anyway, because it's Audi to BMW now. We just had a look at the Gold Cup leader, which is the Mercedes 157. This is 2nd in gold. Now Leonardo Pulcini at the wheel of the Iron Lynx Lamborghini. And into the pit lane comes Nicky Team. So the leader and also the 2nd place car is in. Remember, the Grello Porsche has a longer stop looming here with that penalty to be served. Denis Marchal is in as well. If he stays out, Miguel Ramos will take over the lead, but he might bail. Timur Bogoslavsky, therefore, if he stays, yeah, Ramos is in, Bogoslavsky is in, Mapelli is in. Top 6 are all in. make that 7 because of Dries Van Thor. So, oh no, sorry, 8. Tim Heinemann.
Any
9,
advance on
10.
it?
Yeah,
10.
Schiller is in. Hesser is in.
11.
Valentino Rossi is in from 11th.
Any advance on 11?
Thomas Drouet next. Anybody see Thomas Drouet?
He's come in as well.
He has. Antonio Fuoco stays out and will take over the lead of the race, number 71 Ferrari. So Fuoco, who had already done his 3rd pit stop and he's out of sequence because of the puncture, Antonio Fuoco now will lead the race from Sven Müller in the Dynamic Huber Porsche number 54.
This is going to be fascinating to see how Ferrari make up that time now as well, because they probably cost themselves, I would say, about 2 minutes in all of that. It was a great recovery to come back onto the circuit despite that puncture. And I have to say, Alessio Rivera drove it so beautifully coming into the pits. Anyone else could have thrown that into the barrier.
I don't know, it was 2 minutes though, because it was only towards the end of the lap that it actually went bang. It was a slower lap, but he was still really hustling it along. I mean, John and I said at the time, it's lucky it's finally deflated where it had. That was really only at Blanchimont that he was off the road. He was losing pace, I'll grant you, but it wasn't a sort of limp home lap as such. So, yeah, and the fact that it went bang at Blanchimont rather than, let's say, at La Source, you know, was another bit of luck. Sometimes it rides with you, sometimes it rides against you. However, you're right, how are they going to get it back into the mix? Stick at it, go flat out. And now that car's going to pick up the race lead. And you can see the F1 pits are busy. So this is the on-the-road leader now. Antonio Fuoco, away goes the number 40 Audi back into the race and stays ahead, therefore, of Boguslavski's Mercedes.
But very much closer behind the 92 Porsche than they were. So they've actually made up a little bit of time in the pit stops there. They were a good 8 seconds back. And look at it now. That's definitely a lot smaller a gap than 8 seconds now, isn't it?
It is rather. So as the field works its way, in some cases, onto a lap, in some cases, out of the pits, the order shuffles again. And 1 or 2 teams with early travails being forced down the order. Now here, Nicky Tim in the traffic, coming up to try and find a way past the DK Engineering Mercedes there, number 64. We had Matt Bell in that car most recently from memory. And it turns now into Speaker's Corner, letting the race leader go by. So as the order continues to shuffle around, Naveen Rao has taken it over. In fact, that yellow Mercedes, and it's 37th. Naveen had an off at Speaker's Corner in the pre-qualifying session, but going strongly for the moment. As you see now, 14th for McLaren from Garage 59. And there is Timo Boguslavski down towards Bruxelles. And he's now got the Van Thor BMW behind him. And Fuoco has now pitted, and Sven Müller has pitted. So the 2 that stayed out for an extra lap are now in.
Your prediction about Jules Gounon was on the money. At that last pit stop, they decided to bring Jules Gounon into the car now. So I reckon this is going to be for a good chance for maximum points from this first 6-hour phase. Watch Jules Gounon light up the timesheets, because he and Raffaele Marcello, it's almost as if they have an inner war in that team as to who's going to bring out the fastest lap times in a stint. And Jules Gounon is absolutely going to go hell for leather at this. Currently in about P5 in the flow of pit stops. It would not at all shock me if he could manage to get himself up towards the top 3 by the end of his stint.
Winner last year, Jules Gounon, and it turned out to be a very good event for various reasons, not least of which that as he waited for the podium, romance blossomed. He got chatting to Michelle Gatting, and they are now very much an item. Over the line, there goes Nicky Tim then. He is 8th over the line, but in real terms, 2nd, because Philip Eng now in the Rover BMW, number 98, will take over the race lead. There is 92. And that is Kevin Estre staying at the wheel of it. Now, where does this car sit in relation to 71 Ferrari when Antonio Fuoco blasts back out again, or that car blasts back out? Remember, the Porsche hampered by the 10-second penalty in the pits. Down it comes. Let's see where the Ferrari is in relation. It's still shown as being in the pit lane, so I think it's advantage Porsche. So Eng leads on the road. It'll be Team 2nd on the road. And there's the Ferrari coming down the pit road. So, yeah, the Porsche is clear at the moment.
So we saw the other Porsche going out of the pits, so Schwartzman obviously left the pits a little bit later on, or was that the other Ferrari? That might have been the 50 leaving the pits earlier on. So there we are, we have Eng out in the lead now in the Rover BMW. 2nd is Nicky Tim in the Audi. Then we have Kevin Estre in the Porsche, just in front of Dennis Marchal. Pret is there in the McLaren, trying to work his way up in towards the top 3.
And at the moment, of course, the order needs to settle down for another timing point after you've got cars having rejoined from the pits, the Lumi rank needing to update on that next sector point. So you've got the cars that have just served a pit stop blending back in. So Fuoco and Sven Müller, who'd stayed out for an extra lap, now having to get themselves in the order. Kevin Est being delayed in traffic, though, because he's got stuck there, look, behind the number 16 Uno Racing Team Audi. Quickly dispenses of that coming out of Pouin. So he's got to make up that lost 10 seconds, but the team feeling that he's the man to make them up. So they've kept Kevin Estre in the car. Now, where do we find the race leader? Philip Eng is going to be coming out of La Source. So 98 BMW leads at the moment. That's done 3 pit stops, so that's on a par with everybody else. And again, it's been one of those cars that has been slightly out of sequence, but that's your leader for the moment. 98 Philip Eng in the Rover Racing BMW, and we'll check in a second as to who's going to be second over the line. But it's quite a gap actually now on the most recent round of pit stops that the BMW has inherited.
And this is, of course, the team that won the first round of the Endurance Cup this year at Monza, so they know exactly how to maximise the most out of this particular car. Great to see them in the 4th hour, now hitting the front, so that is yet another manufacturer taking its turn at the front. We've had Porsche, we've had Ferrari, we've had Lamborghini, we've had Audi, and now we've got BMW. So that just shows you how ultra-competitive the victory is going to be here in the CrowdStrike's 24 Hours of Spa. It really is going to be relentless as these manufacturers and these teams continue to swap the lead over the course of the stints. But Eng is now 38 seconds clear of the number 17 Audi, and that is a slowing McLaren.
You can see all the gravel on the road, and that is limping down towards the Bruxelles corner. It's Fran Rueda at the wheel of it. And number 7 then has had a drama. It's the Inception car, Brendan Aribe, Ollie Milroy, Fran Rueda, Frederick Schandhoff, and that's crawling round to the pit lane, isn't it? Whatever it's done, it's a long limp home. Now, Nicky Thiem, did I tell you he'd done the fastest lap of the race? Well, he did it last time, so the Audi of Nicky Thiem is the quickest car on the circuit. Philip Eng, leading in the BMW, he is due in within 10 minutes. So he's got a pit stop looming, so Nicky Thiem will get the lead back when the BMW pits. I'm not convinced Fran Rueda is going to get to the pit lane, you know. The only reason the car is moving is because it's downhill, and this is gravity rather than power.
Yeah, indeed, this is a real problem. We've got a great little squabble developing further round. This is the treble 9 of Grenier in front of the 157 of David Schumacher, former leaders in gold. Just up the road from them is the current leader in gold. That's Aurélien Panis in the Audi. So that's why David Schumacher trying to work his way forward. We have 2 Mercedes just up the road as well. So this is going to be a really interesting battle on the way up to Les Combes. So there's Aurélien Panis and David Schumacher trying to get through the traffic as quickly as possible. Tight into, yeah, unfortunately there is no power left in that McLaren.
And if it can't get going, it can't stay there either. Is it going to be a full course yellow to get it moved? This battle pack is bearing down on that part of the racetrack as well. Look, as Michael Grenier goes to the inside line in the yellow Mercedes. 157 over his shoulder. David Schumacher is in that battle pack. Also Nicolai Kiergaard in the Gulf McLaren. What's going on in the classes? Number 12, Finlay Hutchison gave way to Loris Hezemans. He's in that mix as well. And look, that car is on the road. Now, the power with a Control-Alt-Delete kind of reset is there. The camera is working again. The power is there to the car. But now, the McLaren has to try and get going again. So there is power, but there's not much motion. And look at this. Cars everywhere. Track limits, forget it. Curves, let's use them. Kiergaard to the head of that pack.
This is what makes the 24 Hours of Spa one of the most relentless motor races in the world. Flotsam and jetsam all over the place, and somehow they avoid making contact. Not even a little bit of paint traded as the field squabbles its way down the hill up towards Curb Paul Frere and back up the climb to Blanchimont. Out of all of that, the number 9, Aurélien Panis, has actually gone away scot-clear now, away from Simonauer, so has managed to work himself into a bit of space, and now he's taken a firm Gold Cup lead.
I don't know how, but with respect to him, Louis Pret has done the fastest lap of the race.
Indeed,
in the 188 McLaren. Louis Pret is a quick am, and the 2019 Ferrari Challenge Europe champion has done a 2:18.031. Let's assume it is Louis Pret in the car, and he's not giving us the wrong transponder position, but that is an exceptional lap time. There it is for Louis Pret, keeping that car in 5th place. So, for the moment, it is Louis Pret who has the fastest lap of the race to his name. Fantastic effort. He's also got Dries Van Thorp breathing down his neck, so he needs another good lap here to try and stretch that margin.
Well, no wonder he's going quickly when you've got Dries Van Thorp right behind you. Oh, the McLaren is stationary again, and this is going to cause a real problem. That's a real pinch point on the way to Double Gauche, isn't it?
And they can't with respect to everybody, that car can't really be allowed to keep doing that, limping around the lap, because it's just going to be a hazard. Sooner or later, race control are going to have to give him a sort of final option and then take charge, because otherwise it's dangerous for Frank Wader as well as anybody else.
Right, Vantor has got an opportunity here now behind Louis Pret. Pret is really getting held behind this Porsche, and Dries Vantor is looking to the left, looking to the right, looking to try and catch out the McLaren. Gets on the curb, has to throw the car back into the throttle as they go up through Courbe, Poulfrère. On the acceleration now, just trying to follow the McLaren all the way to Blanchimont. Might get an opportunity through the left. Trying to ride the slipstream. You just can't follow the dirty air here. You won't get the opportunity into the chicane. He's not close enough.
Didn't close at all, did he, through Blanchimont? But it's going to have to be a late dive on the brakes. But Dries Vantor biding his time, stays behind Louis Pret, rides the curb. That buys him half a car's length.
And on the acceleration out of the final turn along the home straight, he might get an opportunity into La Source, but it's going to need to be brave, perhaps braver, than Dries Vantor is willing to risk at this stage of the race. He is going to have a look at it. No, you can't quite make that one stick, but he's going to try and go for a good exit. If they get held by the Porsche on the run to Radillon, he might get an opportunity up the Kemmel Straight.
My furrowed brow, sorry, was still about Louis Pret's fastest lap, because everybody else is doing 220s and 219s, and that was a 280, so it was some effort. Dries Vantor now tries to get in the draft as they come up Radillon. He's got the toe, and this is the move. Which way does he go? Pret defends the outside line. Vantor to the inside line. The space, he's going to have to be late on the brakes, but he's got the job done even before the corner. Through he goes. Dries Vantor goes 5th in the BMW.
And that, for me, puts them into contention for not just the podium, but for the win. They didn't want to hold themselves too long behind the Garage 59 McLaren. They really wanted to try and get some of that disadvantage back to Dennis Marshall in the Audi, especially when they've got a car that's, at the moment, half a second faster per lap than the Audi. So they need to take advantage of the fact that Dries Vantor has got a little bit of momentum on Dennis Marshall in the Audi. They need to bring themselves a little bit closer to them, ready for the next phase of pit stops. Yeah, look, that McLaren, double waved yellows is all well and good, but when it's hugging the white line there on the inside line, that can't stay there too long.
Brenton Grove is back at the wheel of 23 Porsche, the next car to lap. Well, Louis Pret didn't go through, did he? And ended up losing a place overall as a consequence. So now Dries Vantor will be fully aware that he cannot afford to sit there and lose time. Yellow flag out in the middle sector, as you've seen. Laurin Heinrich has got himself a place gained as Clement Mathieu in 44 Porsche has dropped a couple of spots. As a consequence, Robert Schwarzman's on the attack as well. But right now, Vantor is the man to watch, and we can't really get an idea of what a proper flying Vantor lap is for as long as he's stuck behind the traffic.
Well, what is going to be evident, of course, is how quickly can he get past the Porsche compared to how much time was lost by the Garage 59 not being able to. So here's going to be the interesting opportunity now for Dries Vantor. The Porsche going very deep into Blanchimont, and Vantor surely getting frustrated as he can't get past the Porsche either. This is the problem. The Porsche has great speed around this circuit. In a straight line, it is comparably the fastest car here. So obviously in a straight line, the Porsche is actually one of the better cars to have. We've seen all weekend they've been able to turn out a fantastic fast lap, not just from one crew, but from multiple. And look, here comes Jules Gounod. This is what we were talking about earlier. Gounod is absolutely going to run the gauntlet and try and get past both of them.
And this is the silver leading Audi, Loris Hezemans, but that car on the most recent round of pit stops has fallen down the order quite a bit. Loris Hezemans adapting back from Euro NASCAR to GT racing and playing himself in, so he was getting out of the traffic. We saw him in that big battle pack a little while ago. Sam Neary, back at the wheel of 58 Lamborghini, is chasing him hard, and he's second in silver, and third is Glenn Van Berlo. We've got both the Van Berlo brothers in the race, so it is Hezemans from Neary from GVB, Glenn Van Berlo within the Silver Cup at the moment.
Second in gold is still very much up for grabs as well, because this battle between Simonauer and David Schumacher just will not die. They are absolutely trading sector times lap by lap and waiting for the other to make a mistake, so that could end up changing hands fairly soon. The podium is still fairly close in terms of the bronze battle, isn't it? You've got Mathieu in 15th, you've got Au in 18th, and Sturm is not far away from that in the 911 that ran as high as third at one point. So there's still plenty of opportunity for that to change hands.
And just the 20.5 hours to go for it to do, yes.
Indeed.
So lots going to happen in this. There is, as they say, a long way to go. We've done 78 laps and the leader is in. So Philip Eng then now comes into the pit lane, and Nicky Tim will get the lead back because of the BMW's most recent pit stop.
Now, one of the stories that's obviously come out of the first few hours is the sudden disappearance from the front end of the fray of Lamborghini. They've had absolutely no luck at all in 2023 across both of the endurance rounds, and of course at Brands Hatch they had golden opportunities snatched away from them, whether it was mechanical, whether it was just a bit of misfortune, whatever. But 2023 so far has been a very difficult first 6 months to forget for Lamborghini. They've had multiple chances just snatched away from them by the racing gods.
Trying to work out why 6 drops a load of time. That's the Mapelli car, but we'll get to that in due course as new sticker slicks go on to number 98 BMW, the yellow, white and grey Rover racing car. And but don't forget the Endurance Cup Championship leading car. One at Monza, leads the championship, coming here with Boguslawski, Gunnar and Marciello second in the overall standings for Endurance Cup. Big deep breath at La Source. It's all kicking off as Naveen Rao is lapped there by Louis Pret. Jules Gounon gets onto the back of the queue. And Dries van Thort still hasn't been able to get past Brenton Grove Jr., who is a very quick young driver, and he's proving the point here because although that car has lost a couple of laps to the overall leader, it's got good pace right now, and Van Thort's having to work really, really hard to get by.
It's that straight line speed advantage of the Porsche, isn't it? Now Jules Gounon might get a bit of assistance here in the braking zone just to get past. Now comes the opportunity for Dries van Thort. His patience has been stretched too far. He finally gets through on Grove, dives through on the Porsche, says, right, you have cost me so much time. Time to disappear and skedaddle just before Jules Gounon appears on the scene.
So Gounon is his threats in terms of an overall class car, an overall category car, as down they come. The mirror on the TV screen showing just how close under braking the car behind gets. Green arrow saying it's okay at the moment, that it'll change colour if the car gets closer under braking. So Van Thorn now accelerates away. Let's see what he can do on this lap then. The last lap that he did was a 2:21. In fact, Kevin Estre was lapping quicker than Nicky Tim for the race lead last time around, bringing the gap down, but it's all a bit traffic dependent, understandably. And there, a yellow light because, is that the McLaren still limping on? I think it is. Fran Rueda has coaxed the car around, an entire corner and a straight, but it's still struggling.
You know what, I had a Nissan Micra years ago that I tried to get home in a very similar fashion. It took about 4 hours to do 3 miles, and I don't think it's a very good idea to try that trick at Spa-Francorchamps. Louis Pret, 2 wheels on the gravel as he comes out of Les Combes, and this is definitely going to make things a little bit trickier. Oh, sorry, no, that's the 159 car, isn't it? That's Kiergaard who puts 2 wheels. That's the sister McLaren in the middle of a fantastic train of cars, led by the...
Sorry to interrupt you. Porsche way wide. That was 911.
That was a bit scary.
Yeah, through the gravel. I think he's got away with that. That was Joel Sturm. It was, but the danger is it's compromised him into Pouin and brings onto his tail Jean-Baptiste Simonal. Right, sorry, you were saying.
No, absolutely. I mean, you've got this fantastic train of cars, and it is a bit tricky to know where to put the car, as was absolutely perfectly demonstrated. Oh dear, there is the stationary McLaren. So Amanda is down in the pit lane at inception to try and give us a little bit of lowdown as to what is actually going on.
Issue started for the McLaren right after Fran Ruda took over for Brendan Areve, and I was just talking to Bas Landers on what was happening. It's an electrical issue that kind of can't correct itself. It'll be fine for a couple meters and then it'll reset itself. So continuing troubles here for the McLaren.
And there the troubles persist. Amanda, thanks. It is raining again, we understand. Not too heavily, but it's raining. But there, the McLaren, as you've been hearing, it'll go for a bit and then it'll expire, and they're still trying to bring it around to the pit lane.
Yeah, a couple of meters at a time is all well and good, but this circuit is not a few meters long, is it?
No,
they're not quite at the end of the second sector either, so that's got a heck of a long way to go. If that is going to be the case, they could take another 45 minutes to an hour just to get back to the pits.
And there's a bit of an incline as well, coming through Blanchimont, for example.
Make it an hour and a half then.
Yeah, indeed. It goes up and up and up, doesn't it? The Gold Cup leading Audi you're looking at is Aurélien Panis then. That car is in 19th place overall. Lead gap for the race lead, 16.9 seconds as Panis thunders through Eau Rouge. Second in gold is Jean-Baptiste Simonal. Third is David Schumacher. And the leading bronze at the moment is Louis Pret in 5th overall. The leading silver is now Glenn Van Berlo. He's jumped ahead of Loris Hezemans, the Audi number 12, then losing out against 85, Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini.
Up the inside, this is for position, this is for P20. Sturm trying to go side by side with the McLaren and then get the switcheroo out of Les Combes. Lovely job from Sturm. He really lined that up perfectly. He knew the McLaren was going to squeeze him in the left, so just decided to wait a second, keep the car nice and present and tidy. Oh, we've got a spinner at La Source. That's one of the Audis that's gone around, I think.
10, I think, isn't it? The second of the Boutsen cars.
It is indeed. Big problem there. Hopefully he's kept the engine in, which he has. Get out of the way quickly. Quicker than that. Quicker than that.
He doesn't want to go forward now, does he, and get in the gravel. So now Cesar Gazzo's got to try and find reverse. And don't forget, these aren't like your road car where you've got good visibility all round. This is all a bit heart in the mouth, but the yellow flags are going to be there. Kevin Est sees them and adjusts his pace accordingly. And now Jules Gounon comes up to have a go at Louis Pret, and he needs that yellow flag to have gone in so he can have a dive to the inside line to try to get 5th place overall. Brakes late, job done.
Absolutely textbook from Jules Gounon, and he was very fortunate the yellow flag had gone in time, so that's perfectly legitimate. Now, cue the Jaws music. He's going to be after 3-span tour like a cat up a drain pipe. He is going to be chipping away at that gap relentlessly through Eau Rouge, up Radillon, along the Camel Straight. He'll be eating up the road, and his first target is Grove. Right, this is how quick I can get past the Porsche.
Yeah, good luck with that, because it's not been the easiest of cars to overtake. Brenton Grove's last lap was a 2:22. Louis Pret's last lap was a 2:22. So there, right on the tail of the Porsche, is Jules Gounon. He wants to try and wriggle away by. We've done 3.5 hours of the race. Remember, the first haul of points come at 6. Behind Jules Gounon is Patrick Niederhauser, or Nip, as it says on the short code on the Lumi rank, but that car lost half a minute with a penalty early on, so he's a lap down in 42nd place as Gounon tries, fails to get past Brenton Grove's Porsche. It's a big sigh of relief, I think, now when anybody clears that car, because it's got good pace, and it doesn't help because the cars are so evenly matched. Brenton Grove is a really quick young driver, so it's not an easy car to overtake, even though it's on a different lap.
You have got to have the patience of the saints sat behind this car, because, as you say, in a straight line, not an issue. In the bends, it's just a little bit of a pinch point. Yellow flag's still at that corner, because we've still got the McLaren. How far round has it got now? Well, I didn't see it through there. I wonder if it's...
There's your yellow. There's the board.
Turn into the right. Where's the McLaren? Oh, my goodness, it's there.
Right, so anybody running wide there is going to be in real strife. Jules Gounon with a bit of opposite lock corrects the car coming out of Cours Paul Frere, but again, race control will be monitoring all of this, but the yellow lights are there, and we're going to go full course yellow in 20 seconds then, and I can only assume it is because of that McLaren, which thankfully is now relatively close to an access point. They can just hook that out of the way down at Cours Paul Frere. Full course yellow in 10, and we're going full course yellow, so Gounon backed it all off. Does the job absolutely right. The in-car marshalling system illustrates we are now under our second full course yellow, which, Murphy's Law comes at exactly the moment that Rueda's McLaren moves, but it won't move for long.
No, it only moves about 3 or 4 more meters. That's the problem. It gets a little bit of power together and then it keeps going again. And that's the, well, that's the only option, really, isn't it? The full course yellow. Here comes the rescue truck at the scene. Right, you can't get there under your own power. Let's assist you.
Yeah. Tell you what, I mean, it's been heart-in-mouth stuff for some of the drivers. How Rueda is feeling, being a sitting duck almost, with cars hurtling around and then suddenly his car expiring. That must have been a very nerve-wracking few minutes for him. He's probably quite relieved, actually, that he's about to get some assistance off the circuit because, OK, he has limped it a reasonable part of the lap, but gosh, that's not been a pleasant ride at all.
That started 15 minutes ago as well.
Right, I was just looking to see how many laps it had cost him, yeah.
So he's now on lap 75 and the leader's on lap 83.
Right, there you go.
So that's a lot of time cost. Unfortunately, he'd probably been able to go faster round if he was driving an actual remote-controlled car with a bit more electricity in it as well.
We're going to go to green.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
Now, because the car was so close to an access point, it was easy to hoik it out of the way, so the tyre temperatures hadn't dropped too much. So it's an unusual situation, but a welcome one. A brief full course yellow, and we're back to green.
Now, Kevin Estre is going to continue the charge to try and close up on Nicky Team. The gap was comparable at about 6 seconds or so before the full course yellow. It's obviously gone up to 11 seconds because of FCY. So once they come through the sector, but we'll figure out exactly how much work there is still to do. The Nicky Team has got a little bit of traffic, but the Audi has actually been very good through the traffic. He's not really lost a lot of time through there. He's been able to just take his time, pick his moment, one by one. He's been able to work his way through these cars without too much difficulty. However, he's now got 2 of them side by side, and that's, again, what Nicky Team is so good at, just breathing in for a moment and letting the car go a little bit further forward in front. He just gives himself that little bit of breathing time. He doesn't get involved in an incident. He's so smart, Nicky Team.
Porsche drivers reporting rain at Blanchimont. So this rain is teasing us, and it has been teasing us for a while. Andrew Cocconi promised rain in 40 minutes. That was about an hour and a bit ago, and it never really came. Now, drivers saying there are spots of rain, but still, it won't develop. And actually, the skies aren't as dark as they were a little while ago. So, Nicky Team leading Kevin Estre. 11 seconds is the margin. Team in traffic, and he's going to dive up the inside of Erwin Creed here, coming up towards the bus stop chicane, and he's done the job. He's late on the brakes, rides the curb, and will feel it all the way through the car. But Nicky Team, uncompromising as ever, blasts out of the chicane. That is 83 laps in the book. And in the background there, you can see the Grello Porsche, the green-yellow Porsche of Kevin Estre. But he's got this wave, this wall of traffic to negotiate this time around.
That's what I love about watching Nicky Team and Kevin Estre. They never take risks they don't have to, do they? They are so good at calculating their way through the traffic, picking it up, looking at where the car in front of them is going to be in a couple of radiuses time, and just biding their time, making the move work for them rather than getting impeded. And that's why there is still only about 6.5 seconds between them. It's like a game of chess between these two. How many cars can you get through on this lap? How many cars am I going to get through on this lap? And they are still absolutely testing each other, just pushing each other to each other's limits.
A Porsche Meteo service, by the way, saying it's not going to be more than a few drops of rain this, so effectively the road is going to stay dry. Estre at the end of the first sector, marginally quicker than Nicky Team, but then he's going to lose a lap or two in terms of pace, at least, as he has to get through the traffic. Now, what about Louis Pret in 6th in the McLaren number 188? His last lap was a 2:55. Not a fair target, really, because of the full course yellow. More fun and games into the chicane there, as 85 gets a tap in the tail from the recovering number 11 Audi, amongst others. Don't forget that 85 is the leading silver car right now, Glenn Van Berlo, and he's survived all of that drama.
I tell you what, Robert Schwartzman has got confidence of steel as he went round the outside of the 63 Lamborghini of Caldarelli. That was incredibly brave from Schwartzman. Clearly, they've still had this real issue at Ferrari. I managed to catch up with Robert Schwartzman just before the start and said to him, you know, how is Ferrari going to win this race? And he said, Ray, it is that simple. They just don't have the straight line speed, as far as he's concerned, to challenge on pure pace. So they're hoping that through the night, through the morning, they actually get a little bit more of a sprinkling. But to be fair to them, considering that, according to Robert Schwartzman, they're on the back foot, they've been ultra competitive. They've had a little bit of bad luck in the first 3-4 hours, but the Ferrari does have the pace to win this.
Seemingly so. 63, Andrea Caldarelli now 4 laps down after the earlier brake problem. So yet again, doesn't matter which team he drives for, the luck never comes with Andrea Caldarelli. And as the field now turns once again down into Bruxelles, there is
drive-through penalty to car.
There was a drive-through, but I didn't catch
drive-through penalty to car 8.
Right, so 8
disrespecting the track limits 12 times.
That is the Leonardo Guarini, Antonin Borca, Nico Jamin Lamborghini. So it's up to 12 track limit strikes. Not the first one, actually, but a drive-through goes the way then of number 8, and that's going to drop that down the order, because the drive-through here, given the length of the pit lane, takes an awful lot of time.
And this is a bit of a slow burn race from now on then for the 63 Lamborghini, because they're a good 5 laps adrift, but over the course of 20 hours you can gain back 5 laps, provided that you have nothing else go wrong and everybody else has a problem or two. So you've just got to keep it patient as much as possible. It's going to be very tricky and a very long race for them, but they are mixing it with the Ferrari and their fellow Lamborghinis out there just to try and see how much they can gain. Look at Nicky Team. He is just so planted. 2 in the air, 2 on the deck, but yet he is never pushing the car harder than it needs to go. Just so smooth, so rhythmic, and it's really quite impressive to watch Nicky Team at full chat. It's absolutely amazing to see how it's gone.
So former Porsche Super Cup champion, Nicky Team.
Stop and go, 30 seconds, disrespecting the track limits 18 times.
Gosh, a 30-second stop-go penalty now to number 2 for a 3rd set of 6. So it had already had a drive-through and a plus 30, and now a stop-go of 30 for number 2. 3 lots of 6 on the track limit offence tally. So we briefly touched on the Caldarelli Lamborghini. I still think 4 laps to come back from is a very, very tall order indeed, but stranger things have happened in motor races. Right, so we are working lap 85. It is Nicky Tim currently up front, and as he turns his way now down through Bruxelles, the margin that he had, 5.9 seconds. Now, Dries van Thor, Watty, has got himself up into 3rd place, so that BMW, which didn't look all that sparkling in the first stint, now with Dries van Thor at the wheel, is getting into its stride, and WRT doing what it knows what to do at Spa, and that is, you know, get into a rhythm, work the race.
Well, I think that's been the story for a lot of competitors. Oh, BMW and strife, as that smoke as a right rear tyre has gone down on the BMW, coming up the Campbell Straight, and that's going to limp its way round. So a right rear has gone, whether that's again a puncture or whether it's been cut down by running curbs, whatever it is, he needs to try and get off. Well, he's off the racing line as he comes in. And it's Adam Carroll behind the wheel, and Adam's got a long way to go. He's only a third of the way around the circuit. Barely as he come into the end of the first sector. So for Adam Carroll, right rear down needs to go as slow as he possibly can to ensure there's no residual damage from flapping tyre. And, well, what a disappointment that is for Adam to find himself at that part of the lap. Just looking to see where was Adam Carroll at that particular point. He was down in 49th position.
Yeah, it's been a terrible bit of bad luck. I mean, that's the reverse of fortunes compared to what we saw from Alessio Rivera in the Ferrari, isn't it? Because when his puncture went, he was very close to the pit lane. Unfortunately, Adam Carroll couldn't really be too much further from it.
No, I mean, where the puncture may have begun, and obviously it manifested itself coming down Kennel Straight, so that was maybe a bit of a shock for Adam Carroll, but he kept the car on the straight and narrow and got it around the first part of the circuit. But he's got the best part of maybe 4.5 or 5 kilometers to bring the car back. So it's going to, oh dear me, well, this is getting really messy coming down into Pujol. And that is the BMW currently, where is that lying? Max Hesse in 8th position. Valentino Rossi running behind in 9th. And these BMWs, Jake, have been pretty much, maybe now I've been out of the booth for 45 minutes or so, it looks like the gaps have opened up a little bit, but when I left it was like a BMW train all around the circuit, and Max Hesse trying to do his best.
I mean, the BMW is just so strong here at Spa. It's very similar in pace to what we saw from them at Monza, isn't it? Because they were so strong there too.
Well, I don't think they've got the pace currently to run at the front on merit. But of course, this is not a race necessarily about being at the front right now. It's about making sure, as I keep repeating, going through the motions, hitting your marks. I mean, I bumped into Dennis Lynn when I was coming back and had a chat with him about he loved his stints, by the way. He thought it was fantastic. He really enjoyed getting in with some of the pro cars, mixing and matching. So he's going to do the nighttime shift. He and Patrick Kujala will basically do the bulk of the nighttime driving. And he's looking forward to that. And then, of course, get through to the daylight hours. They can really do a maximum of 11 hours anyway. So between the two of them, they're going to be pretty busy. And, you know, that's racing. You know, it's Robin and racing. You just watch that there. Jake, you know, are you a nervous passenger?
I am a nervous passenger.
You are. You're going, oh,
I love it on an onboard. I mean, when you get the slingshot like that, every racing driver wants that slingshot, don't they? That was beautifully timed from Hess. There was absolutely nothing that Pret could do about it. He knew he was on the ropes there, and Hess just had him lined up beautifully. Pret was covering the middle of the road, and Hess just relented on the throttle for about a car length, then waited, boom, in the La Source hairpin. He got the full chat on the throttle. Beautiful.
Sorry. Have you got car telemetry here? to give that description.
It looked lovely. It looked absolutely beautiful.
Anyway, let's move on. So,
sorry, I'll stop being a racing driver.
So the pass was made, and so the McLaren has dropped down. It was 6th, it would be 7th, and Fabian Schiller likewise has lost the position to Max Hesse. So where is Valentino? Because he is running currently in 9th. And
he's about 7 seconds back or so from the queue.
Yes, he is. So he got that little penalty for contact with the Ferrari, the Samantha Tan Ferrari up at La Source about 50 minutes ago. So there is the 46 coming around Pujol, a bit of bodywork lying just a little bit off the line, not a big problem. So incident between cars 26 and 10 at T1 noted. That was something obviously I missed when I was stepping out for a little bit of a nose bag and refreshments.
Do you know what? He has absolutely had a transition from last year to this year. He was a good driver last year. He had opportunities. He took a few of them. This year, his confidence has just skyrocketed. Every now and then, you get the sort of the turn of fortunes that really changes a racing driver. Valentino Rossi is literally learning how to be a racer all over again and converting to the four-wheel strategy. This year, ever since Brands Hatch, he has just been on a mammoth climb forward. He's had a great season. He's been very strong at Monza. He only had one mistake in that opening stint of his. Now he's going three. He's got the confidence to go wheel to wheel into the final chicane. Go, Valet, go on. The doctor is in the house.
Well, let's put it this way. That was a pass. He got really neat and tidy coming down the inside. But you're right. I mean, I think at Brands Hatch was a seminal race for Valentino. And then he went on, of course, had the race to Le Mans, whatever it was, when he won that category in the BMW. So there, Adam Carroll has finally made it back in.
Well, Rossi lost out to Lauren Heinrich there. So Heinrich in the Porsche did actually go through into 9th position. Let's have a look. So let's have a look and see what happened. Maybe this is where Carroll got his puncture. Yeah, it's comparable. It's possible.
When that happened when I was in the booth, that was 50 minutes ago. So it wouldn't have been a puncture.
But did it lead to it?
Well, you never know. I mean, it could be any number of different things. But whatever caused the tire to go down, it went down coming up this part of the racetrack. I think the duration between the contact with this car and Adam Carroll's was too long ago in my book for it to manifest itself, just as we watched it there a few seconds ago.
So this is the third highest BMW in the race now, the number 46 WRT BMW. They've still got a long way to go to get themselves into a competitive position. They're currently 8th and 9th in the Pro Cup, Heinrich and Rossi. And Rossi's next potential challenger is going to be Antonio Fuoco in the Ferrari. Let's ride on board with the doctor.
So Valentino, you can see the concentration on his eyes, coming down into Prouhon, and the head tilts to the left. Bit of a wobble there, small correction, and on we go. So Fuoco, who is very impressive in my book, just under 4 seconds behind Valentino. So there's a bit more work for the young Italian in the Ferrari to do to catch up to the very experienced in terms of competition, but learning literally as he goes along. I think what he did at Le Mans and that drive to Le Mans event, I thought that was impressive. He made a couple of really solid overtakes, and it looked like the beginnings of the transition from being a fantastic motorcyclist and then adapting to car racing, and then actually now history is behind him. His future is here.
Totally, you need those 2 or 3 results to really galvanise you as a competitor, and that's exactly what Brands Hatch and the Le Mans Michelin Cup have done. A little bit of a run deep there into the chicane, but this is Rossi in motivated mode. He is absolutely charging.
He misjudged it, frankly, but whatever it was, he back at the race.
And there's Fuoco.
That's the trouble, that red Ferrari is running down, I think, and you've got behind there Thomas Drouet, who's not a million miles behind in the, well, I don't know, that was maybe not Drouet in the Mercedes. The Drouet is 9.8 seconds, another Mercedes. So down the hill.
Riding on board with Lauren Heinrich.
And he pulls another gear just at the top of the... So let's sit and watch from the seat, effectively, of Lauren Heinrich in the Porsche. 6th gear is 265. It'll probably going to go just below 270s before he has to throw out the anchor and slow it down. And another, there's a Porsche just ahead, that's a car that's behind. Heinrich is just 4.7 seconds behind Paulette in the 188 McLaren as we go through Campos, the lowest part of the racetrack. I beg your pardon, we're not going down through Brussels and then into Speaker's Corner, then down the hill into Prouhon. I looked up at the screen and I got slightly disoriented with which part of the racetrack I was on.
It's a fabulous moment though from Lauren Heinrich as he settles into a nice rhythm.
Yeah, and so, I love this corner. I mean, I say it's my favourite corner on the racetrack. So there we are.
So Amanda is down in pit lane with the man who has limped back to the pits with 3 wheels on his wagon, Adam Carroll. What can he tell us about how the race has unravelled for the moment?
with that unexpected puncture. The 31 went ahead and did a driver change, took fuel and 4 tires. And Adam, you said it happened in turn 1. How long of a drive was that back to pit lane?
Yeah, it's an incredibly long drive. Unfortunately, I got hit in one right at the apex, and it instantly just burst and deflated the tire. I could feel it, straight away. And thankfully, I didn't try and go like fast down to a rouge. I just took it easy, and the tire completely deflated. So hopefully, it just didn't do any damage. A couple of times, it really came apart. So I had to do under 50k, 48k the whole way around. So it's a long time.
I tell you, it was about 4.15 miles of the circuit once you've gone up through La Source.
Yeah, no, it's a long way around. And I mean, if you have a tire cut down or hit by another car, whatever the reason is, you need to bring that car back slowly. We've seen in the past where drivers have not respected the fact that they've got a tire flailing around, and bodywork gets damaged, then potentially suspension, brake lines, and whatever else is in that particular corner of the car. So it is important to do. Adam did the right thing. He lost time doing it, but he saved the team time.
Here we go. Jules Gounod is all over the back of Dennis Marshall in the Audi. He's been chipping away at this lap by lap. Over the course of these last few laps, he's been taking anywhere between 0.3 and half a second per lap out of the Audi. This is exactly what he is in the car to do before the 6-hour mark. He wants to get as many points for the Acodis ASP team as possible at the 6-hour mark. So he is doing everything he can to try and get this move on Dennis Marshall. And again, this is all going to be about patience, but relentless efficiency. This is what Jules Gounod is good at.
Well, he needs to find a way around the Audi, because that's going to be where he will make further progress in terms of point scoring at the 6-hour mark. So, I mean, he's being patient. He's not doing anything that's potentially going to put himself into jeopardy, and that's the key right now. We're still only, coming up to 4 hours into, 24 hours, coming up to 4 hours, with another 20 hours to go. One rash or impetuous move could just knock all that progress for nothing. So it's about maturity and using your head as much as anything else. So Jules Gounod, you can see the gap kind of seesaws at different parts of the circuit between the Audi and the Mercedes.
It's the number 5 McLaren of Sam de Haan in front of them as well, so they've got to be very careful where they pick the moment. That's Patrick Niederhauser behind them as well in the Audi, trying to use the draft of Jules Gounod's Mercedes to good effect to bring him closer into the fight. Gounod is having a think about Dennis Marshall. It's not really an overtake.
It was too far behind. I mean, if you're going to make a pass on a car coming into the chicane, you need to be square alongside the car. And even then, there's no certainty that the driver that you've made the move on is going to give you when you cut back to the left, going to give you the track space. So you've got to be absolutely clear and certain about when you want to make your attack on a car. And I mean, Jules Gounod doesn't need me to tell him that wasn't the right opportunity. But down the hill into Eau Rouge. The key, we hear the car bottoming out. But they're effectively flat out through there. So he wants to build his own momentum to enable him to catch to the tail of the Audi. What he doesn't want to do is run in the tail of the Audi, but not have his own natural momentum.
Look at how much time he's gained over the last 3 laps or so. He's gained about 1.6 seconds total in the last 3 laps. So that's why Jules Gounod getting very excited but also impatient about Dennis Marshall now, starting to intimidate him. There is Kevin Estre, still going well in second, but now just 1 second back from the Audi of Nicky Thiem. So we've got a battle on for 4th, and we've got a potential battle brewing for the lead of the race.
And more critically for Nicky Thiem, he's got 3 cars directly ahead of him, and it's also going to be crucial as to where Nicky Thiem catches these cars, because he does not want to find himself getting bogged down. Coming up to the chicane, for example, he's not close enough to the back of those 3 cars to feel confident that he can slip through and put a car between himself and Kevin Estre.
That's the thing, there are 3 races within this 24 hours, aren't there? Because you've got the 6-hour mark where you score points, the 12-hour mark where you score points, and then the 24-hour itself where you score a huge chunk of points as well. So you've got 3 races in one, essentially, as far as the championship fight is concerned. And here is Nicky Thiem getting held up. This is exactly what he didn't want. Kevin Estre can just throw caution to the winds to a certain extent in the braking zone and gain a massive amount of time. This is what Kevin Estre needs. Nicky Thiem deals with the first Porsche. That's the 62 car that he has managed to get around. That is the Parker Racing car. Now there's going to be no issue at all for Kevin Estre to get through. He'll make the dive up the inside into La Source, and all of a sudden they are almost bumper to bumper.
So Kevin Estre was the net winner. So now out of the source, so you've got the Ferrari on the left, which can accelerate pretty much at the same pace Kevin Estre. Kevin was coming through the Ferrari, might have thought he was going to take the racing line there, but no way. Kevin plonked the Porsche right in where the Ferrari was pointing. So, well, we've got this long uphill climb, and looking in the Inception team, they've got their car back. It was all over. Oh no, what a disappointment. Oh dear me, they worked so hard to get that car, and then I was able to watch it when I was having my little break, and it seemed to stutter or stop. Oh, look at this battle for the lead. We are in traffic, and now Kevin Estre is going to go one way. Nicky Team thinks he's going to do it the other way. And it's like you talked about a game of chess. This is just chess, hyper chess, the way these cars are moving around. So Estre gets through, the Mercedes stays out and allows Estre to get through unimpeded. So good driving from the DK Engineering Mercedes and down into Pujol. But this is what these pro drivers are so good at doing. And you have to roll the dice on occasions, and that was one of those occasions you had to roll the dice.
Yeah, pinpoint accuracy from both Team and Estre, but again, Team's getting boxed in there at Fagnes, so this is an opportunity again for Kevin Estre. Now they've got the Iron Dames Lamborghini in front of them that obviously had that slight issue earlier on. They had a slow puncture, didn't they? And that's cost them a lot of time, so they're now fighting to get back into this race. They've managed to make it up to 53rd, so they're making good progress, but they are not leading, and so this is going to be a tough one for Team and Estre to negotiate up the run to Blanchimont. Team goes right. Estre's going to probably have to go right as well. No, he commits to the inside line, but can't get there. This is exactly what Kevin Estre doesn't need.
Well, this is the game of chess that you're talking about. When you use traffic, it's the key to passing is to lose, not to lose. So that was a great move by currently.
Well, Baz Linders is with Amanda down in pit lane. It's all gone wrong at Inception.
The Inception McLaren finished 4th in class last year, a year ago here in Spa. And Baz, I saw you filling out your retirement paperwork. How hard was it to submit on that?
Well, obviously it's always hard to fill in a retirement form, especially, I mean, it's been a long week, hard week to getting everything prepared, and then we didn't come very far, but it is what it is. We had an electrical problem. The car was switching on and off without even us touching anything, so we don't know what it is yet. So, but yeah, unfortunately we were not able to come back to the pit in order to try and solve the problem.
Right, we've got some track limit penalties to report now. The 51, that's the AF Course Ferrari. They've got a track limits penalty. The number 10, that is the Boutsen VDS Audi. They've got one. The 23 has got one. This is going to be the battle for the victory again as Estre slices his way up the inside of the traffic, trying to keep up with what's happening on the road and what's happening on the timesheet as well.
Yeah, no, it's just he's found himself with cars getting between the Audi he's pursuing. And so he's now got, there's the BMW that we did see Adam Carroll bring limping back into the pit, so it's back out on the track, but Kevin Estre's got to find a way around that, and that ain't an easy car to find a way around on, because again, the overall pace of these two cars is very similar, so he's going to need an element of association, or not association, cooperation. Might get it coming into Fagnes if the BMW stays one side. Kevin goes down the inside, puts the nose of the... No, this is going to be allowed. Not going to happen.
No space needed to be given, no space required, and unfortunately for the Porsche, they're not going to find it so easy to get past the car that is currently in the mix, trying to make a recovery. This is not what they needed. The Walkenhorst BMW is keeping them honest there on the way up the climb. Bailey Voisin, I think it is, who's behind the wheel in 32nd place, that car. Right, who else has got penalties? The 23 Growth Porsche, so too is the Santalok Junior Audi number 26. They've got a track limits penalty. Also, we've got penalties for the Barwell Lamborghini and the Sun Energy One Mercedes. There's plenty more as well, but we won't have to watch this dive up the inside because Kevin Estre is going to nail it.
Yeah, and he needed to make that pass because all we're seeing now is Nicky Team just disappearing up the road there. You can see that the Audi comes across the line now. Porsche comes across the line behind us over 3 seconds, 3.1 seconds. So in the space of one lap, Kevin Estre lost just over 2 seconds, simply because of where he found the traffic and the fact that he wasn't able to break through quickly and cleanly. So now I look at the gap between the BMW and the Porsche. It illustrates the difference in pace of the two cars, more about the two drivers. Down into Eau Rouge once again, and across the curbing at the top of Radio. So we're back to where we were a number of laps ago, with the exception is we've now got a 3.1 second gap first to second.
Yeah, it's not gone well for Kevin Estre for the time being. Nicky Tim is laughing all the way to the next pit window, isn't he? Right, the Uno Audi has got a penalty for track limits. So has the ComTU Audi number 21. I will get through these eventually, but there's so many. The Herberth Porsche number 91, they've got a track limits penalty. So has the 12. That is the ComTU Audi of De Jong, Hesmans, Leggeret and Hutchison. This is a replay. Whoops-a-daisy. That's a little bit of paint traded.
Yeah, that was more careless than anything else. It wasn't anything intentional. And just one car got out of shape and bounced across and hit the other car. But again, it just illustrates how easy it is under pressure for a little error to creep in.
Right, how much more have we got to go through in terms of these track limit penalties? The Mad Panda Mercedes, number 90, they've got a penalty. We've also got the 31. That is the WRT BMW of Whale, Carroll and Proctor. How much more can you throw at them? They've now got a track limits penalty as well.
So, I mean, I've got a solution for it. I mean, all these track limit penalties are coming at Blanchimont, on the exit of Blanchimont.
Yeah.
If you want to stop it, with the camera leaping around there or something, you put a street track wall on the outside of the corner. That'll stop track limit abuses at Blanchimont.
It certainly would. The 90 has got, the 64 has got one as well. The Haupt Mercedes has got a track limits penalty, and so has the 46. Valentino Rossi in the WRT BMW has also got a track limits penalty, as has the 93, the Sky Tempesta McLaren. And I think the last one for the moment that's got a track limits penalty is the 8. That is the AGS Lamborghini. There we go. We got through all of them. My goodness, a lot of cars getting track limits penalties, so that will be applied obviously later. So there could be quite a few shuffles of the deck here.
Well, you know, I could look at it in a positive way. The more drivers that abuse track limits, then there are fewer cars there are to gain any benefit out of those that have got the track limit penalties. So give everybody a penalty, and then we're back to status quo.
John Watson lays down the law.
Lateral thinking, Jake. Always a very valuable part of your commodities.
Love it. Right, we're in the 5th hour. Let's go over what we've had so far. My goodness, has it been a fabulous 75th running of the 24 Hours of Spa. And it really has been a great start to the event. We started under safety car, of course, the Cairoli Porsche leading initially as the field went round nice and cleanly. We finally went green flag after Washington dropped it on lap 3. But plenty of drivers starting to make a recovery after the sporadic grid positions given to us by damp qualifying and then the awesome Super Bowl contest that we had yesterday. But what a fabulous battle. Porsche leading in the early stages from Ferrari. Exactly what you want out of a 24-hour sports car race in the modern era, just like old times. However, there were plenty of battles all the way, as not only did we have the Trezor Attempto orange Audi making the way through the field, but also the number 17 Audi getting in there and making good progress. Also Raffaele Marcello in the 88 Mercedes. There were moments galore, but Raffaele Marcello definitely one of the drivers to charge his way forward, and that car is once again in contention in the top 5. Plenty of overtakes, plenty of passes, and certainly one of the favourites to go big later on. Then eventually Dennis Marshall managed to work his way up to the front, and there were plenty more passes to come, taking on the 911 Durex Porsche in front, and the Rove BMW having its moments, battling away with the WRT counterpart. So great racing in the opening hour or so of the race. McLaren did a good job. Watzinger, however, found one too many pirouettes and actually ended up nudging the 46 BMW with Maxime Martin behind the wheel. They got away with a get-out-of-jail-free card. Sadly, the leaders at one stage, the Iron Lynx Lamborghini, then into the pits with brake issues. So that was a big issue for them. And then the hard-charging Ferrari taking over the lead, the number 51. It was looking good for the Francorchamps Motorsport car, but then unfortunately they would suffer a puncture later on. Cairoli having his moment with the Trezor Attempto orange Audi as they managed to work their way forward and get into what would eventually be the net lead. There were still great moments as again, Marcello just picking off one by one, working his way through, no holds barred and full aggression, working it every opportunity. Good work from the 92. Porsche has brought them into the game as well as they ran wheel to wheel. A bit of a pirouette in front of them. They were very lucky not to get caught up in the crossfire with the ST Rinaldi. Then the Ferrari of Alessio Rivera, the puncture, almost taking them out of contention, but fortunately able to recover fairly quickly. The 188 Pret McLaren still running at the front end of the field. Then De Jont ending up going off the road, bringing out a full course yellow, then a safety car. And then, of course, it became a 3-car battle for the lead. Team in the Audi, Esther in the Porsche, and Marshall in the Audi. It's been a fantastic run for those three, and they are still very much up at the sharp end, with now Dries Vanthoor and Jules Gounod mixing it in their BMW and Mercedes cars, respectfully. Bit of a mistake there from the Audi. That's how we lost a bit of ground. And Kevin Estre able to force the issue to finish off the move. Then Valentino Rossi getting himself into the battle, and unfortunately getting a little bit too close for comfort with his own teammate, Adam Carroll, pitched around in the final turns in the WRT. There would be a puncture to come later on for that car, as Adam Carroll did his best to finish strong, but the puncture coming out of La Source, a long 4-mile lap to come home. The injection McLaren has become the latest retirement, sadly, with electrical issues dropping them from the fray, and it taking them a good 10 minutes to get around to retire the car. Gounod slicing his way back over into the field has now brought him into the top 5 for the time being, with plenty to come. The CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa going strong. Absolutely fantastic stuff for all the competition. Jake Sanson and John Watson in the box as we are now in the 5th hour of this fantastic race.
Magnificent drone shot of Radiant Eau Rouge, but more importantly, look up, look up. The sky actually looks pretty fair, and that means maybe we're not going to have some of the predicted wet weather that was scheduled. So we're maybe go into the evening because the light is going to start falling. We're coming up to 20 minutes to 9 here in Spa-Francorchamps. Hot air balloons hovering over the racetrack. Let's hope it doesn't hover any nearer to the racetrack than it currently is, but it looks set for going into the nighttime hours. And if the track remains as it is, it's going to be a pretty hard night for all, because conditions are going to be just about ideal to get good lap times, and sometimes in these good conditions at night time, that's when the fastest laps in races are actually established.
Yeah, this is my favourite part of a 24-hour sports car race. Anything can happen when the sun goes down, and it probably will, especially in a field of 68 cars now, because we've lost a few of them, and it's going to be absolutely relentless, as we've got a battle in Pro, we've got a battle in Gold, we've got a battle in Pro-Am as well.
But Kevin Estre has run down Nicky Team again. Traffic ahead of Team, but Kevin Estre, he was 3 seconds behind the lead Audi about 2-3 laps ago. Now again, that's the seesaw effect that traffic has on either the pursuer or the leader of this group. Look at it, just on timing and scoring half a second, 1.3 seconds, 3/4 of a second, taking lumps out of the advantage that Nicky Team has enjoyed. He thought maybe he had sort of broken away sufficiently to, and although, but you know, if you think about having a DRS system on one of these cars, you've got to be within 1 second for the DRS to be activated. There isn't a DRS system. The only thing these cars can do is run on the other car's slipstream. If you break that slipstream, you've got a good chance of being able to get away. But Nicky Team is back at the races, as is Kevin Estre.
So here we go, ding ding, round 3. The fighters have gone back to their corners, and now they are going to go to battle again, as up through Blanchimont, squeezed by the Audi in front of them. This is a real pinch point. They've got to be careful. Team goes to the left of the Audi. Estre waits, pauses, rolls off the power. Waits for an opportunity, can't quite get on the inside of Nicky Team, hopes for a better exit out of the chicane, nicely negotiated past the Audi, but Kevin Estre might just have the confidence here to throw it up the inside at La Source. He's got speed, he's got pace out of the corner, will he try his luck? Estre covers round the outside as Team defends, he's going to try and get the perfect slingshot out of La Source, he gets out of the corner faster, this is where he'll go for it, surely.
Well, he will have a go, but I don't think he's got the straight line performance to be able to make it stick. He's as close as he can get to the back of the Audi without bumping into it. He's had to back out of the throttle going into Eau Rouge, and that's lost a little bit of momentum. But that's the danger of getting too close to a car at a critical part of the corner. You lose out more than the car you're pursuing, and that's a clear example of what Kevin Estre might have, if he'd thought about it, he might have been held back, and he would have the benefit coming up the hill into Lake Coombe.
Oh, look at Team managing to get through past 2 cars, and Estre forced to try and go with him in order to not lose too much ground to it. Estre was backed into a corner there where he had to put his Porsche on the inside line at a very critical tightening apex there. That was very tight.
Yeah, it was, but he also did benefit from both the drivers and the cars being lapped. They were conscious of what was happening, and they gave Kevin Estre the space to be able to make the overtake and not lose. But he's lost probably the best part of a second or a second and a half to the Audi. But again, there's traffic ahead of Nicky Team, and before we get to the conclusion of this lap, we might see a Kevin Estre back to within maybe half a second of the lead Audi.
2 drivers on the move. Hess in the BMW has got past Gunnar in the Mercedes, and also Lauren Heinrich in the Porsche has managed to get past Schiller in the 777 Mercedes. So 2 Mercedes drivers on the back foot now, having lost 5th and 7th respectfully. So this is definitely on the charge for the Rove BMW number 998 and the Porsche number 96. That is the Rutronek car, has managed to get up the position. Here's Nicky Team again, working his magic. He's got a little bit of traffic to deal with in front, but Estre is going to have to do all that hard work to catch him all over again.
Again, you got the 20 Porsche, that was the car that led the race initially, so that's the first of these 2 cars. In fact, the Mercedes has pulled over, did a good job, so now it's only the number 20 Porsche who has got to, well, be thoughtful.
Well, he's actually helped out Estre. He's actually helped out Estre there by almost impeding the Audi. I don't think he meant to do it, but it's certainly given Estre a little bit of a helping hand, hasn't it?
Yes, and I mean, sometimes these things come to you, and that was Antara's ooh in the Harbour Motorsport.
Well, that's backfired again, because now Estre's been impeded.
I mean, it is just, when you're in a battle like this, the 20 Porsche is every bit as quick as the car, the 92 of Kevin Estre. Estre closes up to the back of Antara's ooh, and so he will get, again, hopefully, a drag up the straight. Whether that will bring him any closer, I mean, we'll give him some space, for goodness sake. What are you doing? Okay, he's on the brakes earlier. Kevin was able to slide. But I mean, maybe sometimes you get this blinkered vision from race drivers, and they're not, their spatial awareness. It's an awful thing to call a racing driver having spatial awareness, but it's very important. It's important to have knowledge and awareness of what is happening all around you, not that sort of blinkered view you have in a straight line.
Well, half a second is now the gap between Nicky Team and Kevin Estre. At least it was at the line. It's gone up to 0.8 of a second as a result of being squeezed there by the number 20 Porsche that obviously took the pole position and led the race early doors, because we started the race behind the safety car. But there are still some good battles. Class leaders at this point. Nicky Team currently leading the way in the number 17 Sherasport Sherasport Audi, I should say, with the Porsche right on his tail. In the bronze category, it is still the McLaren that is out in first position. The Garage 59 car looking very solid and strong. There's a great battle going on in gold for the lead at the moment between the WRT BMW of Jean-Baptiste Simonau, currently in 18th place, just in front of David Schumacher in the Winwood Racing Mercedes.
When I went off of my little break, just going into other categories, the silver category, the number 12 Audi that come to you racing, Finlay Hutchinson behind the wheel, that car was well within the top 10. Now, where is it? It's fallen all the way back to 45th.
Yes, indeed. Sam de Jong.
Did I miss something, or?
I think we're going to get a report on that a little bit later on, but certainly not the easiest situation. I think they've just had a pit stop, actually, because they're only 5 minutes into the stint, so that's probably why they've fallen back down the order. Okay. So I don't think it's anything to panic about. They're just in their next pit stop.
Because they had such a handle on that. They were like,
they did.
They were running so inside or just outside the top 10, and they were, the next car in the class was 26th or something.
Right,
so obviously I shouldn't go and have a meal in the middle of a good race.
That's the only problem with coming out of the box, isn't it? The GRT Grasser Lamborghini has just come into the pits. That is Schmidt in the 85. So Clement Schmidt has brought it into the pits, and I don't think it's the only one in pit lane either, because we've just had Fontana's Porsche and Mises Audi.
Nicky Team carving his way through the traffic up there. Look at the speed that Kevin Estre has. He's had a good run up through Eau Rouge and Radio, and he was able to pick up that little bit of aerodynamic draft from the Lamborghini as they go into Lake Coombe. So what is the gap? It was coming across the line 3/4 of a second. It's probably just about half of that now coming into Bruxelles.
It's amazing when you come to this circuit for the first time, as I have this weekend in person, just watching as the drivers climb up Radillon. You think, well, this is obviously going to straighten out, but no, they keep climbing. They go all the way to the third apex of Les Combes, and then the circuit starts dropping away. It's amazing just how high the elevation is here.
Oh, well, you're running up either side of a valley. You've got the valley all the way up to Les Combes, and you're climbing all the way, and then you drop down into the middle of the valley, and where we are now, Pouhon coming down to Fagnes. So there is the 96 Porsche. That's in for, it looks like a regular kind of service. So that's the racing one. Yeah, I got it right.
Night signaling, all cars lights on.
There you go.
There we are.
Time for lights on. Just to give you an answer for those of you who are sitting there thinking, what is the big difference between the lowest point and the highest point? Well, Stavelot, turn 15 is the lowest point, 373 meters above sea level. At the highest point is the first part of the Les Combes chicane, 470 meters. That is 97 meters difference between the lowest and highest point.
But you're running up and down either side of a valley, the lowest part of the racetrack. The corner has actually been renamed. It used to be called Stavelot because the town of Stavelot was just down the road from that. It's now called Campus. It's a very, can you imagine taking the name of a historic name like Stavelot and replacing it with Campus? Now, there's obviously good economic reasons for doing these things. But, I mean, Stavelot was a famous name, famous corner. Certainly in the days when this racetrack ran its full 8 miles, 7.5 miles, and bits of that racetrack are part of the public roads here. If you leave the racetrack, you can find yourself driving up through Malmedy, down through Bonneville, down through the Mazda King, and talk about Mazda Kings because the Porsche is in the pits.
Indeed. I mean, that's like trying to rename the final corner at Monza from Parabolica to Alboreto, isn't it?
Yeah, but don't go there. Please, that I find. With great respect to Michele, he was a wonderful guy, a lovely man. So the leaders both in.
And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars in the top 6, all in. Right, it's a pit stop frenzy now as Dries Van Tor has come into the pits. All going well for him. Quick wash and brush up on the windshield. Great work from the tyre change crew.
So Enslinger has gone into the Audi, the lead Audi, but Kevin Estra staying on board. Dries Van Tor staying on board. Dennis Marshall staying on board. Max Hesse staying on board. Jules Gounod staying on board.
Well, some of them might not be, because of course some of them might be in the endurance pit, so we may find out. We may find out a couple of changes are going to happen, but Fuoku has not come into the pits. So once again, the Ferrari has hit the front.
Yes, I mean, it's the overlap, obviously, between staying out and coming in. Nevertheless, it's always a good story, especially if you have a Curie Francorchamps. And who's taking over from?
I think that's Auguste Farfus.
It should be Auguste Farfus.
Now, they've got to wait because of this track limits penalty.
Yeah.
So Valentino Rossi, look, he's banging on the door. Let me out, let me out. We've got to get out of this pit lane. But, of course, he's got a track limits penalty to serve.
Look, Valentino's Italian. Calmo, calmo.
What's that hand gesture that they all do?
No,
shake of the fist.
No, don't go there. Hand gestures are a no. We're living in a world where hand gestures get you into big trouble.
Indeed. Well, Rossi gets out of the car, and in gets Auguste Farfus. Now, watch and get ready for some fireworks. This is Auguste Farfus in his element. He's going to love this stint.
Well, he's got a load of work to do. Valentino's done a good 2 stints. So it'll be interesting to see what Auguste Farfus will be able to claw back. Philippe Eng, by the way, in the Rover Racing BMW, just to name another BMW driver, is currently in 11th.
Right, we have got some driver changes after all then. So Engstler's got into the 17. Audi, the 92, now has Andlauer.
Andlauer has jumped in, and Charles Vetz has jumped into the 32. Ricky Feller's jumped in to the 40 Audi. So there have been changes. Neil Verhagen is into the 998 BMW. But it looks like Jules Gounod has stayed behind the wheel.
Yes, he has. So Jules Gounod clearly feeling good enough, and he can run to the end of the 6 hours by the look of it and go, right, this is fine. I'm in my zone, I'm in my element. The car feels good, I feel good. We can get some big points here. Let's go get them.
So, waiting for all this to wash through, because Enslinger is leading in the number 17 Audi, and Andlauer in the 92 Porsche in second place. So Fuoku now formally has taken the lead, but he's popped into the pits on the lap. He takes the lead, he's gone into the pit lane.
Yes, indeed. Well, Philippe Eng has now taken the lead in the Rover BMW, and don't forget that they're not quite in the same sync pattern as the other drivers. He'll be out of the car for at least another 10 minutes. Out of the car gets Antonio Fuoku, so a nice driver change at Ferrari, and also a Sky Tempesta change. Is that Chris Froggatt? I think it is, getting into the Sky Tempesta McLaren. They've not done not done too bad a job, have they? They're still very much in contention for their class win as well.
They had that issue much earlier in the race where we weren't quite sure whether it was a mechanical problem and an electrical problem or whatever the kind of problem, but they seem to overcome it. So the Sky Tempesta McLaren is, it's battling in its own class. It's not looking for outright victory, but nevertheless, if they got it, they wouldn't turn it away.
I love those windshield tear-offs. They are such a cool element to the pit stop. I really find them aesthetically exciting in the pit stops. It's just another one of those things.
I'm going to get out of the booth. Jake, are you all right?
No, I'm fine. It's one of those things.
Aesthetically pleasing, having a
tear-off. I love those in the pit stops.
Big.
It's a physical pit stop. You've got to have that human element in the pits, and having just that extra little addition into the pit stop, I love it.
1, 2 in effect. Now, they're not in those positions, but that's where they were when they came in, and it's still the Audi just, half a second or so ahead of the Porsche.
It's to the second that those two have absolutely nailed the pit stops. So they are exactly identical in where they came in.
Yeah, no, that's extremely good teamwork by the respective teams. So down into Brussels, and is Enslinger going to be able to do anything more than Nicky Team did? Well, that would be a big ask, I can assure you. Or can we see Julian Andlauer matching what Kevin Estre was doing? Both hard act to follow.
So Muller, Grenier and Schwartzman have all come into the pits from what was the front end of the field. They were all in 3rd, 4th and 5th at the time of their pit stops. So down the order they tumbled. Davide Rigon is the number 71 Ferrari driver now. So he's taken over from Antonio Fuoku. And so that'll be an interesting one to see how he gets on behind the wheel. Louis Pret in the McLaren still there or thereabouts. He's actually stayed in the car. So that McLaren is going to try and go all the way to the end of the stint with the victory in this element of the race for the Bronze Cup in tow. But then the CLRT Porsche of Frederic Makiewicz and the Pure Racing Porsche of Alex Malikin are going to be battling for 2nd and 3rd in class. Behind them, you've got the battle for gold. It is now Callan Williams in the WRT BMW. They've hit the front for the moment in front of the Butsen VDS Audi of Alba de Folco. And then you've also got the Winward Mercedes. This time it's Miklas Born behind the wheel. It's going very well indeed in Pro-Am at the front of the battle for the car collection Porsche. That is at the front at the moment with Alex Fontana behind the wheel. The CrowdStrike Mercedes is still in the mix for the victory though. George Kurtz is not far away in 2nd position, and in 3rd in that category it is the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes with Adam Asika in front of the CSA Racing Audi of Casper Stevenson. So still very good battles in all classes for the top 3. On board we go, as now the light is really dissipating fast. This is what the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa is all about.
I'd hope with this race coming forward by about a month that we would have had a little bit more light at this time of evening, but we're just coming up to 9 o'clock at night. And, it's okay, they've been told to put the headlights on because we're now technically in nighttime racing. But I'd hope that we had natural light until possibly 10 o'clock or even a little bit later, but it seems it's not going to be the case with the cloud base again drifting across the racetrack, but not threatening rain. It's a low cloud base.
Right, come on, Julian. I want one final slingshot overtake before I hand the baton over to Mr. Addison. This is going to be an absolutely great charge from Julian Andlauer. If he gets the opportunity on Luca Engsler, he will absolutely storm it, but he's going to have to wait at least 4 corners because he's not going to be close enough until he gets up the run to Blanchimont and make that lunge into the chicane. But he's also got to hope that the traffic pinches in Engsler in exactly the right point.
Something fell off. That's a
Now, where did that come from?
I don't know whether it came from the Audi or the car directly ahead of the Audi, but it fell into the path of the Audi, and the Porsche also had to take avoiding action. And it may have been just a small aerodynamic part, but it just suddenly was on the racetrack.
Another piece has come off. I think it's from the Scherer. I think the Scherer Audi is shedding body parts. So I'm not sure whether they've just run over one too many curbs, but the Scherer Audi, that's the second bit of bodywork that's come off it. Wow. That's...
well, if it's a significant body part, so we'll wait to see whether there's any more going to fall off it or not, or whether he's going to dive into the pits, because those body parts will have a bearing on how the car handles. So he's not gone into the pit lane, he's staying out. He's probably unaware of what it was. It might be just little bits around the front of the car that have become detached.
You can bet.
Let's watch again. Now, here we go.
There he goes. Under brakes, boom. There it goes, and it's definitely off the Scherer Audi. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, the plot looks like it's going to be set to thicken as we go into the next phase of the race. And if you're Julian Andlauer, staring at Luca Engstler, you are absolutely pushing it, because you now feel that the Audi in front is vulnerable.
So up the straight we go again. And just trying to get the Audi to drag away from the Porsche. It's not going to be easy, but Enslinger is doing the best he can. He gets through. So the Lamborghini, which was shedding those body parts, has got now between the Porsche and the Audi. So the Audi is running second place. Philippe Eng is slightly out of kilter with all the rest, so he will be making a pit stop. The real effective leader is the 17 Audi, but that's only half a second ahead of this car, the green Porsche of Julian Andlauer. And on we go once again. Traffic coming into play. Again, having to be patient, and you're not taking risks, which are risks that you may find ain't any reward. And in fact, you may find a penalty if you're a little bit over optimistic. Coming down now into Fagnes, and you can see that you just got to be patient. I mean, there's no point in either Andlauer or Enslinger being nuts.
No, because it don't do you any good, especially this early in the race.
Well, you know what they say about nuts?
Do share.
Well,
that's what they say.
Are you allergic to them?
No.
Well, that's what they say.
You know what they say about people with small feet, small socks. Right, you're on board with Julian Andlauer, and in the traffic you have got Luca Engstler trying to find a way through. The stint time, you can see, shows the total time that the individual driver has spent. So Philippe Eng has double stinted, whereas fresh into this most recent stint are Engstler and Andlauer. Philippe Eng has got about 5 minutes of this stint to go before he's got to pit anyway, 65 minutes being the maximum to a stint. He's done 2 of them, if not more, hence the 2 hours 19 that he spent at the car to the 9 minutes of Engstler and Andlauer, who are fresh in.
Yeah, and Kirchhofer and Fred Vervisch have both done long stints as well there further down the field, but anyway, we're coming up to just 4 hours, and 4.5 hours have now passed.
It's gone quite quickly, hasn't it, actually?
Have you noticed?
Yeah, bearing in mind that we had rather a lot of early running behind the safety car with that delayed start, as it were. But we've had some great battles, and 98 BMW, John was just making the point, is running out of sequence, so that is why that car is at the moment 42 seconds up the road. We've not heard much from Valentino Rossi thus far, but it's time to change that. Gemma has found him. 13th is the BMW in question. Valentino Rossi then having given that car over to Augusto Farfus. And Gemma is with a man who is a much more accomplished GT driver this year. Let's hear from him.
Vale, I can feel drops of rain coming. It looks like you came in for the right time to get a dry stint. That was a busy stint as well, right?
Yeah, it's very difficult because in the race everything is worse, and we have less grip, and especially in the fast, it's difficult to go flat. And the bigger problem is that I did too much track limit, and we have to lose 30 seconds. Apart from that, the pace was not so bad. We are not so far, so the race is very long, and now we will see with Augusto how is the speed, and after we wait for the night.
Did you have a small moment of contact as well?
Yeah, unfortunately, I touched my teammate. Yeah, because out there is very, very busy, and have a big group, and I did a mistake, and I touched him, and I say sorry, but happened.
Nothing terrible, I'm sure. Thank you very much, Vali. Enjoy the rest of it. We'll see you later.
Thank you. Bye. Ciao.
As ever, he's brought lots of fans with him, and this was the moment Adam Carroll turned across and bang.
Yeah, and there was, frankly, there was a pointless effort because he was nowhere near alongside Adam Carroll, and the inevitable happened. Adam Carroll's car takes the line, and on we go. Just interestingly, Augusto Farfus in this car, 46 BMW, has set the fastest single first sector time, 39.4. He also has recorded that car's single fastest lap of a 2:18.6 against the fastest overall lap, which has gone to Peretta, of a 2:18.0. So Farfus is on a charge.
Philipp Eng's BMW coming to the end of its stint then, and its last lap was a 2:20.6, not as quick as the Engschler-Andlauer battle behind. Fourth, you've got Charles Weerts lapping on a comparable pace to those two. You've just seen him go through. They're almost overlapping into Les Combes that time, were Engschler and Andlauer. Audi ahead, but only just.
Yeah, it looks like the Porsche has got all it needs to find a way around the Audi, but can he make a move down the inside, down into Bruxelles? Well, not from this position, he can't. But clearly it was Kalusha. Look at he's got more grip in that middle part of Bruxelles. Now down to Speaker's Corner, which is a much shorter corner. You're in, you're out. And maybe in the longer corners, the Audi is not handling it quite as well as the pursuing Porsche.
I mean, bear in mind as well that Luca Engschler is in his first year of GT racing. He's done single-seaters, he's had years of touring car racing, but it's only this year he's moved into the DTM and International GT Open, so he's getting used all the time to GT3 cars. Throw him into a real bear pit of a race like this and make him deliver and fend off another factory driver. It's a big ask.
That's why he's in the car, David. He wouldn't be there if he wasn't capable.
Indeed so. But even so, it's a big ask, and he's answering that ask effectively. He's keeping Andlauer at bay. Danger is Weerts might catch them because he's chipping away, and the lap time Charles Weerts are doing in fourth place are good. Ricardo Feller is fifth, and Neil Verhagen sixth in 998 BMW, having taken it over from Max Hesse, who took it over from Dan Harper. That car has also now worked its way into the reckoning.
Yeah, I mean, that 998 BMW has been a competitive car throughout the race, and it's great to see that the junior drivers in BMW are standing up to lose around.
Leader is in, and that's at 4 hours 35. Bear with me on this. The race leader is in the pit lane. Don't forget that car, Philipp Eng, also leads the Endurance Cup. They want that car up the order at 6 hours. If it's pitted now at 4 hours 35, it's going to have to pit again at about 5 hours 40. They're not going to be in the lead at the 6 hour mark for points in Endurance Cup. I think they played that wrong.
Unless we have another full course yellow and the whole thing, you throw the cards up in the air and see how they fall. That's the one thing nobody is able to anticipate or predict.
Depends when you then are able to reset your stint, but
yeah.
On current pace, it's not happening. Little time lost there because the car stalled, but yeah, my fear is that unless we get another yellow, then they're not going to be where they need to be for points in Endurance Cup.
A very, very strong point. So Nick Yellowley's taken over the wheel of that 98 BMW, coming down the second pit lane and cruising down at what you could almost imagine was quicker than, or walking pace feels quicker than the speed they're doing.
You should see John walk. Very rapid. There, going through, is the hard-charging Neil Verhagen. Now, he's closing onto the back of Ricardo Feller, isn't he, now? So, Neil Verhagen, single-seater gun-turned-GT racer and esports winner as well. Very proficient esports racer. Getting onto the back of Ricardo Feller. And we've got another time penalty brewing for 85. Now, that car is leading Silver, and 85 has got a 30-second penalty coming for track limit offences.
Wow. That's a lot of track limit offences, and that's a big penalty. 30 seconds sitting in the pit lane waiting before you can do any work on the car, or do the work on the car, then wait for 30, whatever. Yeah. So that for me is something that ought to have been avoidable. That doesn't mean the driver in the car is the one that's responsible for it. It just means the car has picked up all these penalties, and therefore one of the 3 or 4 drivers in it's going to have to sit it out when they come in for the next pit stop.
Now, Julian Andlauer lines up to have a go for the race lead. Brakes as late as he dares, going down towards the chicane. He's clambering up the curb, as you can see, but still, it is Luca Engschler who hangs on to position. Now, Nick Yellowley has taken over 98 and is back on track, but this now is for the lead. They've now picked up P1, and it is Enschler versus Andlauer. 0.2 of a second between them.
Yeah, and Andlauer was better through the chicane, got almost alongside, but on the wrong side of the racetrack, coming into the source. There you see the two cars flash past the pits down into Eau Rouge, up the hill. So Andlauer has got the momentum, but now Enschler has sort of recovered from that poor exit from the chicane and has sort of reset, but he's got two cars further ahead of him, and he'll have to be. What you try to do when you find yourself in this situation is time where you're going to catch those other slower cars, so that when you do catch them, you don't sort of find yourself being bogged down by their pace at a different part of the racetrack where overtaking isn't easy.
Great sound as ever from the Porsche. Andlauer, tighter line at Bruxelles. Enschler a little bit wide, then cuts back across. He's under massive pressure, he can't get away, but he's defending well.
I mean, he's driving extremely well. I mean, both drivers, first and second, are driving very well. Charles Fetz running behind, just 6.5 seconds behind Andlauer. Ricardo Feller, I love Ricardo Feller. I think he's a really outstanding competitor, but he's a further 18.5 seconds in fourth place behind Charles Fetz. So that's falling away relatively rapidly. Neil Verhagen is only half a second behind Feller. And I suspect that's going to be an overtake before we get very much further into this race.
So you've got Audi ahead of Porsche, which is very, very close to the gravel there, Julian Andlauer. BMW third, Audi 4, BMW 5, Mercedes AMG 6, Porsche 7, Ferrari 8, Mercedes AMG 9th, and McLaren in the top 10.
So the 188 that was running so strongly with Enrique Chavez behind the wheel, now we've got Peretta. That car is the car that's credited with the single fastest race lap.
Yeah, I was getting excited about that at the time. Louis Pret did that out of nowhere, and it was a much, much quicker lap than anybody was doing at the time. So it was an impressive effort. There, over the line goes Andlauer, got a little bit caught up behind the Barwell Lamborghini. That has enabled Luca Enschler to stretch the margin to a whopping half a second as they get to La Source.
So how is he going to deal with the Ferrari directly ahead? We heard Robert Schwartzman earlier saying that he thought that the Ferrari's greatest opportunity to win would be if it was a wet race. He felt that maybe they were lacking a little bit in top speed. And of course, Spa being a high-speed circuit, top speed is an incremental part of being quick.
So up towards Les Combes, race leaders, lap 109. And as the field then accelerates towards the chicane, that is Louis Pret at the wheel of the Bronze Cup leading McLaren. And the reason we've got the bronze cars still in the top 10 is a legacy of that quirky qualifying and Superpole. Gradually, the pros are getting up to the front, but this car has still had a remarkable first few stints. Enrique Chavez has been one of the stars of the race. Louis Pret keeping the car up there, chasing after Lucas Auer, and he's ahead of Lorenzo Ferrari at the moment by a good margin. That's number 9 Audi, which is the leading gold. Alberto De Falco at the wheel of it at the moment. He is leading Callum Williams BMW, and then Nicholas Bourne's Mercedes. The number 7 McLaren, if you recall that car limping around a little while ago with its power issue, that is the second official retirement of the race.
Yes, when you're out having something to eat, we had a word with Baz Linders, and it was with great reluctance that they signed the retirement shit, something that a team principal, team manager never really wants to do, but they felt that there's an electrical problem which has got a mind of its own, basically, and they didn't feel that they had any opportunity to recover or repair what the issue might be, so the car has been formally retired.
Big shame, because it was looking competitive, and good drivers with the likes of Frederick Schandorf and Brendan Arive and Ollie Milroy, as well as Fran Reda. Now then, in Pro-Am, Alex Fontana has got himself ahead now of the CrowdStrike Mercedes, which has got George Kurt at the wheel of it, and then third, Casper Stevenson in another of the Mercedes, the Barwell Lamborghini, having to try to fight back, but lots of time lost early on. And Bashar Mardini is down in 67th place, and that car is 4 laps off the lead lap in Pro-Am. Now, rightly, there's a long way to go and things can happen, but that's a big ask to come back from there. So Alex Fontana clearing the class. Now, what's what's going on for this lead fight. There's more traffic up the road, but Luca Enschler is maintaining the lead. He's 21 minutes into a stint that can last for 65. So this battle's going to run and run, that's for sure.
Oh, yes, indeed it is. And Angela, you're doing an extremely good job. And again, I look at what I would call the body language of the car coming through that very quick section of circuit onto Kemmel Straight, and the way Angela is able to place the Audi and make the car work in a positive way. And Julian Andlau doing an equally good job in the pursuing Porsche. But for somebody who's new to GT racing, this is an impressive run from Enslinger.
And he's also being given the slightly tricky task as well as taking the car into the night. You know, he's not being faced with consistent light conditions. It's getting darker all the time. I know it's not completely nighttime, and actually sometimes the cameras and the lights as they come towards you make it look darker than it is. Looking out of our window, it's still actually pretty decent in terms of light, but because the cars are now in official nighttime racing, as John mentioned a while ago, it feels a little bit darker, and it feels much, much closer for the lead in the traffic, does it, as Enschler gets up the curb? Which way to go? Does he try and get past the Ferrari? Does he try to defend from the Porsche? He needs to do both. Andlau goes to the outside, goes to the inside. He's being held up by Enschler. Enschler's being held up by all and sundry.
And that was a tough moment for those lead two cars, because one of the two could have found themselves in trouble, but they got through it, and they're still going to find a way around the Ferrari and the climb out of Paul Frère up the hill into the first part of Blanchimont. So Enslinger, can he get it done? Yes, he can. The Ferrari had to back out of it, but that's left. And look at the Ferrari have a bit of a head staggers. And now Julian Andlau, get out of my way, I'm in a race. But actually nothing ventured, nothing gained, and at the end of the day, both the Audi and the Porsche end up roughly the same gap time-wise that they were before they had to find their way through the back marker.
So over the timing line, the margin between them is 0.189 of a second. Andlau to the outside, but there's a back marker ahead. Is that going to delay Enschler? He cuts to the inside line, gets alongside the Modena Motorsport John Shen Porsche with its great livery, different colour either side. Andlau goes through. He powers past the back marker, but he's got nowhere to go now. Enschler sits in front of him. The Porsche, were it to get through, I'm still convinced would shoot away, but he can't find the room.
Well, I think the Porsche, there's certain corners around the racetrack, I think the Porsche is quicker. I think certainly you've seen it on the longer corners, whereas the short corners, such as Speaker's Corners or one or two others, there's not much difference, but it's the longer corner where Porsche, to me, seems to have that slight advantage. But you're talking about a thousandth of a second or a hundredth of a second. It's almost imperceptible, but you're right. If Andlau could find a way around the Audi, he would be able to stretch that advantage.
A dive to the inside. Is that going to unsettle the Audi? Yes, it is! Porsche up the inside. He's done it at last. Julian Andlau goes through. Fantastic. Proper racing. And now let's see how much he can extend that advantage by, because already as they head downhill with a clear road ahead of him, Andlau now can drive his race.
Absolutely, and that was a clean and well-executed overtake, and that's what racing should be about. And both drivers fought hard but fought fair. There was no trying to block, no trying to intimidate. That was good, clean racing from two excellent professional drivers, and I mean, it was a joy to watch it, it was a joy to commentate on it.
So now Julian Andlau, having hit the front, tries to break away. Out of campus, you can see already he's managed to extend the margin by 5-6 lengths. Actually looks brighter on that part of the circuit, doesn't it, as they come then now up to Paul Frère. So it's Porsche in the lead, it is Audi second, and it's BMW third. Now the next one to monitor is Charles Weerts, because with these two battling and also being in traffic, they last lapped at 2:23, and Weerts at 2 minutes 20. He's only 2.6 seconds behind Enschler. My money's on that BMW gaining another place soon.
Well, all I will say is that the reason why the two lead cars have been slow on the last lap is traffic. They've cleared that traffic. When Charles Weerts comes up against that traffic, his lap times will increase likewise. So it's a seesaw effect. I mean, we'd love to see a three-way battle with Charles Weerts getting involved, but I fear that traffic will always have that effect that Weerts will catch, and then he'll drop back and catch and drop back. But let's wait and see. It depends where you catch the traffic principally, and if you're a car running in your own free air, he's got nobody around him. Raquel Raffeller's miles back, so he only has to think about what's ahead of him. So maybe he can make those clean overtakes more easily than we saw from the two lead cars.
We're getting more track limit penalties, and one of them has gone the way of 999, which is the Mauro Engel, Mikael Grenier and Danny Jonkidea Mercedes. That's already had 15 seconds worth of penalties for a fuel irregularity in the pit stop, and Ulysse de Pauw's Ferrari, number 50, is also being given 30 seconds. So it's going to be track limit penalties, particularly, it seems, that are the clincher in all of this.
Just to follow up on the point I made about traffic, on the last lap, once Andlauer got through, his last lap was a 2:21.3. Last lap of Enslinger, who was overtaken at that point, 2:22. Charles Vets, 2:22.2. So suddenly, Andlauer's sprinting away.
Julian Andlauer sprinting away, but he's had now 6 track limit warnings looking at the tally on the screen. So another one, and he's going to be in real difficulties. Luca Engler is second, Charles Wirtz is third. So it's racking up for one or two of the drivers. Engler's had 3 warnings. Neil Verhagen is here in 5th place, and he's almost on the back of Ricardo Feller, who runs wide, skips over the curve and comes back on again. BMW booms its way down towards the pit path. We've got a car off at Blanchimont. Was that an Audi recovering? It's a Porsche recovering from 44th place. That's the Parker car, isn't it? That's Derek Pierce.
It is. It looks very, very hazy there, and whether that's smoke from an oil smoke or whether it's something else, but just everything looks very hazy.
I've got a horrible feeling it might have hit something, be it gravel or something solid. I thought there was some damage on the right front, but he's got it going again. So that's the good news. So Derek Pierce with, no, looks okay, doesn't it? Gets it going again, and is he going to come into the pit lane and have it sorted? No, he's going to carry on. Interesting.
Very weird.
So maybe it was a spin and he was recovering from it.
Well, if I tell you, if that was a spin at that part of the racetrack, he should have come in because he'll have 4 tyres like threepenny bits.
Car 62 spun and rejoined, according to the message line on the screen. So there you are. Derek Pierce had a moment.
That's what I saw, that hazy, bluey, watch and see, here we go. Oh, oh dear me. Look. And who was behind him? Wow. That could have been another monumental incident down at Blanchimont. So that's what I saw, that hazy blue smoke.
Derek Pierce should have come in, not for his tyres, John, but for clean laundry, I think, after that. That was a massive moment, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, why he didn't come in? Because, you know, when you spin like that, your 4 wheels and tyres just go flat. Here we go. He spun that before he even got to the exit of the corner. The back end is going. Now, and watch the other car. There's not another Porsche that has to take avoiding action. I think it is. Couldn't quite see it through the haze.
Might have been the Grove car, but whoever was driving it has eyes like chapel hat pegs now.
Yeah, but I mean, Derek Pierce got on the throttle, drove that out, and gravel rash all over the car, I can assure you that.
Stuart Parker will be off for another cigarette now, probably panicking. But the car survived, Stuart. It's all right. It's all good. Charles Wirtz, number 32 BMW, then comes out of Pont, charging along in pursuit of Luca Engler.
Yeah, and he's only a second behind the second place Audi, so I mean he is right back at the races, and Charles Wirtz and the 32 BMW have worked. They didn't have a great qualifying, and they've worked their way up through the field again as in the manner you'd expect a WRT entered race car to do.
So Neil Verhagen comes now through the pit path. I'm intrigued slightly about number 40. It had a really good start to the race, didn't it, when Matthew really put it into the lead. And if I say it's fallen away, that's a little bit unfair, but it's got itself into a rhythm now, but that rhythm isn't quite as quick a rhythm as others.
Well, there's no doubt when Matteo Drudi was behind the wheel, that was an outstanding drive by Drudi. I don't know, I've missed some of the because of having my break. So Ricardo Feller is running in 4th place. I mean, his lap times are fundamentally at the same time as everybody else around him, other than when they get into traffic. So up the hill on board the BMW. So a big break as we come into the chicane. Hop, skip and jump over it. And there we are, onto pit straight.
We always talk about the balance of performance and how it makes the cars so competitive, and it gives us great racing, but it also gives drivers a frustration because it means that if you are racing a car of a comparable pace, it is so difficult to get past, and that is what Neil Verhagen is finding. He's good on the brakes, the Audi has its strength, the BMW has its strengths, but over the course of a lap, there is hardly anything to choose between them.
There's very little. The whole key for one of these cars is building your own momentum and being able to maintain that. And when you get into a battle with a car of a light performance, even a car that's maybe slightly lower level of performance, but is quick enough to make your life very difficult, just try and find your own natural rhythm and just use that to your best strength. Neil Verhagen is in that situation right now, running behind Ricardo Feller, and that we know that number 40 Audi is a quick car.
Sorry, I shouldn't be laughing, but number 62, Derek Pearce, has just had the mother, father and all the little Pearces of spins, and he's now got a 30-second time penalty for track limit abuses. He deserves a medal, not a penalty, but that's the final one that's put him over the edge, and it was a monster spin, but sadly now a 30-second time penalty is coming for that Porsche.
No, what can you do? What can you do? What can you do? Anyway,
Poor old Derek.
That was a mother and father of spins. He got away with it, because normally, if you spin in Blanchimont, normally the spin would come later in the corner, but for Derek Pearce, that spin began. It seemed to be almost at the point of the apex, which is something you don't normally see. But anyway, well done, Derek. You kept it out of the hard stuff.
Now in 6th at the moment is Jules Gounon. So it was a short stint from Timo Bogoslavski. Jules Gounon behind the wheel of the car now. Remember, they want to be as high up as they can possibly be at the 6-hour mark in order to score Fanatec GT points. And Gounon hustles on. His last lap was a 2:21.7. So he's actually not lapping quite as quickly as Verhagen. Got to say, the Mercedes do not look as strong as they did last year.
I agree, and I mean, what's that? Again, I thought I saw loads of blue smoke, but it's just a large group of cars all tippy-toeing and almost tripping over one another as they come down into Campus Corner. Who is behind the wheel? Anyway, so this is another little group of cars battling amongst themselves in different classes. As the Rover Racing BMW tries to get clear coming up into, he gets slices through there. The first part of Blanchimont gets through into the second part. And I mean, how you handle traffic, the top, if you like, GT drivers, sports car drivers, have always got this ability to make a space. Sometimes it's not very pretty, but it's maintaining that ultimate predetermined lap time that the team would have said. Here, maybe they said, look, we want you to lap consistently in a 2-minute 21 point whatever, and the top drivers, other than when they get sort of bogged down in a big group of cars, are pretty good at maintaining that.
Indeed so, and here Julien Andlar still building that lead. He's 1.3 seconds up on Luca Engschler. His last lap was only a couple of tenths quicker, so he's not gone storming away. He has built the lead, but it's not been a massive increase, as there is 85 Lamborghini, which is Benji Highties, still leading in silver, but with that penalty to serve on the next pit stop. And then the car behind Benji Highties is the second of the silvers, Paolo Deli Guanti in the Audi. So for as long here as Highties is stuck in traffic, he's being caught by Deli Guanti behind him in the Trezor Orange 1 Audi. There it is. So that's the second of the Silver Cup cars coming down towards the chicane. So this battle is building up nicely. At the start of this lap, it was 1.6 seconds between the two of them. And look, Highties is still stuck in traffic. So Deli Guanti is benefiting from the Audi hampering the Lamborghini. If Highties can clear it, well, it might be a different story. And he's going to do it now up the inside line. It's only a back marker in quotes, but he's got to do it to hang on to his class advantage.
Yeah, and the Audi had to make a sort of adjustment, just turn away from the corner, but a good overtake to get that overtake made. And further down the field, Sandy Mitchell has just overtaken the 157 Mercedes of Bourne. So he's now into the top 20.
Right, so Highties to Paolo Deli Guanti was 9/10 of a second. So there is 99. He's now got to get past the number 10 Boots and VDS Audi that had a spin, did it not, earlier on in the race, and up towards Les Combes they come. Deli Guanti can't do it, so well, he tries, he's alongside almost, but no, can't make the move. So now you can see Benjamin Highties is building the gap back up again. Now Deli Guanti goes through, and it's game on for the silver lead, but you can see the margin he's got to make up.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the gap between the two will suddenly, it'll close back down to where it was prior to coming up to those back markers. That seems to be what happens. You can catch the overtaking bit of the deal is the more difficult part. So I suspect that we will see those two cars getting close together in not the next few laps.
So with the cars on lap 116, the light is starting to fade. The threatened rain has not come. So what does Andrew Cocconi know about rain? He promises it was going to rain.
Well, listen, he's a salmon fisherman. He fishes on the River Spey. He knows all about water, depth of waters, rain, whatever. You know, you've got a natural instinct that tells you in your bones it's going to rain. The difference was he wasn't fishing in the River Spey when he gave us that sort of indication, was he?
This is very true. This is very true. So right now you are riding with Neil Verhagen, who is running in 5th place. Now Verhagen to Gounon, 1.4 seconds. Another car that's creeping into the picture behind is number 96, the Rutronic Porsche. Dennis Olsen at the wheel of that car now. That really didn't seem to be in the race in the first hour. But again, as teams get into a rhythm and the race starts to settle down and the pattern emerges, that's another car that's coming into the equation.
Yep, so that car's in 7th place, got Davide Rigo in the 71 Ferrari, only just 2.8 seconds behind. So Olsen will be being kept certainly very honest, knowing that Davide Rigo wouldn't take too many options to close the door.
Verhagen goes through. I'm tempting fate in saying this, but actually it's been a relatively calm race. I know we had that incident behind the safety car. I know we have had a safety car period since, but you know, it has been a good race with hard racing, yes, but sensible racing.
Yes, I mean, often in previous years we see the opening lap, opening stint, where you think, are these drivers driving a 24-hour race, or are they here just to go out and blast for an hour? Yeah. This has been a much more controlled and measured race pretty much across the field. And the weather, the threatening weather that we feared might have an effect on the race, all happened this morning. And I mean, the circuit at different times was virtually rivulets running across it. So that's all cleared through, and we've got a relatively high sky. And from the weather forecast that I've been able to see, it's not going to rain any further between now and 4:30 tomorrow afternoon.
And actually, because we've not had very many interruptions, we're enjoying what you might call a proper, a natural motor race, not overly affected by gaps shrinking because of interruptions. The gaps are changing because of drivers' individual pace. I'm looking at 2 more penalties coming. One of them goes to Julian Andlau.
Oh, track limits.
30-second penalty for track limits. I did say you got up to 6, and a penalty now comes. So there's a 30-second penalty for the leading car for track limit offences. Now, it's not all down to Julian. You gain them as a car, so it might be that Lawrence Van Thor and Kevin Est have had a hand in that. But the leading car on its next pit stop will lose half a minute.
Well, there we have it at 21:30. Car 92, track limit warning at turn 17. So 21:30 was, well, just literally passed by about a minute. So it's just happened, and that's clicked him over, or the car, I should say. What a shame.
There's also a penalty being given to number 136, and we don't have one of those. So that intrigues me considerably. So that's going to be reviewed, I'm sure, and tweaked on the timing screen.
Yeah, that's well observed there, David, well observed.
There you have it. And also a 5-second penalty to the Adam Carroll car for a pit lane infringement, BMW number 31. So 92 will get a 30-second time penalty, but number 136, we don't have.
Just looking down at my, I've got a 132, then a 157, but no 136.
Yeah.
Okay, that'll be maybe just what you'd call a typo error.
Derek Pearce, who had that massive spin a little earlier, used to race Carrera Cup in the UK, and many of the old lags from that championship watching at home, like Redline Racing boss Simon Leonard, either impressed that he survived that spin or amazed that he survived that spin. But I think that's going to be replayed a lot, Derek Pearce's crowning moment, because it was quite something. But
definitely one for the Christmas video.
Absolutely, absolutely. But if a rival Carrera Cup boss approved, it must have been a dramatic spin. So 92, Julian Andlau leads. He's 2.2 seconds up the road, but he's got to be 30 plus up the road because of that penalty. In fairness, other cars are going to cop them over the race. It is inevitable. Engschler's car's on 3, and from here on in, it becomes, you know, a bit more risky to keep transgressing.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Anyway, as you pointed out in previous occasions, it's not the driver necessarily that's in the car, it's the car itself that cops the penalty, but it doesn't really matter whether it's one of the drivers or three of the drivers. The fact is, it's the team suffers the penalty, and that's a penalty that is in the hands of the driver. There's lots of other things where the team can get a penalty, but these ones are specific to the driver, and they've got to put their hand up and say, sorry guys, it's down to us. No one's going to take responsibility unless they are themselves guilty of having six or more track limit abuses.
Well, he's had another one, as in, he's got the 6, he's got the penalty, you start again, and he's already got one warning against his name. So Julian Andlauer is, what's the phrase? Not leaving anything on the table.
Well, I mean, surely somebody in the pit should be on the radio saying, look, here, Blanchimont, just don't run over that, you can see yellow and red line, demarcation line. Don't put all four wheels under that.
Down to the chicane comes Charles Wirtz, the man that runs in third place. Rattles up the curb.
He certainly did. He clobbered that really aggressively. So anyway, he goes on his way, still trying to run down the second place Enslinger. The gap was 2.4 seconds, remains 2.4 seconds. Enslinger actually made up a little bit of space to the lead Porsche on that last lap as well. So it was about a 1/10 of a second. I mean, it's very little difference in times, but when you're talking about 1/10 of seconds to racing drivers, you're like talking about weeks. That sort of funny noise, that's the tyre running over the serrations and the curbing as you come into Eau Rouge. And just, I never could think about how much potential damage running those curbs or those little serrations can do to a tyre or do to a wheel suspension, but they seem to be able to do it for 24 hours.
So Andlauer on lap 119. Charles Wirtz here was only 36 thousandths of a second quicker than Engschler last time around. So as the cars now head downhill once more, Engschler with traffic ahead, 2 back markers between him and the race leader, and of course those back markers in some cases can be having their own battle for position, in other cases it can be one lapped car lapping a even more lapped car, so it is so busy for the leading drivers. They've got to be on their toes all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's never an easy task, and you're going to meet groups of cars all the way through the lap. You might even do a lap and you will not see a car in your mirror, and you'll not see a car directly ahead, so you get clumps of cars at different parts of the racetrack, and then they dissipate, and then somewhere else around the racetrack. So Enslinger just slings it down the inside and makes that overtake, so he'll be happy to do that. And that means that Charles Wirtz is going to have to be patient, because he ain't going to be able to do an awful lot up until Blanchimont, and unless he's got a clear run alongside, he's going to then have to back off and wait until he gets all the way up to the top at the chicane.
So where's the next fight going to come from? Well, Jules Gounon is now up with Neil Verhagen, and this has been hard work for him. He's chipped away, and he's almost there. Speed building, grabs 5th gear to 30 kilometres an hour and building.
So is he flat through Blanchimont? Listen. No, he's not. But he's still doing 240 kilometres per hour, the best part of 150 miles an hour.
Hear the bodywork scrape on the ground as well. Into the chicane he comes. Verhagen is stuck in traffic, so Gounon, if he's on his toes, might be able to make a move down towards La Source. Grabs a gear. Up to 4th. Is it 2nd or 1st for the hairpin?
Some of them use 1st. I would think probably it is 1st. Oh, well, having said that, they're using 2nd. I mean, at Monza, for example, the first chicane, everybody was down to 1st gear. I thought the Mercedes with the V8 motor that has got in it would have enough inherent torque not to need. So let's ride on board with Jules Gounon. So on the Camel Straight, looking at the BMW to the right of those 2 cars. So Verhagen is, I don't know if he's been clever, but he didn't appear to brake as late as he might have wanted to do. But by doing so, he's enabled to put himself between, I think, the Lamborghini directly ahead. And that will, of course, can Gounon get down the inside? Yes, he can. So, oh no, he can't. The Lamborghini's come back. Oh, Gounon will be spinning in his helmet at that one. That was not expected, but that isn't often the case as you come around Bruxelles. A car that might appear to take the long way around often actually exits Bruxelles quicker than the car that takes the natural racing line. So out of Pouhon, and then you get the short run down into Fagnes. So Gounod's having to be patient as the picture momentarily freezes. So back to the action, then the cut back to the left using the curb on the inside and the curb on the outside. You can run it, but just don't overdo it. Then quickly back into Campus, a corner that really is a slow entry, but you need to be careful on the exit. If you want to get the drive, which is the drive from the exit through this Paul Frere curb corner that leads on to the climb back up the other side of the valley. And you can see that the pace the Mercedes has got is not really making much impression on the Lamborghini directly ahead. So brakes on the Lamborghini, and Jules Gounod, who's been driving, I would suggest, a very measured race, but doing a move, gets the job done. Well, I say that, but has he done enough? Are we going to see the Lamborghini popping up alongside the Mercedes? No. So Gounod has done it, and that's what he was aiming and doing. And again, a very well measured and no panic overtake from the Frenchman in the 88 Akodos Mercedes.
Now, number 40 Audi, Ricardo Feller at the wheel of it, has also copped a 30-second time penalty on the next pit stop for track limit offences. I mean, we're going to get to the stage where at some point, John, all the leading cars have had one set. It's just how many more sets.
I said this to Jake when we're doing the commentary. You know, eventually the entire field's going to get a 30-second penalty, so it's going to net everything back out. I mean, look, these penalties are here because drivers are abusing track limits, and I fully concur with that. But how do you stop drivers abusing track limits? And I made a sort of a rather blunt kind of suggestion. Oh, wow, Jules Gounod getting the old Mercedes moving around there. You put a wall on the outside of Blanchimont. That stops them.
Well, it's one thought. I mean, people always use Monaco as an example of where people don't exceed track limits because you can't, because of the barrier there. But here, Jules Gounod, then having cleared Ricardo Feller, is up into 5th. Now, bear in mind, we are 5 hours and 10 minutes into the race. Why is that significant? Because at 6 hours, we award points for position, not only overall, but in the classes as well. Julian Andlauer has been in the car for 48 minutes. Now, where is BMW number 98? Nick Yellerly, who's out of sequence, has been in the car for half an hour. So we are round about 15 minutes off the leaders making a pit stop, and that's going to put the BMW back up front.
So where is, looking to see where the BMW is, and it's up there somewhere. I think that's the first of those cars we can see in the distance. So yet again, Jules Gounod has got to show that he's here for the long game. It's not about trying to get it all done in the quickest possible time. It's getting it done and making it stick, and fundamentally not getting engaged in track limit abuse penalties, or the car, not the driver per se. So the car 30-second penalty for track limits. And yep, Ricardo Feller, that was the Audi that led in the early phases of this 24-hour race. And there is that particular car making its way. Ricardo Feller running in 6th place, just a second behind Jules Gounod, but you can see there the Mercedes and the Audi coming up. Oh, look at that. Verhagen and Feller.
That's brave, isn't it, through the traffic, and Ricardo Feller goes round the outside, and there's a car on a very, very strange line with a problem, I think, in the middle of Eau Rouge there, one of the Audis, slow and offline, and with cars coming at it from every direction. That rather startled the driver, I think. I don't know whether the car has a big problem or whether he'd had a moment or quite what, but either way, that was sort of a bit wayward for a moment.
I think the Sun Energy Mercedes might have been in the middle of that group as well. There was 2 cars, one was Audi, one was Mercedes, and they seemed to just be overwhelmed by the fact that there was cars passing them one side, one the other side. And now, look at this. They've got... I'm just trying to focus on who I want to talk about. Jules Gounod has got Verhagen, and has Verhagen got ahead of Gounod? He is, but he's been ahead, I beg your pardon, he's been ahead. So it's now Gounod closed that gap back up And Ricardo Feller is also there, just 1 second behind. So you got a battle of a 4th, 5th and 6th covered by just a little over 2 seconds.
So good on ahead of Verhagen. Feller back with them, but the traffic was getting in the way, and it was all a bit lively for a moment or two, wasn't it, as the cars came out of La Source and down the hill. So they've got themselves back into order. Sandy Mitchell, by the way, 19th, absolute best in the first sector on this lap. So let's have another look at exactly what was going on. And so here we are, but it was at the bottom of the hill where the silver Audi had been offline and slow, and again, look, the cars darting every which way. Patrick Niederhauser's car gets squeezed onto the grass on the outside, brings the dirt back onto the racetrack. Number 25 Audi that was.
That was courageous, because the grass here will still probably be wet with all the rain we had. So you know, put your heart in your mouth the time you do that. So Gounod in the middle of that group of cars, still fighting, trying to find a way through, and he's got Neil Verhagen all over the rear. So Gounod trying to... I'm just watching this coming across the line. So it's the Porsche Audi. So Gounod has overtaken Verhagen. That's what we're trying to get established. So there is the BMW now, down 1 place from 4th into 5th. So Gounod got that all done. Took him a long time to get it done, but he worked it out, and immediately he's opening the gap between himself and the 998 BMW. There is the BMW that ran for quite a time in 4th place, but down to 5th. And Gounod has got a gap now between himself and Charles Veert, 24 seconds. Well, traffic's going to come into that one as well, no doubt.
So into the chicane, side by side at Lecombe. Feller round the outside of Verhagen. That's brave, and it works as well. The Audi round the outside of the BMW. Ricardo Feller, John made the point earlier on, he's an exceptional GT racer. More evidence of it, that was quite a move.
Yeah, I don't know what Verhagen did, whether he is feeling that having lost that position to Gounod, he's sort of thought, oh, well, I did my best. But yeah, what he hadn't reckoned on was the Ricardo Feller was just waiting to pounce at any opportunity, and that came coming into Lecombe. And there's no doubt that Feller was the more assertive of those two drivers, going through that left, right. Got it right eventually.
There's a suggestion that drivers, if they see a yellow light, are slowing instantly, rather than sort of expecting it to, if you like, to be part of a full course yellow process, for example. This is a theory offered up by one of the teams. So whether it was a car that slowed for a flag reason or with a problem, time will tell. But anyway, there's so much to factor into this race, of course, with flag signals, with drivers of differing speeds and experience, and now the light is fading as well. Here is Weert, and he's closing all the time on Anschluss. 0.6 of a second was the margin last time. Over the beam they come on this lap, and the margin is half a second.
Yeah, and he was really close to the back of the Audi, actually in the chicane, but usual story, when you leave a slow corner, the car ahead will accelerate earlier, and that's where this seesaw effect, the gap you can see now between where they were in the chicane and where they are on the run down into Eau Rouge. So Charles Veert has got to start all over again, try and drag himself up to the tail of the second place Audi. Ricardo Feller is ahead of Verhagen, as we've seen. And that was a very good overtake. That was one that we thoroughly enjoyed up at Lecombe just one lap before. Marvin Keerhofer likewise is on a charge. He's running 11th in the 159 McLaren. He's got past Louis Pret in the 188, the sister car. So been a change of position between those two Garage 59 McLaren entries. And Keerhofer, again, one of those drivers who just grinds it out.
But it's good to see the McLarens going strongly, isn't it? Because quite often in the past they've had pace in other races but never really delivered here. One that's also dropped a long way back, number 5. That was the car that Charlie Fagg was doing good things with at the start, but that's fallen back from being well up now into 31st place. Now, Jules Gounod and Neil Verhagen. This was the move coming out of La Source. Now look, cars slowed.
I don't understand that.
Well, it's almost like a full course yellow had been called for, wasn't it? Because they all slowed. And then Gounod thinks, well, there's no yellow flag, I'm going for it. And Verhagen gets in the way of the Audi. I think that was what caught everybody out. It was as though there'd been a phantom full course.
Yeah, a false yellow or whatever it was. I mean, everybody has got information on the cars. You can see. Watch all this. There, so it's got green. That means it's a green flag track. So Jules Gounod on it like a rash. Now he comes down into, look at this, has to take avoiding action, almost ran into the back. So we've got a Porsche directly ahead, and I'd love to know what actually led those drivers to believe they're having to slow down.
So that was what it was happening from inside the car, and the situation was, I understand, that there was a phantom full course yellow, but it was corrected almost instantly, but one or two drivers reacted instantly, and that's why they slowed. So it was for a second or two there was this phantom full course yellow, so it was rectified as quickly as, but one or two people gained and one or two people lost out.
Yeah, absolutely, but I mean obviously the phantom things can happen, but you'd like to know the reasons why, because you wouldn't want that to occur. I mean, it could have had a bearing on the lead cars. It could have been an incident. You saw how Gounod had to take avoiding action coming down into Eau Rouge because he was travelling a lot quicker than the car he was closing in on. As we go back to Charles Vert running in third place, and still hasn't been able to get on terms with the 17 Audi of Enslinger. So he's got that little bit of comfort zone. There's a 1.1 second advantage he has over the third place BMW. I love the Audi, the way the exhaust poke out from the bodywork, that sort of red glow from the V10 motor. There it is, look at that magic. You see it at night time, and it's one of the trademarks of a V10 naturally aspirated petrol burning motor.
So there is Luca Engschler, and these cars, by the way, in the leading, what have we got? The leading 8 are not far off a pit stop, because they are 58 minutes into a stint and you can do 65, so they're not far off. And the drivers then accelerate now from Paul Frère up towards the chicane, and as the cars then now come out of Blanchimont up towards the chicane, this is going to be the end of lap 125. So Charles Weerts we've been looking at inching up onto the back of Luca Engschler. I think, John, he's just going to get there, and then it'll be time for a pit stop.
I mean, surely WRT are on the phone to Charles Weerts saying the first and second place cars are going to have to spend an extra 30 seconds in their pit stops because of track limit abuses. So while if you can catch and pass cleanly and quickly, do so, but actually just keep yourself within the proximity that you are, because they're going to sit in the pits when we're steaming past them going back onto the racetrack. What do you think of that then? Any merit in that thought?
I think you'd go along with that. Yeah, I think it's got some legs. Now, that very, very brief FCY drama behind us, the race carries on, and with 59 minutes done in the stint by the leaders, Julian Andlauer 10 seconds to the good now, but of course he's going to lose 30 seconds on the next pit stop. So lead car now, it'll drop back. I wonder whether they're going to keep him in it or replace him with, say, a Lawrence Vanthor. Like, okay, look, we've lost 30 seconds now, we need to put somebody else in. Or is he quick enough to bring that car back into the mix?
Well, you want to sit for 30 seconds, and you have to think that if you put in Vanthor or Kevin Estre, you're going to probably have the two best drivers available amongst the Porsche fleet here this weekend. So, just drop that right rear off, coming down through Speaker's Corner. Charles Weerts, he's certainly pushing as best he can. He's never had a real serious opportunity to put a pass on the second place Audi, but he wants to do, even if it's on the in lap, if he can get it ahead of the Audi, then he'll take that opportunity.
But he's running out of laps, he's running out of time, and if he gets onto the back of Engschler and they start squabbling, then that's going to enable Andlauer just to build another second or so, and every second is going to count, with 30 of them to waste sitting in the pit lane on that next pit stop. This is Charles Weerts' view. So the BMW powering its way through the Cours Paul Frère. Blanchimont beckons, going to the first part of the corner, but then this is the real bit that goes on and on.
not such a big lift for vents in the BMWs. We've heard from some of the other cars, so it carried about 250 kilometers per hour through the apex of Blanchimont. So that's a pretty good effort on my part to see the balance of the car, and that high-speed corner is good.
Up to La Source in a straight line. He's not staying with the Audi, but he's good on the brake, Charles. Turns up through the hairpin. Now, what have we got going on up at Les Cons? There is the recovering number 11 Audi of Fred Verviche. So that car lost quite a chunk of time early on with a track limit penalty. And currently it's fighting for 16th against Sandy Mitchell in the Lamborghini. And there he is, right on the back of the Audi. I mentioned a while ago he'd done an absolute best first sector. Sandy Mitchell, who I think before the race started, said he was looking forward to racing in the docks. He likes the night racing here. He took a chunk of time out of the Audi last time around, and he's hustling on in pursuit of the number 11 Gilles Magnus-driven car. So he's on a mission, that is for sure.
I think Sandy Mitchell, when he went out at the beginning of his stint with Fresh Rubber, he actually got a purple sector at one point. Yeah. And I thought, wow, that was in sector 1, so that was pretty impressive.
44 Porsche there, the Hexis Cobb-Lenegar team car through the traffic. It's Stephen Paulette at the wheel of it. We've got a yellow flag in sector 3. Why do we have a yellow flag in sector 3? We'll find out in a moment, no doubt, as there is the answer. 66 has had a rotation, gets back into the right direction now, but the bronze Audi has a spin, gets going now.
Yeah, that was at the chicane, so harmless spin. Oh, Kirchhofer must be coming in, or certainly Louis Paulette has found a way around the sister car, so he's up to 11th, and Kirchhofer must be into the pit lane. Dennis Olsen, likewise. Davide Rigo had been chasing Olsen, but actually, before they came into the pits, had not really made any significant inroads into the 7th place Olsen Porsche. So Kirchhofer in, Olsen in, Verviche in, Sandy Mitchell, Benjamin Hieters, Klaus Backler. So it's all getting the busy old pit lane, and the Porsche is in. So the lead car is in, and be the lead until it gets to its pit box, and then that 30-second penalty is going to knock it all the way back down, maybe outside the top 10.
It's going to be interesting, though, because Gounon, Feller and Verhagen did lose time with that Phantom FCY period, brief as it was. So let's see how much of a handicap the penalty is going to be for Andlauer. He's in, Engschler is in, Wirtz is in. Dennis Olsen has come in, also number 96. Gounon we expect to be in also, and the Mercedes then coming in. This is at the end of 5.5 hours, pretty much. Now, Nick Yellowly is 48 minutes into a stint. Have they timed that right to be able to keep him out there to the end of 6 hours? Need to have a look at the clock when it all calms down again and do some more maths. I still think he's got to come in before the 6 hour mark.
So just trying to work out the gain that Andlauer might have had, because he wasn't involved in that Phantom yellow or full course yellow, whatever it was. So I'd imagine he's probably gained maybe a 5-second not penalty, 5-second bonus on the 30-second penalty he's having to serve out.
The Grove family Porsche is in the pits, as you can see. Feller is in, Verhagen is in, Gounon has given way to Marchiello. So they've given Bogoslawski one stint, but as predicted, the duties are largely being shared there by Marchiello and Gounon for the purposes of points. Right, away goes 23 Porsche, Anton de Pasquale at the wheel, and there the Grello Porsche, clambered on by the mechanic to clean the screen, fuel hose connected, 43 seconds minimum for the long stop, so-called long stop. Louis Pretz in, and Davide Rigon will inherit the race lead as away now goes number 92. So down the pit road heads the Porsche. We'll get the idea of the order. Well, he's certainly dropped behind Wirtz. He's certainly dropped behind number 17, Luca Engschler's car. So, yes, it has hurt. But it's going to give us now a swap around. So Charles Wirtz has jumped ahead of Engschler, and they've both jumped ahead of Andlauer. So Charles Wirtz is in real terms now the race leader. So down the pit exit road goes Engschler, and Julian Andlauer is on his way to pit exit then after that longer stop.
Yeah, I mean, that's been a bit of a gift for the WRT BMW. The two lead cars serving out a 30-second penalty. And I sort of surmised that, look, you can see the BMW.
So Enschler's gone back ahead of Weert, hasn't he? So this is your lead battle. And Julian Andlauer has got back on the racetrack behind them, but he's got a lot of ground to make up. And diving through the traffic, Enschler moves ahead of the CrowdStrike. Mercedes now through with a wheel up the curb. Goes Charles Weert. Now remember that ahead of them in real terms is going to be Davide Rigon, but he owes us a pit stop as well. And Philippe Eng will have moved through also. Sorry, Nick Yellerly in 98 now will have moved through as well, but he owes us a pit stop.
So night really is closing in and coming up to 5.5 hours. Yep, 9 o'clock, so race began at 4:30, so 5.5 hours. Half an hour to go before the first round of points awards are going to be handed out.
Right.
And who's going to get it?
Well, Nick Yellerly has got 14 more minutes.
He ain't going to get it.
Well, even if he just drives through to reset a stint, I still can't see him hanging on to the position of the lead. But we need to see what the gap is between Yellerly and then Luca Enschler, because he is second on the road and he's got Charles Weert right up behind him. So the battle is on, and Charles Weert, if he gets ahead of Enschler, might be on for a win, in quotes, at the 6-hour mark here for maximum points. So into the bus stop chicane they come. Shouldn't call it the bus stop anymore, even Spa don't. It's nothing like the bus stop traditionally. I think makes you still call it that, but it is the chicane in real terms. Up towards the timing line they come. So Nick Yellerly leads on the road, and Enschler goes over the line 49 seconds back. Well, a pit stop drive-through is 71 seconds, isn't it, line to line? So this is the battle to see who gets maximum points at 6 hours.
So I'm just looking to see where Marcello is showing 8th currently, but there's going to be a reset when those 3 cars that have just come into the pit lane, then they do their pit stop, get back out again. Nick Yellerly, of course, the one of those cars in that lead group who's out of sync with everyone else. And Yellerly has moved into what called de facto the lead of the race, but as you pointed out, he will be coming in relatively shortly. Further, Nicholas Nielsen's taken over the 51 Ferrari, so wait to see where that's going to go back. Lorenzo Patrese now in the 99 Audi is the leading silver car.
Interesting. Ahead of Benjamin Heites. There is 999 in the pit lane, and that car's got a 30-second penalty to serve as well. You can see it's being served. Look, it just sits. And 30 seconds, 30 days, 30 weeks, it must feel like. Finally, the crew can go to work. So Danny Juncadella brought that car in, but it's had 2 significant penalties already. One for fueling infringements and another one for the track limit tally. So it is Nick Yellerly still leading on the road, but he's about 10 minutes away from a pit stop. As you look at Enschler and Charles Weert still fighting it out over the race lead. Number 92 Porsche has kept Julian Andlauer behind the wheel.
That's interesting they've chosen to do so. So that would maybe indicate that they're not looking at maximum points because of the circumstance they find themselves in, and therefore they want to hang back with Laurens van Thor and Kevin Estre for maxing out in the real darkness of this 24-hour race. On board with Charles Weert up over a start-finish line. So Weert now, because of those pit stops and penalties, just 0.6 of a second behind. Enslinger there, you can see the Audi directly ahead. The Ferrari has stopped in the pit lane, and is that he's got it going again. Don't know what he did. He'd left the pit lane, then it appeared to stop. Another phantom issue.
That's a troubled car, 51, isn't it? It's struggling. Nicholas Nielsen is at the wheel of it, but that car having a pretty torrid race, it seems.
Well, it started off with that tyre being cut down, and it's managed to get itself into the top 10, but it's never been as emphatic as it was once the initial first hour stint was concluded.
but I think we'd heard from Robert Schwarzman saying we need rain in order to really have the pace. Now, this is the incident. We saw 66 spin at the chicane, and this is how he got there. Contact from number 20 Porsche, that car that was leading the race early on out of the bronze cup, and the contact rotates number 66 Audi.
Yeah,
it's Tim Heinemann, incidentally, in the wheel of that car.
Yeah, and you have to say the Porsche was the car that had, in my view, would have to be deemed to be the responsible party on board Charles Vetz, down at Fania, and he's just sitting there watching the Audi. Whatever he does, the Audi's got enough in the tank to counter it. I still believe the best chance that Charles Vetz has is making progress. In other words, overtaking the Audi will be when it comes to the usage of traffic. There's nothing directly ahead that I could see. Well, there is one car directly ahead, but it's not going to come into play before they come across start-finish line of this lap.
So into Blanchimont they come, and they are behind Nick Yellerly, of course. Now, his last lap was a 2:22, and the last lap for these cars was a 2:18. Wirtz has a look on the inside, trying to unsettle Luca Engschler now, but it doesn't work for him as they wriggle their way out of the chicane, up towards the line once more. So Yellerly, 2:22 last time around, and these two cars, with more fuel in the tank, back again in the 2:18, so he's losing about 4 seconds a lap.
Yeah, I mean, also remember they've got a nice fresh set of Pirelli rubber, which makes a massive amount of difference. Also now we're getting into the night time, the air is dense, so you're getting a little bit more horsepower available to you, but that applies to everybody, so it's not just something that the Audi and the BMW are benefiting from directly. It's the tire factor is the biggest one, and once that tire's gone through a 3 or 4 lap run, they'll end up with their lap times dropping back into the sort of maybe the late 2 minutes 19s or early 2 minute 20s per lap.
Now, the race leader, in fairness, has just had to get through another wave of traffic. Second and third are up with traffic as well. Does this give Wirtz a chance as he comes up to have a go? Engschler almost leans on the Porsche there, and this possibly gives Wirtz a good chance. He goes to the outside line, down to Purcell. The Audi momentarily delayed. Wirtz turns in as he got his nose in front of the Audi. Round the hairpin at Purcell. He comes out, still alongside, but now he's done it on the inside. Charles Wirtz goes second on the road. And when we get to the 6-hour mark, that BMW should be in the lead of the race and therefore take the points.
Yeah, that was opportunism at the point of Wirtz, but he read it well. And unfortunately for Engschler, he got himself in a position where he was compromised, gave the momentum. Now, he fought hard going through Brussels, but as happened, it was that Charles Wirtz just happened to have the nose advantage coming out of Brussels, then going into Speaker's Corner. And once he was in the corner, that was the deal done and dusted. So change of position, and it's taken forever for Charles Wirtz, but he's waited for that opportunity, and when he saw it, he executed it perfectly.
That Ferrari that we saw stopped in the pit lane, Gemma tells us, was something to do with the anti-stall system. Not quite functioning as it should, but they got the car back out again, but more time lost. So that's the news from the pit lane, and this is the view from number 32 BMW. So at the end of this 131st lap, it's going to be BMWs 1 and 2. But Nick Yellerly can only really squeeze another couple of laps out of the Rover racing car, as opposed to the WRT entry here, before he has to come into the pit lane.
That's the rear-facing camera being totally bleached out by the headlights.
Sorry to interrupt you. Enrique Chavez is back at the wheel of 188 McLaren, and what's he done?
Absolutely. I was watching, I looked up, I'd seen he'd been, he is flying, and he's gone purple in Sector 1. So he is back, and how long is it going to be? He's 11 seconds behind the sister car of Kierhofer, but that's he's just a driver change in the last couple of minutes. So Chavez is again impressing, totally.
Nicholas Nielsen, Ferrari 51, absolute best, middle sector, personal best in the first. That was the car that stopped in the pit lane where that anti-stall drama. So it's certainly going all right now. What about Sandy Mitchell? He was being a hero a little while ago, and I think he's had another push, hasn't he? Yeah, up into 18th place. Delayed early on, that car, but hustling back now. I think it was another track limit penalty that went against that car early on in the race. So a lot happening, and it's interesting now that we're getting not just greens but purples, again, as you say, with fresher tyres, with the air changing. Wirtz now stuck in the traffic.
Yes, and this is the chance Engschler going to be waiting for. He got caught himself in traffic Verts moves down the inside, gets through the 2 cars directly ahead of him. Enslinger isn't able to follow through. So again, for Verts, using that traffic intelligently and knowing that, I mean, sometimes what you do in those circumstances, you lift off and coast to ensure that you just get through, and then the car that's pursuing you is compromised by the 1 or the 2 cars that you've just. It's all a little bit of game and mind games and whatever, and some drivers are exceptionally good at it, as Nick Yellerley continues on in the lead in his Rover Racing BMW. He's got a gap waiting for the timing and scoring to see what is the gap between himself and the second BMW of Charles Verts. It's a significant gap because of the overlaps in pit stops. So this is the lead BMW onto Kemmel Straight.
And I reckon it's got to be in this time. It's done in 61 minutes, 65 to a stint. It's a 2 minutes 18 lap. He can't really afford to risk one more. So this should be the last lap of the stint for Nick Yellerley. And therefore it's going to give Wirtz that notional win at the 6-hour mark for the points.
I mean, right now, the lead car has probably got nearly, certainly at least a third of a lap advantage. That's 44.9 seconds between this car and the pursuing BMW of Verts. And the time in, out for a pit stop, well, you don't have to be a rocket scientist or a brain surgeon to work out that Charles Verts is going to assume the lead.
Absolutely right. So, again, WRT knows how to win races, knows how to win championships. You win championships by getting points. They are set to bank at the 6-hour mark, and the significance, of course, in part of all of this is that the BMW of Nick Yellerley that you're riding with, that is due a pit stop, is the Endurance Cup leader, but it's about to give points to rival teams here because it'll get mugged not only by the BMW of Charles Wirtz, but also the Audi of Enschler, and perhaps significantly as well, the Mercedes of Raffaele Marciello, which is 11 points behind coming into this race in Fanatec GT Endurance Cup in the European Series. So it was a good idea maybe to get out of sequence early on from Rover Racing, but actually in the long run it isn't going to work in their favour for points at 6 hours. So Nick Yellerley has been in the car for 63 minutes, and in he must come this time, otherwise he'll have exceeded the stint duration. So to the chicane he comes, and to the pit lane, as predicted, comes Nick Yellerley, and in so doing gets very, very close to the wall.
Oh, he took grass on the inside coming in, and he nearly took wall on the outside. I mean, he maxed out everything possible to make sure that his in time to that demarcation line, and then when he gets back down the other side of the pit lane, that he has done everything that he can possibly do to shave a few tenths of a second off the overall in-out time.
So there he is, stops on his marks and
staying on board.
Stay on board, and that's going to, is that a triple stint?
I'm not sure. It's a long stint, whatever it is.
No, maybe he replaced Philippe Eng, and that's his first one, forgive me, but he's staying in anyway. So that's going to put Charles Wirtz into the lead. We need to see where 98 feeds back in, but Charles Wirtz doesn't have to come in before the end of the hour, and therefore 32 should be the leading car at 6 hours and take the points.
I think that's a reasonable assumption. So Charles Wirtz has got a minimal, it's up to 3 seconds now. So there is our leader coming down the hill, and the gap first to second will be, well, it was 2.9 to be precise. And then further back, Raffaele Marciello, 17 seconds behind third place Enslinger in the number 17 Audi. Kirchhofer again now into the top 10. So Marvin Kirchhofer doing what we know. Enrique Chavez likewise in 12th place. That scintillating first sector time he set. The sister car still has that single fastest race lap, which is sort of almost like a spike in the lap times. I mean, just suddenly, where did that come from? So Nick Yellerley coming down the alternative pit lane. It's a bit like staying in a hotel. You got something more rustic in the. Well, I'm being polite. Or you can have very uber modern up on the top tier.
Yes.
So horses for courses.
Hotel versus guest house. Out of Bruxelles comes Patrick Niederhausen, Christopher V. Simon Gachet's Audi. Christopher Mies at the wheel. That was another car that lost a massive chunk of time early on and hasn't really recovered. Mies has got it up to 23rd, but it's still a long slog.
But then it'll be a slog.
Yeah.
I mean, you're that far back, you're one lap down, and the recovery is going to be a long, slow recovery. Now, people like Christopher Mies, we know what he's capable of, and he will just get in, grind it out, and when we come back in tomorrow morning, when we've had a couple of hours of rest, I wouldn't bet that number 25 Audi hasn't worked its way up into maybe the top 12.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with that, certainly, because those drivers know that it's where you are at the end. They'll just push and push and push and somehow maintain motivation. And amazingly, we've got to very nearly the end of 6 hours with only 2 retirements. Race leading car is Charles Weerts, accelerates downhill. We've now done 5 3/4 hours of the race, give or take. And Charles Weerts is on target to be the leader at the 6-hour mark and therefore take the points ahead of Luca Engschler and Raffaele Marciello. So let's have a look back at what's been going on thus far in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. It began with the damp circuit drying, the sun breaking through. We started behind the safety car, and it was Matteo Cairoli who led them away in number 20 Porsche, being chased by Alessio Rovera in the Ferrari. And then in third spot, Porsche number 911, which had Klaus Bachler at the wheel. The cars came out of the source, plunged downhill. This long, long line of 70 cars headed to Eau Rouge. But Cairoli was very definitely the man in charge, extending the lead early on. It had been a very long safety car start to the race, with the weather forcing a safety car start, and then an accident as well, keeping it out a little bit longer. Matthew Drudy was on his toes, working his way up the order. There were other battles lower down the order. Kelvin van der Linde, for example, being particularly brave as he wiggled past Stephen Pallat. Raffaele Marciello sorted out the Grove Porsche, gained a place down at Bruxelles, and he also made his way past Dennis Lind in the Barwell Lamborghini to gain one more up at Les Combes. Sandy Mitchell was squabbling with Matthew Drudy, but Drudy was pushing forward and he was looking good to lead at the end of the first hour of the race, picking his way through the traffic. As in the pack, Dan Harper was part of a big BMW bust-up, sitting on the back of Sheldon van der Linde's car. Drama for Gerhard Watzinger. He spun, he clipped the Barwell Lamborghini. He was just avoided by Maxime Martin in 46, and Watzinger, who'd had 3 spins in his stint, got the car going again and made sure he handed it over pronto. Jordan Pepper, 61st on the grid, into the lead, and then a brake issue put the car in the garage and it lost 4 laps. Effectively, their race ruined. Rovera moved himself through into the race lead, but there was drama around the corner for the Ferrari, as eventually he had a tyre issue and that forced him into the pit lane. Drudy sorted out Cairoli, that put him up into second, and when Rovera hit dramas, Drudy would get the lead. Raffaele Marciello was pushing his way forward. He got his elbows out as well to make sure that he stayed ahead of the Klaus Bachler, Joel Sturm, Alex Malik, Marco Seifried Porsche coming down the hill. Then drama for 92 Porsche, tagging Isaac Tutuba Lopez's Ferrari into a spin, and for that the car was given a penalty. This was Alessio Rovera's puncture. He headed into the pit lane, and as he did so, the tyre went pop, and the car lost a little bit of time, but it happened so late in the lap, he didn't actually lose as much time as he could. We had a safety car period after Indy Donscher went off the road in number 57 Mercedes, bounced into the barriers, and on the restart, a big dive from Nicky Tim put him ahead of Dennis Marshall into the lead of the race. Kevin Estra sitting in third, ready to make his move as well. Dennis Marshall made a mistake at the chicane. That enabled Estra to pounce. They just rushed as they came up towards the timing line. Valentino Rossi, in the meantime, was part of another BMW battle, but his went against him because he tagged his teammate Adam Carroll, turned him around. Into the pit lane then with a puncture came Adam Carroll many laps later, and that cost the car further time. Fran Rueda's McLaren expired out on track. He tried valiantly for a quarter of an hour to limp it round, but in the end it was towed off the circuit, and that became the event's second retirement as 88 Mercedes of Jules Gounon wriggled its way through on the inside at the source to gain a place. Then we had a great battle for position with Luca Enschler ahead of Julian Andlauer. The Audi shedding little bits of bodywork. Andlauer all over the back of Enschler like a rash, and eventually he prized open the door at Bruxelles and pounced. But no sooner had Andlauer got the lead that news came that he was going to have a 30-second penalty on the next pit stop for track limit offences. And that meant that he dropped back in the pack. Derek Pearce had this outstanding spin and amazing avoidance by the traffic behind. Derek Pearce's heart rate is just about returning to normal. There was a phantom full-course yellow on the dash of Jules Gounon's car and others. He was able to respond quicker than some. He lost time, but he gained places. And you could see some of the traffic up the road. Still not quite sure whether to accelerate away or not. So it's been all action, and as we head towards the end of 6 hours, this was the lead battle. It was Luca Enschler ahead of Charles Weerts. Weerts put himself ahead, and when Nick Yellerly had to make his next pit stop after leading on the road, so that situation put itself into position for the 6-hour points. Charles Weerts is there at the moment. We're nudging towards the 6-hour mark. This was the move. Charles Weerts leads here at Spa. So the party is in full swing here at Spa, the concert, and the beer is flowing. That's where Watson has gone, I assume, for the moment, but no doubt he will come back because his love of house music will keep him occupied for a little while, but the lure of racing cars might bring him back. Now, a little while ago, we were talking about 98, Nick Yellerly, and the BMW is now in 10th spot. Philip Eng, one of the other drivers, sorry, Marco Wittmann, I should say, we're going to hear from because Amanda Busick has found Marco Wittmann. 10th place is the Rover Racing BMW. Let's catch up then on that car's race thus far. Amanda is down there.
When Yellerly finishes up his double stint here, Marco Wittmann's going to get in that Rover Motor Oil BMW, and you started off the race, then Philip joined after. How happy are you guys with the strategy so far that this BMW's running?
I think we had a quite decent start from where we came. Actually, we made some good progress, gained some good position at the beginning. But then actually we got a bit unlucky with the full course yellow. We just missed it by one lap where we stopped early or pitted early. That's brought us back to P38. And now we are fighting again our way through the field. I think at the moment we are around P10. But yeah, a bit unlucky at that stage, at the early stage. But maybe it will bring us luck later.
Off camera, Marco said he loves driving here in the night.
Well, there's a lot of night to come, Amanda, thanks very much. Marco Wittmann's car then may, at the end of 24 hours, that strategy work in its favour. Still finding it extraordinary, John. We've had as few interruptions as we have.
Absolutely, but just going back a couple of minutes, we had those, I think they may have been drone shots coming into the chicane. I thought, am I watching an e-sport event? That looked so uncanny.
Yeah.
I thought, I swear to God, somebody's turned on the e-sport event that took place here last night.
How was the concert? Did you go?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, unfortunately, I couldn't drink those Belgian beers. You know, just not good for me.
So, riding on board the Rover BMW, there are two of them, one in the Rover oil colours, one in the BMW bank livery, but both out of Hans-Peter Naundorf's stable. So the gear, the speed on the dash up towards the chicane, 6th gear, 260 kilometres an hour, and there, Nick Yellerly in traffic. The car ahead is not one that he's really, it is now fighting with because he's jumped ahead of Kirchhofer, so the car ahead is one that he's fighting with. We've had a change around the 8th, 9th, 10th mark on this lap. So Lucas, our 8th, Nick Yellerly is up to 9th, and now the move is on to try and get past Lucas Auer, Gerhard Berger's nephew, in the 777 Mercedes.
Yeah, again, Nick Yellerly benefiting from that pit stop and putting on fresh rubber, not new rubber, it was fresh. So whatever they've done, Yellerly back into the top 10, just snatched that place away from Mervyn Kirchhofer in the lead of the McLarens that are doing, I think, impressively well here so far this weekend.
See how busy it is, but he could not be closer, could he, to Auer? Lucas Auer trying to get through the traffic up at Les Combes. He wants that back mark between himself and the BMW, and he's done it. So Auer keeps a cushion there.
Nick Yellerly needs to be a little bit careful because he's not getting any assist from the car directly ahead. He might try and slide down the inside. And looking again at Lucas Auer, gets through, and the two Mercedes just about gives him enough working room, but not enough to overtake.
So this is Speaker's Corner. You're riding with Nick Yellerly. You are 9th. We're hunting down Lucas Auer in that white Mercedes in 8th place. Let's do a lap of Spa in the BMW. So Nick Yellerly here is on the tail of Lucas Auer. Is he close enough, John, to have a go up the Camel Straight?
Well, he's trying his best, and Lucas Auer is doing his best likewise to deny the BMW the opportunity, but there the BMW you can see closing, and Lucas Auer, is he going to go right? He's decided to commit to the right. That shuts down some of the options Nick Yellerly has, and he's decided not to try and go the long way around because it wasn't going to work. He's just trying to position himself coming through the exit of Les Combes, and well, he might make a move down the inside if he doesn't get blocked, and he has made the move and there's contact, but he's made it through. So Nick Yellerly used the additional grip that he has from his fresh-ish set of Pirelli tyres, and again thinking that whole move through. It began arguably coming up the Camel Straight, but it was through Les Combes that he realised it was definitely a move that was on, and caught Lucas Auer maybe a little bit by surprise, but Nick Yellerly held his ground. A little bit of a hip and a shoulder going into Bruxelles, job done.
So through the piff-paff goes the BMW. This is how it looked on board. He comes up to Bruxelles and pounces.
Yeah, I mean, that was all worked, as I mentioned, coming up through Rouge. We had very deep, actually, into Bruxelles, and maybe Lucas Auer thought maybe there may be a way of coming back, but the reality was Nick Yellerly had sufficient grip, and he got the job done. And then when he exited out of Bruxelles, it was dusted.
So Nick Yellerly's BMW making progress, and of course another BMW that's going great guns is Charles Weerts, who is in the middle sector of lap 140, and he's edging closer towards that 6-hour mark, and therefore the points. There he is, down at Bruxelles. So he's done 5 hours and 56 at the end of his last lap, and the traffic is ahead. But Charles Weerts for WRT, well, that's going to chipper up Vincent Vos and his many, many guests. You walk into the WRT part of the paddock, it's like a who's who of Belgian motor racing, isn't it?
Well, I've been in a couple of times, and I've had a long chat with Vincent Vos just during the lunch break before this race got underway. And I mean, he runs a fantastic, and Yves Weerts, his business partner, rocked up at the same time. So you've got two of the most senior motorsport and influential motorsport personalities in Belgium, just, you know, business partners and just passionate about motorsport.
I mean, we tend to think of Vincent Vos as the boss of WRT, and a mega job he's done, but of course he won this race as a driver, as has Terry Tassin, who works for the team, as has Pierre Dieudonné, who is another integral part of that team. For 5 points, John, where was Vincent Vos's first ever car race?
Linden Hill.
Not quite, Alton Park.
Wasn't far away.
There you go.
Very similar in layout.
Yeah, you randomly appeared to drive for Andy Welch Racing in a Formula Ford event, but thinking, right, England's where you must go and race in Formula Ford, and it was Alton Park he had his debut, but he kind of thing because of his nationality. It would have been either here or it's older, but it was Fulton Park. And there is part of that team, the BMW that leads, and he's got one more lap now to go for the 6-hour mark.
I just hope that Vincent Voss, when he raced at Open Park, was able to race on the circuit pre those awful chicanes.
Sadly not. Sadly not. The year they were put in. Yeah. Sheldon van der Linde, by the way, part of that 32 driving crew, was with Amanda Busick down in the pit lane. And you must be pretty happy here, Amanda, because that car is up front by 4.5 seconds.
Spa is also the third stop on the Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli. And Sheldon, you guys come in here as the leader in that series. I know you're 3 points back from Jules Gounon, but when you look at this 6-hour recap for this team, where are you guys standing so far?
Yeah, it's been a pretty good start for us. I don't know if you guys can remember, but we started from P22, obviously, which is very far back. The beginning, first turn was really tricky on slicks and on a pretty much wet track. So we just had to keep on the black stuff there. It was really fun with Maxime as well, fighting for position. A lot of BMWs around us, so couldn't do anything stupid there. But now we're fully in the mix again. Dries did a really good stint, Charles as well. Now we're in the lead. But it's still so long to go, so I don't want to keep my hopes up. It's still just need to keep ticking away at it, get through the night here hopefully, and then see where we are in the morning.
Bear in mind as well that the car that Charles Weerts is driving battles against the car that Luca Engschler is driving. Sheldon van der Linde, one of the drivers in Charles Weerts' car, his brother Kelvin, one of the drivers in Luca Engschler's car.
I mean, those van der Lindes, they're everywhere, and they're great racers. I mean, I bumped into one of your heroes, and Dennis Lind had a little chat with him and explained what they're doing. He's going to be doing, along with Patrick Kujula, going to be doing the bulk of the nighttime driving in the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini. And he says, oh, say hello to Dave. I said, don't call him Dave, it's David.
Good man. Good man. Just bear in mind now, we've done 6 hours of the race. That means that all the track limit dramas have been reset. Everyone starts on 0. Whoops, this is what happened to number 10 Audi down at La Source. Oof, it was quite a moment, wasn't it?
Well, certainly looking at it there and seeing what we saw initially, we thought, oh, it's just had a little error. That was potentially a car damaging moment.
Yeah.
Going into the tire bell, not the tire bells, the Tech Pro barriers at the outside of La Source.
So we are 6 hours and a minute into the race. Number 32 BMW leads, and it's in and amongst the traffic. That's the Haupt Mercedes number 79, isn't it, that he's going to try and wriggle away past as they head down the hill once again.
And it's the same old story. You can cap, but where are you going to pass? Now, usually the cars that are running in different categories might well be either advised from the pit wall, or they recognise that as quicker cars capture them, so they're not going to make life too difficult. Obviously, if it was a car in competition, then they would make life as hard as possible. But there we go. Ease has passed without any concerns whatsoever, and this is up into Lake Coombe. And when the lights go out here, and we heard earlier in the day when this race was getting underway, there is a bit of ambient light around the two pit lanes, but once you go onto Kemmel Straight, there's no light, and of course it's lined by coniferous trees. In other words, trees that don't shed a leaf. I know that you don't get told that in school these days.
No, do you?
Deciduous and coniferous trees.
I'm impressed, John. Now, Charles Weerts leads the way, 3.8 seconds. Overtaking in the dark, never easy. You do rather rely on people to give you the room, and he came out of the chicane, but found Sebastian Bode being not that helpful, so still stuck behind the Mercedes that is in 36th place there.
Well, some people believe that they've paid their entry fee. The philosophy is, if you're quicker than me, you pass me. You'd like to think that maybe there's a little bit more, but there we go. There's back to our sim racing view.
I know what you mean.
That to me is pure sim racing. And we've got the drone hovering up about 500 feet above the racetrack.
I think it's a great shot.
It's amazing. I mean, but it's the way the cars and the lights. It just looks just as a computer-generated image.
It's the lighting for me that illustrates that it's more than just a race. You know, you focus on the track and you see cars, but you forget that there's all this, the world going on around it. There are teams with the catering, with the VIPs. There's the concert. There are the shops. There's mechanics hard at work. There are drivers trying to get some rest. You know, there's so much else going on than just what we look at here on the track.
Well, this is what you get at 24-hour races. I mean, apparently at Nürburgring, they got something like 200 and whatever thousand people there. And I mean, I don't know, doing it was in May. I mean, it's not exactly summer weather in May, but the fans, they love it. Nordschleife, goodness me. When I went there in 1977 with Nicky Lauda, basically we were told by Bernie Eccleston, we're not going back to Nürburgring, we're going to Hockenheim.
Yeah.
Of course, we were able to say, well, there's not really much you can do with the racetrack. It's a bit too old and not suitable for contemporary racing. Look, there are some guys who are going to go back to Nordschleife this year and drive a variety of historic Formula One cars around it. Must be nuts.
And next year, the Nordschleife will be on the Intercontinental GT calendar. That's going to be something to look forward to. So, what with that and Spa as well, it's quite a season in prospect. Now, in silver, Lorenzo Petresi leads, Glenn Van Berlo leads the Benjamin Highties, it must be. No, Glenn Van where am I going with the third place car? Fabrizio Crestani, thank you. He's at the wheel of 58 now. So, it is Audi from 2 Lamborghinis.
And I asked Jake this when I came in after my break. The 12 Audi had been leading that silver category by a country mile when I left. And of course, it's not now anywhere near that. It's 1, 2, 3, it's 4th in class, but it's running in 33rd position. Didn't understand where it lost all that space or time.
The only thing I can recall for that car is that when Loris Hesmans got into it, and we'd had, I think, the safety car period, he was in a massive battle pack and got shuffled out of it and seemed to lose pace. But what's happened to it since then, because it certainly dropped a lot of places, but what happened subsequently, I can't tell you. But you're right, it's fallen.
I mean, it was dominating its category.
Yeah, it was way up the order, wasn't it? Yeah. But yeah, 4th in class and a slightly distant 4th in class at the moment. But as they say, there's a long way to go.
It's a long way to Tipperary.
This is true, especially from here.
Well, especially at night time too, you know what I mean?
Now, 92 is in the pits, and it's only done 35 minutes. That is a problem, isn't it, for number 92? That's the Porsche that Julian Andlauer has brought in. Lawrence Van Voor's name has now appeared on the side of it, but number 92 in the pit lane, this could be significant because it's certainly out of sequence. Now, why is it doing that? It's either a roll of the dice or something like a puncture or an issue has brought it in.
Absolutely, I think it could be a car tire getting cut down, a puncture, however you want to address that issue. I don't think it's a strategic call because I can't, having now just gone over the 6 hours, I can't see what the benefit of doing something of that nature at this early into the second hour phase would be. So it's either a puncture or it's an issue, technically. So we're talking about it. This 92 car, apparently it's been in the pit lane. We were just told it's been driven through it. So we're waiting for our to find out what exactly was going on with the 92 Porsche, Lawrence Van Voor behind the wheel.
So it was halfway through a stint when it came in, which seems an odd time to reset the stint. You know, you would perhaps do it towards the end of the 65 minutes. Unless there was something like a puncture. Well, we've now got Nick Yellerly in, and that's early as well. That's 23 minutes into the stint. What's going on? So that's another car completely out of sequence. Number 98 back into the pit lane after only 23 minutes.
Strange two cars that have been leading cars in this race doing something which is totally off message. Now, are they aware of something that might be expected further down the road? Yeah. And there it is, the BMW. So they're putting on fresh rubber. That car, when it took over, it didn't have a new set of tires. Those are sticker tires going onto it. The original set that went on was being used.
Amanda said that when Nick Yellerly finishes his double stint, Marco Wittmann will take over. Well, there's no suggestion that Nick Yellerly is getting out of the car, which makes one think it's a problem that's brought it in. They were looking at the front there as though they were putting on some sort of blanking tape, but the car so far looks like it's a routine stop, but it could have been a deflating tyre or the fear of a tyre problem that brought it in.
There was an issue with the fuel. The fuel hose was removed, and then suddenly somebody's gone back again and reattached it. So are they struggling with getting all the fuel that they believe was going in? Did it actually go in? Because that was they had to do that twice.
Good thought, could well be. So the car's away, but again, on that, 23 minutes into the stint, and what's happened for 92? Pass. Try and get to the bottom of that.
Well, there you see it black as coal as the cars come down to go through Eau Rouge, and darkness has descended big time. The one thing that these cars have got a phenomenal headlight power. Yeah, I'm surprised they don't burn the paint off the rear engine covers or whatever the covers are at the back of some of these cars. The light is so powerful. It's just amazing, and it just bleaches out the camera lenses, making identification and head on very difficult. As Charles Vetz comes through Les Combes, goes on to 145 laps, and we're 10 minutes into the second 6-hour period.
So number 92, after that enforced stop, has fallen way back now into 19th place. Lawrence Vanthor has taken it over, so it's lost a big chunk of time, and there's clearly something that brought that in. That wasn't strategy, I don't believe.
Well, that is that Porsche we're on board with right now. So into Pujol. Oh, it was a bit wide there.
Yeah.
And what was that? Just the new set of tyres hasn't quite yet got up to full operating temperature. It's having to work a lot on the wheel.
Yes, yeah, you're right.
And certainly if this is an out lap, I can understand that a brand new set of tyres may not have, there's a sealing agent and a brand new set of tyres, so you've got to scuff that off. But it looks as if he's having to struggle with, it's not an easy drive right now.
No. It's heavy on fuel. It's, as you say, on new tyres, but yeah, he's had to fight the car for the majority of that lap.
Absolutely.
It's like it's driving him, he's not driving it. And the other car that made that stop, 98 Nick Yellowly, has stayed behind the wheel, but there's a bit of driver change because Andlauer gave way to Lawrence Vanthor. BMW falls back down the pack as well, actually stays ahead of the Porsche, or did when it came over the line. It was ahead, but we'll see where it's going to fit in at the end of the lap. It will have dropped behind now, won't it? Yes, so Lawrence Vanthor is in 18th place and down to 19th, if not worse, is going to be the 98 BMW.
And all of a sudden, the leading Porsche is only down in 14th position, Doiven, and next car, Porsche, is the Lawrence Vanthor car on 18th, so suddenly it's all turned on its head. Porsche had the lead in this race through the 5th hour, coming into the 6th hour, and then suddenly penalties and unknown pit stops, certainly for the 92 car.
So we've now done 145 laps. We are nudging towards 11 o'clock local time. It's just about 22:11 here. And then, of course, the teams battle on through the darkness. And they come out the other side. It's always the same, isn't it? You get to dawn and you think, great, we've made it through the night, we're nearly there. But oh no, you're not, because a race that starts at 4:30 means there's still an awful lot of racing the other side of breakfast time tomorrow.
Well, I've done that joke so many times, David. I'm not going to do it again.
She's listening.
I know.
So, Charlotte, 9 seconds to the good.
I guarantee you, that's e-sport we're watching. That is not live racing. Can't be. It looks so genuinely like e-sport. That's more like it. Now we know those are proper race cars.
So out of La Source turns the gaggle of cars through Rouge, and then they climb up the hill. 146 laps. So the lead car remains Charles Wirtz, 9 seconds clear from Engschler, and then Raffaele Marciello now in 3rd place. So as the teams head into the night, we've still got this huge number of 18, if not more, on the lead lap. There in the pit lane, number 58 Lamborghini, which is part of that silver battle. Fabrizio Crestani has brought the car in. By the look of it, stays behind the wheel. New tyres go onto the car. It's also going to have a new tank of fuel, full tank of fuel, so the fuel hose connected for 43 seconds under the regulations, and then the car will drop down again and get ready to blast away.
And there'll be a lovely feel for Crestani to go back out again, particularly when you've got a brand new set of Pirelli rubber. The transition that you have from old tyres on a lighter fuel load to brand new tyres with a full fuel load. Car drives like a Packard.
Now, from the pits, we understand your theory about the fueling dramas for the BMW was absolutely spot on. So well done. You got another point, bonus point, Watty, for that.
Absolutely.
Good man.
That's another 30 minutes in bed tomorrow morning, isn't it?
Is that the prize?
That must be the prize.
You've earned it. We're still trying to unravel number 92 Porsche's random stop midway through a stint. We'll get there as soon as we can. But that has certainly dropped that car down the order to 18th place. Now, let's try and get to the bottom of more dramas from the pits. Question mark over BMW, question mark over Porsche. Amanda Busick has news.
We just happened to come into the pits be by the pits when the BMW came in last time for their pit stop there. As you can see the replay, they were refueling, taking tires, but during the refuel process, as you see there, you can see him pushing on the hose there. He's struggling with the refuel. Normally the counter counts down. I'm actually behind the car watching this, and the counter's not even counting down, but I did confirm with Marco Whitman that it is a refueling issue. The BMW is topped out now for the rest of Nick Yellowly's stint.
Amanda, thanks. So yeah, it was, John, absolutely right, a refueling hose issue, and so now they've got the fuel in, the confidence is there that they've got the tank full. It's not going to run dry around the circuit.
No, I mean, it does happen for some reason, and the refueler was having to constantly push the dry brake of the hose into the fuel tank itself, and so he was aware that there was something that wasn't right, so he withdrew it, stepped back, and a few seconds later came back and re-engaged, and hopefully then would have gotten all the fuel that was predetermined into the car rather than the short load that might have been the case when the original pit stop took place.
We've done 6 hours, 12 minutes of racing. We've only had 2 retirements from 70 starters, one of which was on lap 3, but it's quite an amazing strike rate. Normally by this stage, we've got a few cars that have disappeared and they're many, many laps down, but actually we've still got this huge number on the lead lap. We have had really 2 safety car periods and a very, very brief full course yellow, much to everybody's amazement. Driving standards have been very, very good so far. The lead gap is going out. Charles Weirt's pulling away from Luca Engschler. We're up to 11.5 seconds now. Raffaele Marciello third for Mercedes, fourth for BMW, Neil Verhagen. And as the grandstands thin out, fans starting now to drift away to the concerts or to the bar or to the fruitery. There's still an awful lot for them to see on track, as now we've had a switch of McLarens. Enrique Chavez has got ahead of his teammate Marvin Kirchhofer for 8th place.
I can guarantee you there will be a 3rd retirement in the next 15 minutes.
And that's going to be
you. Off to bed.
That's just a long pit stop. That's not a retirement.
That's going to be a very long pit stop. I'll be out of the event by the time we get back in the morning.
John Watson not classified, yeah. So race lead on lap 148. And the Hardy fans staying in the grandstand, that new big grandstand built on the outside of Eau Rouge. Now, class leaders in the bronze competition, it is 188 McLaren Enrique Chavez at the wheel. In silver, Lorenzo Petresi in number 99 Audi leads the way, and Pro-Am is a Porsche lead at the moment. Nicky Leutwiler in number 24. Have I given you gold in all of that? Gold is number 9 Audi, Alberto Di Falco. 12th overall, that's a really good effort from the gold class Audi. 12th overall, the Boutsen VDS car.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, getting anywhere into that sort of location at top 12 is a fine effort indeed. So, yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of outstanding drives so far. We're 6 minutes and, 15 or so, 6 hours and 15 minutes into this 24-hour race. And, I mean, the thing that is amazing is, first of all, the number of relatively small number of retirements, but actually, in terms of the driving standards, it's been a very good race. There's been the odd little moment where there's been a rub up at La Source or down into the chicane, but essentially, everybody's driven, I think, extremely well, much differently and much better than in previous seasons.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the paddock, one of the stories was, oh, you know, it's going to be interruption after interruption. Far from it, you know, we had that long period at the beginning, but that actually was a legacy of the weather and the safety car start. You know, if the weather forces the hand of the race director, then there's not a lot that can be done about that. There in the pits, more stop cycle through. Is that the Barwell Pro-Am Lamborghini? Now that car dropped a big chunk of time early on with a bit of damage. Patrick Kuyler has brought the car in and will hand it over, but that car way back, 64th overall. Drivers' hearts must sink when they're that far back with so much of the race to go, but you've just got to stick at it, haven't you?
Well, I mean, you've got Patrick Kuyler and you've got Dennis Lynn, 2 of the heroes, well, we consider them heroes in terms of what they do in a race car, and the car well and truly out of contention down in 64th position. And I mean, I don't know how many cars are ahead of them in the class. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Good, 8 cars ahead of that. That's not good to see it.
No.
Going in, so the front wheels never got put back on. So are they suffering from? We saw the 63 Lamborghini early in the event have a brake issue. That front wheel would normally have been attached. So I suspect if we could get a camera into the pits and watch what Barwell Motorsport engineers are doing, they may well also be issuing. And I'm actually, I'd see Amanda walking down. There she is. And she's just walked into the garage. And hopefully she'll bring us a message to know what the problem might be.
Now, going back to 92 Porsche, the Porsche media service says it was a tyre-related issue, which probably means a puncture or a feared puncture. Anyway, it was a tyre issue. That's why they pitted halfway through the stint. And that is why they did a driver change, and that is why the car is down in 18th place. So they did hemorrhage a lot of time.
Indeed they did. We didn't see very much of all that taking place. And where that incident might have started, the tyre incident, I mean, most of these cars have tyre sensors on them, so they know if the tyre is deflating. But that might indicate that it was more than just a deflation, because the time lost was significant, and that sent that 32 Porsche back. No, 30, what was the number? Anyway, whatever it is, considerably. For Lawrence Van Thor, Kevin Estra, and Julian Andar, disappointment.
93 you're riding on board with as cars run wide. This is Jeffrey Schmidt at the wheel of the Sky Tempesta McLaren. Now that had a delay early on with what looked like a gearbox issue, but they fought back and they're in 32nd place overall, and 1, 2, 3, 5th in class as well. So again, stick at it, chip away, you'll buy back places. Jeffrey Schmidt at the wheel of that car at the moment, as you can see him working hard behind the wheel, threading his way now through Les Camps, through the final element of it, then down to Bruxelles. And Jeffrey Schmidt, who's been a very accomplished Porsche racer in Carrera Cup Germany, in the Super Cup, as well as German GT racing, new to this car, new to this team, but he's adapting to it well, and he's doing good lap times.
And he's looking in his mirror. You've seen him just in the last couple of seconds 3 times putting his head down to see. He will have something on a screen in the car, or he'll be using his mirrors. In that case, he was using the mirrors attached to the bodywork, the door, the wing, or whatever, to see who it is, who he's picked up in his mirrors. So coming through, looks like coming out of Pouhon, coming down into Fagnes. So a big old break, and again, it's not an easy car. I mean, he's having to work quite hard, make a lot of small corrections to keep the car tracking as best he can down into Campus. And again, it's these sort of abrupt, sharp movements in the wheel. Now into Paul Frere-Cobb, and then he can release the wheel, let the car float out to the side of the racetrack, take the tension off the steering wheel, take the tension off the whole car. Now he's got this run up the hill into the first part of Blanchimont, through that flat out, and then coming into the Blanchimont itself, turning in now. Just watch the way he looks into the corner and watching cars coming up behind him.
Let's find out about Barwell's travails. Mark Lemmer, the team principal, is with Amanda Busick down in the pit lane. It's been a tough race for the team so far.
Well, as you can see, it's a frantic work here on the 78 Lamborghini. Mark Lemmer with us to tell us exactly kind of what happened. I know you said that you had contact earlier. You don't think it's related. What's happening with the Lambo?
Yeah, we had some contact, unfortunately, earlier, but we don't think this is related. So we had to change the suspension component after the contact. But Patrick was coming in for his scheduled stop, but the throttle pedal stuck down. And these are quite complicated in these cars, and they have a little damper, and we think it's stuck. It's just one of those things. So we've got to change it. We should be back on the road pretty shortly.
I asked you how it gets remedied. Time on when you think you guys will make it back out on circuit?
It will only be a minute or so, but it's going to be another lap or so lost, unfortunately.
Thank you, Mark.
Not our day so far.
Mark Lemmer's been around the block often enough to know that sometimes the luck's on your side, sometimes
Absolutely.
it's not.
I mean, a throttle issue, these cars don't run a conventional or old-fashioned throttle cable. They're all electronically operated throttles with potentiometers and whatever. And I mean, it takes a lot of faith in a racing driver today to know that there's no mechanical connection between the throttle pedal and the engine. So it's all done electronically, and it's not a nice experience to know that your throttle pedal isn't performing as it's intended.
Right, with 6 hours, 22 minutes and change now completed, Charles Weerts leads Luca Enschler. We're about 10 minutes off the next round of pit stops for the leading line of cars here as well. So Weerts, Enschler, Marciello, Verhagen, Feller, Rigon, Chavez, Kirchhofer, Olsen. The other one, of course, that's now out of sequence is 92 Porsche. Because of that tyre drama, we need to work out where that's going to put itself back onto an even keel, if you like. But a bit like 98 BMW, it falls out of the sequence against everybody else.
Yeah, it's down in 18th position. Lawrence Van Voor behind the wheel. But one of the drives of this stint, to me, is unquestionably that of Enrique Chavez. He's up now into 7th position. He's gotten around Lucas Ohr in the Mercedes, and of course his own teammate Mervyn Kirchhofer, who he got past earlier in the stint, but he's been going forward. One of the few drivers really that is actually making up ground during his stint.
Chavez has been an absolute revelation in this race. I mean, we've seen him be good in class, but partly because of where the car was early on, partly because of where it had qualified, he's been able to stand out more. But absolutely, you know, he's not just a name on an entry list. Here he is, proving what he can do in the company of the regular pros.
I mean, his drives so far that we've watched have been impressive. From the minute we saw him earlier in the race, he was a standout performer, and he's done it again in these hours of darkness.
In Pro-Am, Nicky Leutwiler leads Jean Gloria, and then Ian James. You've got Nick Katzberg fourth. Nick Katzberg, Pro-Am, well, he is, because Nick is in the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes. The bronze driver, Adam Osica, has done his time behind the wheel, so now it's the guns. Nick Katzberg, Martin Conrad, and Chaz Moster, supercar hero, who are going to get that car to the end. Don't forget, it's a brand new car. It only arrived yesterday, just finished in time for the warm-up. Kenny Habble's had quite a trip to Belgium. He's had a hospital visit. He's bought a new car. What else has he done? Oh, he had a trip in an ambulance. I mean, all sorts of things. It's one for the record book.
Yeah, but I have to say, I mean, looking at where that car is, with Nicky Katzberg behind the wheel, it's really a real stretch. Another one is just another Mercedes, actually, is the 64 with James Cottingham behind the wheel. Again, a car that I thought would have been much further up, because we've seen Cottingham and Johnny Adam in British GT winning. And to me, that's a car that's well out of position. Don't know the reasons why, but you know, maybe at some point we'll get to know more about it. There's the Iron Dames, Lamborghini in as a bronze runner. So driver change. So there are 4 ladies here for the team this year. They won their category last year. It was clearly one of the highlights of a dry Spa 24. And again, had a great run at Le Mans, what, 3 or 4 weeks ago?
Yeah, so an Iron Link switching allegiance from Ferrari to Lamborghini. And Iron Dames is, if you like, the female brand of Iron Links. And 4 very, very rapid drivers. Rahel Frey, Sarah Bovey, Michelle Gatting, Dorian Pam. That is the Modena Motorsports Porsche. That's got one of the best liveries, I think, and we haven't seen too much of it other than a spin early on in the race, but completely different on either side, but that's a long stop.
That reminds me, way back in the 70s when Jan Lammers was driving for Shadow, he had a sponsor called, was it Samson?
Yeah, the tobacco.
And it was a very similar kind of graphic down the side of the car. And in those days, it was like, wow. But of course, these are all now wraps that are put on these cars. In the old days, you'd get an artist in, he would paint them up, and it was all a craftsman's job. But today, with vinyl wraps, you can do whatever you like with a race car.
It's true. So the cars battle on to lap 153, and Charles Weerts still leads the way. It has been a very impressive stint thus far for Charles, and as we've been making the point, that car leading at the 6-hour mark for points in Fanatec GT Europe. Look at Enschler hanging on to that second place. Now they are 59 minutes into a stint, so they're not going to be far away from that next round of pit stops. And a tyre problem putting out of kilter number 92, the Grello Manthey EMA Porsche, which has got now Lawrence Van Voor at the wheel of it. So down through Les Combes turns the traffic. Dropping down again is the gold leading Audi. Alberto Di Folco brought that car in 12th place. He's dropping places because of the pit stop. That's your 3rd place car overall. That is Raffaele Marciello at the helm of 88 Mercedes. He turns his way now up out of Les Combes. You can see how much gravel has been scattered onto the road. but also, as we've been making the point, it's been relatively an incident-free first 6 hours plus of the race. Raffaele Marciello comes then now out of Speaker's Corner, separates his way down the hill, and the speed builds, turns his way then, after hitting the brakes, into Pont, goes through that long left-hander, and then powers out the other side. Gap between the two leading cars, 12.9 seconds at the start of this lap, and Wirtz, Engschler then run together.
It's been, I mean, that's always relative, but it's been a very, on Raffaele Marciello, kind of race to date. Normally we see him, expect to see him charging like only he knows how to charge, but he's having to drive a very restrained race. But anyway.
So let's just quickly catch up on what is the championship situation looks like in Fanatec GT. It is Yellerly, Eng and Wittmann still in the lead, but now Bogoslawski, Gruner and Marciello much closer. Dan Harper, Matt Tesser, Neil Verhagen up into third then, with another haul of points on the back of what we've witnessed thus far. So race leaders, as I say, are on lap now 1:54. So although they kind of timed it wrong by being not in the lead at the 6 hour mark, they still lead the championship, Rover BMW as a team. But you get another haul of points at the 12 hour mark. You get, of course, points at the 24 hour mark, and therefore they can still buy back points before the end. They are not out of the equation yet, far from it. So 6 hours and a half are now done, and as the cars dive into the nighttime part of the race, it is going to be another facet of the race now as they go into the darkness. Now, normally around this time, it is a tradition that the heavens open, that red flags fly, that barriers collapse, and that is all to welcome Martin Haven.
Well, normally what happens is we have an hour of really good racing, and then it all stops dead. But you've already, almost your parting shot was, well, it's been relatively incident-free.
I'm just setting you up.
Thank you so much.
I'm here to serve. You know how this works, Martin. Martin and Bruce Jones are going to guide you through the night. Watty and I will be back. It sounds like local radio, this. Watty and I will be back the other side of midnight.
With the breakfast show. Right, you won't be back the other side of midnight. You'll be back the other side of breakfast.
Much later than midnight,
Much
yes.
later.
But we shall return. You don't get away from us that easily. So Bruce Jones and Martin Haven will guide you through the night. And potentially, this is where there's going to be an awful lot of the story told, as ever it was the case. Have a good night.
So much so. And surviving the night intact and without drama is so much of a part of any 24-hour race. This is no different. Of course, one of the delights of racing a little bit closer to midsummer than we would traditionally be is there will be just a fraction less darkness. But one of the things about Spa is that it gets very, very dark indeed. About a month ago, the FIM Endurance World Championship had their second Spa 24-hour bike race here after last year's debut of the event. And the motorcycle riders just couldn't believe how dark this place gets. There's a little pool of light here at the pits, and beyond that, there is nothing. Dark forest. Into the pit lane comes Raffaele Marciello. And John was almost damning him with faint praise, saying he's had a very quiet race so far, but you must have a quiet race. You absolutely can't be incurring penalties or picking up damage. He comes in right behind Luca Engschler, and Engschler in that Audi, that's a really strong start to the race for that team. Charles Wirtz is still leading for BMW, so we've got 3 different brands in the top 5, with BMW, Audi, and Mercedes, and then a BMW and an Audi 4th and 5th. 6th place, Davide Rigon, the best Ferrari. 7th place, and 7th with a bullet, possibly, I think we ought to say, is Enrique Chavez in the lead McLaren. And Chavez was spectacular in the first stint in that car. Absolutely stonking lap times from him. And again, 2:18.0, his best lap last time round. 2:21.6, it's a little bit faster than those around him. Not quite as quick as we know the car can go, but he's been absolutely, possibly not a revelation. That would be a little unfair to him. He's in the pits as well. Only Davide Rigon stays out in the 71 Ferrari, so that car should cycle through to the lead. And Bruce Jones joins me in the booth, finds the pokey button. So, right, we're settled in for the night, just 9 hours to crack on and try and see some action in this race.
Well, should we go in at great speed or should we pace ourselves? It's a bit of a long stint, really looking forward to it, but this is a race that's just only now starting to find some form, some pictures. We've got some real outliers, and we've got some cars, as always, that when you get an early faller that has to recover. I'm just talking about the number 63 Lamborghini, Grasser. It led the race, it gambled on tyres, so it was artificial leading the race. It into the garage with brake problems, lost 4 laps. And what's so galling for the Grasser team with that Lambo ever since, brilliant driver line up there, it's just going to be recovery. But with a field this good, what can they do? They've just got to keep pressing on. They're lapping just as fast as the pace leaders, but it's just one little issue, a braking problem, not the same one as they had at Paul Ricard. One of the ultimate favourites, denied within, the first hour.
And that, unfortunately, is the luck of motor racing, isn't it? BMW leading at the moment, and that car currently in the hands of, changed to Van der Linde's 1-2. So family rivalry in different brands. And then Timo Boguslavski is into the 88 in third place, the better or best of the Mercedes. So driver changes all the way around. Davide Rigon, as I said, was on the lead lap and should cycle through to the lead. Let me find the tracker, and it is showing 32 out of the pits and still as the leader, but that has not updated itself.
Quite interesting the way that Timo Boguslavski, traditionally in this race, in his earlier career, he kept his laps largely until the morning, till daylight, but this is his second stint. He does a single stint. Certainly Raffaele Marcello's done the heavy lifting in that third place number 88 Mercedes, but and of course when you've got Jules Gounod to drive you through the night, then that is a very strong crew. But I'm just interested that Timo is given more laps early in the race than he had been in previous iterations of the 24 Hours of Spa.
I think it's important though that drivers, if they want to become really fully fledged GT drivers, when you get to a race like this, you do need to be able to deal with the darkness and the issues that the darkness brings. I mean, oftentimes here at Spa, we don't just get darkness, we get darkness and bad weather, we get rain, we get fog. It's all part of the game. It is all part of it, and it's a little bit like playing the last 20 minutes in a soccer match. You can't just do that. If you want to regard yourself as a fully fledged driver, then you need to be able to deal with everything that is thrown your way. And Spa, and next year in the Nürburgring as well. I mean, goodness gracious, there are no shrinking violets in the Nürburgring 24 hours. And when the drivers from the Intercontinental Challenge get there, that's going to be as tough as this, and with bells on.
Yeah, well, a lot of the drivers already do this event. The drivers from the GT World Challenge Europe certainly do it. And Nicky Katzberg, we both had a chat with him earlier. Of course, he's had a fabulous year so far. He won the Nürburgring 24 Hours, giving Ferrari 296 its first ever win. But a lot of the other drivers will be coming across to take part in the Nürburgring 24 Hours. It would have been on their tick list anyhow, but now there's the opportunity where their hand has been sort of forced in a lovely way.
And so many of these teams as well are involved in that as well. There's Nicky Katzberg, you can see down in 45th place in a Mercedes. Now, he's had 2 24-hour wins this year in GT cars. 1 Nürburgring 24 Hours in a Ferrari, 1 Le Mans in a Corvette. Okay, he's had 2 24-hour wins this year. I'm not suggesting there's going to be a third. I think that is unlikely.
Yeah,
I think it's very unlikely. However, this race thrives on unlikely.
Oh, well, it does. It's its middle name and its second name and third name. But certainly it's a case of working your way if you've fallen down the order. When I was mentioning that Grasser Lamborghini, number 63, down in 51st position, Mirko Bortolotti at the wheel. These are the sort of drivers you expect at the front end. But year on year, you look at the rising standard of the drivers, the teams. GT3 racing is just going through its most purple of purple patches. CrowdStrike have come on board their second year with the naming of this event, and it's just growing and growing. But I think also just the announcement this morning about the calendars for the GT World Challenge in Europe, in the States, and also the tying in with the Intercontinental GT Challenge, kicking off the year in Bathurst.
Well,
you know, more teams are now going to go and do that great event down there. They've probably been eyeing it, but once it's a full race championship, it'll end the season at Indianapolis, but with Spa and Nürburgring, it's just a phenomenal series.
Yeah, I was down with you and at the front of the grid, Stefan Tell, with a couple of gentlemen that I didn't recognise, and then as I walked past, I noticed that they had Bathurst City Council on the sleeves of their shirts. So, okay, they're all part of the deal, and it's, very much, moving the Bathurst 12 hours up in its terms of overall global awareness. Into the barriers, the number 83, turn 17 for number lovers. That is the exit of Blanchimont.
Nowhere scary at all.
No. So that car is off
it's
very
Dorian
firmly.
Pan, it's the Iron Dames Lamborghini. Not that she's only just taken that over, really.
Yeah.
We saw it in the pits just before we came in to start our 9-hour stint, and she was starting what would have been probably a 1-hour stint, possibly a 2-hour stint.
Yep.
Dorian, hopefully the damage isn't too bad, but that car now tumbling down the order.
Well, the car has not moved, I'm afraid.
53rd position.
We've got 2 retirements so far. 132, and the number 7 McLaren, which is the Inception racing car. So Dorian Pan is off driver's right. She will have gone a long way. You can just see the glimmer of the rear lights